be here because of COVID, as you know, today is quite unfortunately common, but we are very glad that you can make it anyway. So my colleague is going to introduce Dr. Romero, and thank you for being with us, Lupe.
Gracias a ti, Eleonora.
Bueno, entonces voy a presentar a Lupe Romero. Bueno, aunque creo, bueno, tampoco es muy necesario, es decir, que todo el mundo la conoce, pero vamos a introducir a Lupe Romero. Es doctora en Teoría de la Traducción por la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona y profesora del Departamento de Traducción, Interpretación y Estudios de Asia Oriental de la misma universidad. Sus intereses investigadores se centran en la didáctica de la lengua italiana y de la traducción italiano-español, la adquisición de la competencia traductora, traducción audiovisual y su aplicación en el aula de lengua extranjera. La docencia también con perspectiva de género. Es miembro del Grupo PACTE, ha participado en varios proyectos nacionales y europeos y actualmente dirige un proyecto de introducción de la perspectiva de género en los estudios de traducción e interpretación. Es coordinadora de género en la Facultad de Traducción e Interpretación y directora del SIFT, el Seminario de Internacionalidad, Feminismo y Traducción. Y te dejo la palabra. No sé si tienes que compartir un PowerPoint.
Sí.
Perfecto.
Sí, comparto entonces. Muchas gracias. Bueno, voy a compartir. Bueno, no sé si se ve porque ahora os he dejado de ver a vosotras. ¿Se ve?
Sí, perfectamente.
Okay.
Gracias.
Vale, bueno, pues empezaremos con esta presentación. Muchas gracias por haberme invitado. Lástima que no puedo estar de manera presencial con vosotras y vosotros compartiendo estos momentos, estas experiencias, pero bueno, al menos tenemos esta opción online. Entonces, mi presentación de hoy se va a centrar en los avances y retos para implementar la perspectiva de género en la formación para la traducción y la interpretación. Lo que haremos será explicar muy sucintamente qué consiste la perspectiva de género, porque entiendo que todas las personas que estamos aquí prácticamente sabemos de qué va este tema. Y nos centraremos sobre todo en la experiencia en la docencia, en el caso de traducción e interpretación y en el caso específico de la Facultad de Traducción e Interpretación, donde estamos llevando a cabo un proceso precisamente de esta implementación de la perspectiva de género de manera integral en las titulaciones, ¿no? Y cómo está siendo este proceso y cuál ha sido la recepción del mismo y, bueno, y los retos que nos quedan, ¿no? por alcanzar. Bueno, en primer lugar, como os comentaba, ¿qué es la perspectiva de género? Esta definición de Maribel Ponferrada me parece muy acertada en la medida en que es bastante exhaustiva y pone el centro en lo que es realmente la perspectiva de género, que muchas personas no versadas en el tema entienden que la perspectiva de género, uy, qué miedo, es una perspectiva basada en las mujeres. No es así, es una aproximación crítica, por tanto es una mirada de tipo intelectual y política, aborda las desigualdades entre hombres y mujeres y tiene como objetivo fundamental concienciar para poder superar las desigualdades de género, ¿no? Esta perspectiva de género se está llevando a cabo desde la lejana ya conferencia de Pekín en 1995 en ONU Mujeres, cuando las diferentes organizaciones internacionales recibieron el mandato de poder transversalizar el género, es decir, de legislar, hacer políticas y medidas y cualquier tipo de acción institucional o social, llevar a esa mirada de género para poder garantizar la igualdad y la equidad entre ambos. Y los gobiernos pusieron en marcha la maquinaria, ¿no? De manera nacional, luego de manera quizás más local también, para hacer que desde un punto de vista institucional, desde la legalidad, se pudiera llegar a esta equidad, o por lo menos las medidas estuvieran orientadas a garantizar dicha equidad. ¿Qué es lo que ocurre? Perdón. ¿Qué es lo que ocurre cuando se introduce la docencia con perspectiva de género? Es decir, cuando la perspectiva de género entra en los estudios universitarios y la educación superior. Tiene 3 objetivos fundamentales. Por un lado, estimular la conciencia crítica, es decir, identificar aquellos estereotipos, normas y roles sociales de género que tienen que ver con la masculinidad y la feminidad entendida desde un punto de vista patriarcal. Evitar la ceguera de género, es decir, esa falta de reconocimiento de ver que no existe equidad y que las responsabilidades entre mujeres y hombres son diferenciadas y se les atribuyen según su rol o sus mandatos de género. Esto tiene especial relevancia en la profesión y en el caso, me voy a referir siempre a traducción e interpretación, precisamente por ser una profesión muy feminizada, es algo que cuesta de ver, puesto que en primer lugar es una profesión feminizada y luego se supone que el único indicador que nos da cuenta de la equidad son las tarifas, y las tarifas no diferencian géneros, ¿no? Es por palabra o es por texto o es por encargo, ¿no? Hay estudios que demuestran que esto no es así, hay estudios que demuestran que hay una opción diferenciada de realizar encargos de traducción en función del género, no quizás por parte de la clientela, sino quizás por parte de las circunstancias diferenciadas entre mujer y hombre, porque a las mujeres se les ha asignado siempre ese papel reproductor y de cuidados que hace que elijan encargos que son más fáciles de traducir, con lo cual no acceden a traducciones en general, ni a generales más elaboradas, porque no tienen el tiempo suficiente para poder dedicarse a ellas. Bien, por lo tanto, esta docencia con perspectiva de género, este segundo objetivo sería evitar dicha ceguera de género en el área de conocimiento propio y después, por supuesto, combatir la desigualdad y transformar la sociedad. Es decir, uno de los requisitos importantes es formar ciudadanas y ciudadanos, una ciudadanía responsable que contribuya al cambio en la sociedad. Por lo tanto, este elemento, esta característica es esencial en la formación de nuestro alumnado. ¿Cómo se incorpora la perspectiva de género en la docencia? En realidad hay 2 líneas complementarias, por una parte en los planes de estudio y por otra parte en las asignaturas específicamente. En relación con los planes de estudios, tenemos se definen cuáles son los objetivos finales de formación, ¿no? De las titulaciones, qué es lo que queremos que nuestro estudiantado o nuestro alumnado haya aprendido al finalizar sus estudios. A partir de aquí se introduce el género, o bien en asignaturas específicas, es decir, una asignatura, en el caso de traducción podría ser género y traducción. La traducción de las mujeres, historia de las mujeres traductoras, es decir, una asignatura específica que esté en el plan de estudios, o bien de manera transversal, es decir, a lo largo de la carrera en diferentes asignaturas, allá donde creamos que el sexo y el género sean variables relevantes, es decir, sean variables analíticas y explicativas clave. En ese sentido, y para aplicarlo transversalmente, se ha creado la competencia de género, que es una competencia transversal, es decir, una competencia general. Uno de los informes, ¿cuáles son las diferencias básicamente en este planteamiento diferenciado? En primer lugar, no parece que diseñar una asignatura específica de género y traducción vaya a implicar un cambio relevante en la manera en cómo traducen nuestros estudiantes ¿no? En principio, parece ser que se centraría en un tema de interés y, de hecho, el informe Vitens Vives del año 2021, que ha recogido información sobre cómo se está implementando la perspectiva de género en los estudios universitarios de las universidades que forman parte de esta red, sí que destaca que en muchas de esas asignaturas, ¿no?, especializadas, son asignaturas optativas. Es decir, no son asignaturas obligatorias, por lo que la perspectiva de género o este elemento, dijéramos, que creemos fundamental en la formación, puede simplemente no ser estudiado o no ser abordado. En el caso, sin embargo, de una implementación de modo transversal, en mi opinión, creo que es la manera más adecuada para poder trabajar, ya que la perspectiva de género, como veremos más adelante, es una competencia o es un elemento en el que es muy difícil, cuya construcción es muy difícil de realizar. No es algo que se haga con unas horas, no es algo que se haga en un semestre, sino que consiste en abordar cuál es el planteamiento de un sistema que ejerce la desigualdad entre hombres y mujeres y ver de qué manera se puede cambiar. Esto no es tan evidente como podemos ver más adelante y, por lo tanto, se requiere de diferentes asignaturas y diferente tiempo en el que se puedan trabajar estos aspectos. Por otra parte, también hay que decir que en las titulaciones de traducción e interpretación, es verdad que en Europa, en muchos casos, no se tratan de titulaciones de grado, no de triennale, ¿no?, de una laurea triennale, sino que se tratan también de titulaciones especialmente de máster, ¿no? Por lo que también hay muchas diferencias en Europa en cuanto al tipo de titulación en traducción y los tipos de titulaciones que puede haber. Bien, esto por lo que respecta, dijéramos, al plan de estudio, cómo podemos plantearlo de manera global, qué hacemos con la competencia, lo introducimos de esta manera en una asignatura o pensamos en qué asignaturas podría ser relevante. Tengamos en cuenta que en asignaturas, las materias de las que están formadas los planes de estudios de traducción son bastante distintas, es decir, en los planes de estudio de traducción e interpretación podemos observar asignaturas relacionadas con la lengua extranjera, con la lengua a la que se traduce, con la traducción, con también materias instrumentales donde el sesgo de género es más que evidente, solo hace falta ver los algoritmos en ciertos programas de traducción y de post-edición. También los elementos culturales, como no, y también la idea de ubicarnos en un conocimiento situado. ¿Cuál es la combinación lingüística que vamos a tratar y cuáles son los problemas específicos relacionados con el género o con traducir el género? Por lo tanto, las asignaturas, el primer paso es analizar, reflexionar acerca de estos aspectos que sean importantes y elaborar resultados de aprendizaje, es decir, a partir de esta competencia, ¿qué resultados quiero obtener? ¿Qué resultados vamos a obtener porque creemos que son los necesarios? Otro de los aspectos relacionados con las asignaturas, y es un planteamiento global, es la idea de que la perspectiva de género no solo afecta al hecho de tener una competencia en los dos aprendizajes, sino que envuelve todo lo que es el proceso y el diseño de enseñanza y aprendizaje de nuestras asignaturas. Con lo cual, tanto los objetivos como los contenidos tienen que estar relacionados o tienen que estar, o tenemos que tener un objetivo, por lo menos en la asignatura, condividido con los objetivos o compartido con los objetivos que tenemos mismo de la titulación, de la materia en sí, de la asignatura, sea lengua, sea esta lengua, sea traducción, que haya 1, 2 objetivos, los que consideremos pertinentes, relacionado con el género. También esos objetivos tienen que estar contenidos que se trabajen y metodologías docentes, evaluación, bibliografía. Estos 3 últimos aspectos, no entraré en detalle en estos 3 últimos aspectos, pero decir que son fundamentales para entender la perspectiva de género, es decir, cómo nosotras y nosotros introducimos o realizamos una docencia sin utilizar un lenguaje que no sea andocéntrico, que sea sensible al género, tanto en los documentos de trabajo, en los materiales que seleccionamos, en la redacción de los documentos que pedimos al alumnado. Implica también eliminar esos estereotipos de género que tenemos presentes en la práctica docente. También implica establecer dinámicas de trabajo en grupo pequeñas, participando, o sea, facilitando la participación de todo tipo de alumnado, el intercambio de roles, que no sea siempre en la misma dirección, la disposición en el aula, fomentar la visibilización de las chicas y también el silencio de las chicas, ¿no? En ocasiones por el conocido y clásico síndrome de la impostora. Valorar todos los estilos de intervención, no solo los estilos más asertivos, que son claramente identificados como masculinos y a los que históricamente se les ha dado más valor, sino también escuchando las voces femeninas de todo tipo. Evitar prácticas que hagan destacar a los chicos, ¿no? Y desanimen a las chicas, como por ejemplo preguntarles más a ellos o permitir intervenciones más largas o más frecuentes o permitir incluso interrupciones, ¿no? De ellos hacia ellas. O hacer preguntas más abstractas y elaboradas a ellos, más sencillas a ellas. En definitiva, prestar atención al currículum oculto, es decir, a aquello que se nos escapa, puesto que hemos estado socializadas y educadas en un patriarcado en el que nos ha enseñado que la voz del hombre es la autoridad, y sin darnos cuenta y de manera inconsciente, este currículum oculto se nos cuela en las aulas. De esto no voy a hablar más en toda me centraré más en la competencia, los objetivos y los contenidos, pero hay que tener en cuenta que las metodologías son importantes, por supuesto la evaluación, para ver de qué manera el alumnado ha adquirido esa cosmovisión, dijéramos, del género en esa relación de poder. Y, por supuesto, la bibliografía, ¿no? El visibilizar el sexo de las autoras que referenciamos, el incorporar expertas de la disciplina, de la asignatura y expertas en género en relación a los temas que se tratan. La idea de introducir la perspectiva de género en todos estos elementos se llama la transversalización del género en la docencia. El mismo informe Vitens Vives señala también que muchas de las guías que han analizado o programas de las asignaturas no son completos, es decir, puede haber programas de las asignaturas que tengan objetivos, pero a lo mejor le faltan los contenidos o viceversa, ¿no? Y esto se debe también a la escasez, dijéramos, de trabajos sobre precisamente la perspectiva de género de una manera global en la formación, no solo para la traducción e interpretación, sino en general. Por lo tanto, la idea de que afecte a todos estos elementos de la enseñanza-aprendizaje lleva irremediablemente a un proceso reflexivo que afecta toda la docencia y que conlleva una formación del profesorado en género, obligatoriamente. Paso entonces a hablar sobre la experiencia en la Facultad de Traducción. Voy a ver qué tiempo tengo. Bien. Voy a hablar sobre la experiencia de la Facultad de Traducción e Interpretación en la Universidad Autónoma. Sitúo un poco en el contexto, en la Universidad Catalana, en la Agencia de Calidad Universitaria de esta comunidad autónoma, que recoge, dijéramos, el mandato de ministerio, dijéramos desde el ministerio a un ente más autonómico. Es la agencia la que rige a las universidades públicas catalanas. Decreta que en todas las titulaciones universitarias de las universidades públicas se tienen que introducir obligatoriamente la perspectiva de género, tanto en los programas de las asignaturas, los currículums universitarios, para poder ser impartidas. En su momento se estableció una fecha 2020-21, esto no ha sido posible. porque obviamente hace falta esa formación en género para poder introducirlo de manera eficaz, y se ha retrasado, diría yo, que es hasta el 2024-25. Pero en cualquier caso, y independientemente del área de conocimiento, sea esta ingeniería, sea economía, sea arte, educación, etcétera, en cualquier área de conocimiento, en todas ellas habrá que introducir la perspectiva de género. Para tal fin se ha creado la competencia de género, que es una competencia general, y también se ha elaborado un documento, que veis ahí, aquí abajo, el link, el marco general para la incorporación de la perspectiva de género en la docencia universitaria, que intenta dar unas pautas, es bastante completo, da unas pautas generales de qué es la perspectiva y de cómo se puede introducir. Esta competencia de género, en el mismo documento, señala algunos resultados de aprendizaje generales y luego también algunos por ámbito de conocimiento. Estos resultados de aprendizaje, en general, son los que aquí se ven, que es actuar en el ámbito de conocimiento propio evaluando las desigualdades por razón de sexo y género, identificar las principales desigualdades, analizarlas, valorar cómo los estereotipos y los roles de género inciden en el ejercicio profesional, proponer proyectos y acciones que incorporen la perspectiva de género y comunicar haciendo un uso no sexista ni discriminatorio del lenguaje. A estos resultados de aprendizaje, que son generales, se les añaden otros resultados de aprendizaje que son específicos por área de conocimiento. Obviamente, en el caso de traducción e interpretación no hay directamente. Están enmarcados traducción e interpretación en los resultados de aprendizaje de las lenguas y de la filología. Y por lo tanto, vimos que antes de introducir la competencia de género se hacía necesario un proceso y un tiempo de valorar y analizar cuáles eran aquellos contenidos que considerábamos que eran pertinentes a la luz, dijéramos, de la desigualdad y de las variables sexo y género para poder impartir, y cuáles eran los resultados de aprendizaje que podíamos aplicar para ello. Para ello, pedimos, dos trabajos, dijéramos, dos proyectos que son consecutivos. En el primero, es la introducción de la perspectiva de género y que tenía que ver con asignaturas del grado, es decir, con la laurea triennale. Y este segundo, que esto empezó en el 2018, y el segundo, que finaliza en diciembre de este año, es el de la aplicación de la perspectiva de género, en el que también se plantean estas actividades en los másteres oficiales de traducción e interpretación que existen en nuestra facultad. El primero es el máster oficial en traducción y estudios interculturales, que es el más amplio y es el que tiene también la línea de investigación, no solo la profesionalización. El máster oficial en traducción audiovisual, que es presencial y online. El máster oficial en tradumática, centrado en las tecnologías de la traducción. Y el máster oficial en interpretación de conferencias. Aquí abajo estamos el equipo de trabajo con nuestras compañeras y nuestro compañero. Y en estos dos proyectos lo que hemos hecho ha sido trabajar precisamente para ver de qué manera podíamos introducir la perspectiva. ¿Cuáles han sido las actividades de manera sucinta que nos hemos propuesto? Primero, analizar y reescribir estas guías docentes o estos programas de las asignaturas, tanto del grado como de los másteres. Crear e implementar unidades didácticas con objetivos y contenidos en algunas asignaturas seleccionadas, prácticamente en las que nosotras y nosotros impartimos docencia. Revisar las metodologías docentes. Realizar acciones de sensibilización en perspectiva de género, muy importante, las acciones de sensibilización para crear un entorno favorable al cambio también. También porque las acciones de sensibilización siempre se producen de una manera muy horizontal y en la que puede participar toda la comunidad universitaria y dan siempre resultados excelentes. Y un requisito fundamental era el de impartir formación sobre la implementación dirigida al profesorado de la Facultad de Traducción e Interpretación. Señalo esta segunda actividad que hay implementar unidades didácticas porque la idea final o los objetivos finales de implementar dichas unidades didácticas eran, primero, proponer resultados de aprendizaje específicos para traducción e interpretación, dado que en el documento marco no habíamos encontrado o no nos era satisfactorio los que se nos proponían como generales o desde la lingüística a la literatura. Y por otra parte, una vez tener esos resultados de aprendizaje, introducir la competencia y los resultados de aprendizaje que hubiéramos obtenido en los planes de estudio de las titulaciones. Contenidos posibles. Empezamos a pensar en lengua, cómo se marca el género gramatical en la lengua extranjera o en la lengua de llegada, el abuso del masculino genérico o las otras marcas de invisibilización del género femenino, las expresiones, los discursos sexistas, androcéntricos, etcétera, la cultura, cuál es la visión y representación de la mujer en la cultura de la L2, del colectivo LGTBIQ+, los sesgos de género de la sociedad, las diferencias entre ambas culturas, que a veces no son culturales sino ideológicas, la traducción, dijéramos contenidos específicos de traducción, cuáles son las estrategias que podemos utilizar para romper con la invisibilización de la mujer, la revisión de las visiones estereotipadas o estigmatizadas, la representación del colectivo, de las sexualidades disidentes, etc. Por otra parte, la teoría o historia de la traducción, todas son asignaturas y contenidos que podíamos dotar, ¿no? Por supuesto, el enfoque feminista de la traducción, nuestras pioneras, pero también las actuales y lo que se está haciendo en la actualidad. La visibilidad de las traductoras, el sesgo de género en la profesión, la falta de reconocimiento en el área de conocimiento y otros aspectos que pudiéramos tener en consideración para poder crear dichas unidades didácticas. Como se trata en esta ponencia se trata de señalar cuáles han sido los avances y cuáles son los retos, no me centraré en actividades concretas que hemos hecho en asignaturas. Solo os mostraré el elenco, dijéramos, de las asignaturas, que son las siguientes, ¿no? Son 9 asignaturas de traducción e interpretación, teoría de la traducción y de la interpretación, en la primera columna a la izquierda, la asignatura, la siguiente, las actividades que se han hecho, como en teoría sabes que es una falotraducción, luego resuelve problemas de traducción aplicando el enfoque feminista, las modalidades si han sido presenciales o actividades supervisadas o no, la duración y la evaluación, porque una de las cosas fundamentales es la evaluación, ya que el alumnado no da valor a las actividades, a aquello que enseñamos en líneas generales, a aquello que enseñamos si no se evalúa, o al menos no tienen conciencia de que se les ha enseñado, o han aprendido de ello. Bueno, esto es un aspecto que necesitaríamos un poco más de tiempo para debatir sobre él. Entonces, aquí tenemos el listado, como decía, para ir rápido, sobre las asignaturas que se han implementado. No entraré en los detalles, y de varias combinaciones lingüísticas, de italiano, de chino, de japonés, tanto en idioma como en traducción, teoría e historia de la traducción. Y también, de momento, hemos implementado en los 2 másteres la localización multimedia y de videojuegos, de traducción audiovisual, y también en análisis del discurso con actividades de análisis crítico del discurso. Ayer José también comentaba la importancia del análisis y la necesariedad, ¿no? del análisis crítico del discurso para poder entender los textos desde esta perspectiva. Y, por supuesto, los ámbitos de investigación de la traductología y los estudios culturales en los que tratamos tanto a la investigación, dijéramos, a partir del enfoque feminista y también a partir de la teoría queer. Más otras asignaturas que estamos haciendo en curso y cuyos resultados obtendremos en septiembre, octubre. Como no voy a centrarme en actividades concretas, señalaré algunas de las pautas que nos han sido útiles para poder trabajar con las unidades didácticas y cómo trabajar con el alumnado. La primera cosa que hay que tener en consideración es cómo se hace el género. Es decir, ante qué nos enfrentamos cuando tenemos que tratar el género y cuando tenemos que hablar de género, ¿no? Obviamente, el género se construye, varios autores y autoras han hablado sobre la idea del doing gender, ¿Cómo se construye? Este se construye no solo de una manera lineal, sino en 3 niveles, desde el plano sociocultural, como el sistema de organización social en la que vivimos, el plano relacional, que tiene que ver con las interacciones que tenemos entre hombres y mujeres, cuáles son los discursos que oímos, cuáles son las prácticas, cuáles son los roles que se asumen, que luego damos por descontados, damos por naturales. Y, por supuesto, en el plano personal, que tiene que ver con cuestiones de identidad y de actitudes personales, ¿no? Y está basado en lo que son las creencias, no solo las compartidas, sino las creencias individuales y los estereotipos, ¿no? A lo largo de nuestras propias experiencias individuales que, ojo, esas experiencias individuales no podemos analizarlas más que en un marco comunitario o colectivo, ¿no? Perdón. Por lo tanto, cuando nos enfrentamos, dijéramos, al planteamiento de género ante personas que, si bien hay que decir que la juventud hoy en día estamos en otro lugar de la historia, ¿no? En el que el feminismo ha adquirido una importancia fundamental. Además, lo que es la difusión en redes ha contribuido a que prácticamente todo el mundo sepa feminismo, o se posicione en contra, porque también los ataques son furibundos, como ya sabemos. Por lo tanto, aunque haya juventud aunque nuestros estudiantes y nuestras estudiantes estén más concienciadas sobre la necesidad, dijéramos, de acabar con las desigualdades reales, hay que decir que hay muchos aspectos interiorizados del patriarcado que conviene abordar de manera directa para poder reconocer luego en los textos cuál es el efecto de ese sistema patriarcal y de qué manera a través de la lengua se invisibiliza, se estereotipa y se estigmatiza. Es verdad que hay en algunos textos en los que la invisibilización o la estigmatización es muy obvia, pero es verdad también que hay en otros textos que es mucho más sutil. Por lo tanto, nos centramos en las siguientes pautas. Hay las primeras 3 pautas, tienen que ver con la idea de comprender los textos originales en profundidad. Esto aplica tanto a los textos que tenemos que traducir o cuando tratamos los textos como instrumento para aprender una lengua, no importa. La idea es poder comprender en profundidad. La idea es entender que sin la aplicación de la perspectiva de género, los textos no se entienden en profundidad, no pueden entenderse. Y la segunda parte, y no menos importante, que sería la parte de la reexpresión, nos centraríamos a partir del punto 4, que tiene que ver con la traducción feminista y con la idea de las concepciones equivocadas o erróneas, ¿no? sobre dicha traducción. Por lo tanto, hablaremos de estas pautas. El patriarcado es un sistema no neutral. Las palabras hacen cosas, no son inocentes, no son neutrales tampoco. El lenguaje inclusivo ni es feo ni es redundante. La traducción feminista no es elitista ni problemática. La traducción feminista puede aplicarse a la mayoría de textos. La traducción feminista es una realidad en el ámbito profesional. Obviamente la traducción feminista necesita de un enfoque interseccional, de un enfoque situado desde un lugar hacia otro. Y por supuesto la traducción feminista es un posicionamiento ético. Diré 4 cosas, espero, de cada uno de los puntos, porque no sé cómo vamos de tiempo. Vale, bien. En primer lugar, el patriarcado es un sistema no neutral. Es la idea de que, a pesar de que Esto pasó muy rapidito, ¿no? A pesar de que se ha definido como una organización social primitiva en que la autoridad es ejercida por un varón, etcétera, etcétera, en realidad no es simplemente una organización social y ya está, sino es una organización basada en una relación social de dominación, ¿no? En la que hay una ideología basada en la desigualdad y la predominancia de los hombres frente a las mujeres para seguir manteniendo su situación de privilegio. Para poder mantener esta situación de privilegio es necesario que se invisibilice a la mujer, que se mantenga en un lugar secundario y que todo gire, todo, cuando digo todo me refiero al conocimiento, a la lengua, a la vida, al mundo alrededor del hombre. Hay que entender que esto es un sistema, el alumnado tiene que entender que esto es un sistema, que no son opiniones personales, que no se trata de individuos, sino que se trata de un sistema y un sistema de poder. Y quien manda nombra la realidad, como bien decía Humpty Dumpty en Alicia en el País de las Maravillas. Por lo tanto, si quien manda nombra la realidad, en realidad, nombra la realidad, lo que ocurre al final es que las mujeres no se nombran porque están en un lugar secundario. ¿Qué ocurre cuando no se nombra a las mujeres? ¿Qué ocurre cuando se estigmatiza o se estereotipa de manera, según los mandatos de este patriarcado, según los roles que se tengan de masculinidad y feminidad, según te ajustes o no te ajustes? La idea de que no nombren, obviamente, es la idea de no existir, el no ser. Y si ese es de manera secundaria. Esto hay numerosos estudios que hablan de ello a través hecho con niños y niñas de primaria, de 7, de 8 años, ¿no? Tanto en los dibujos, cómo se ven, cómo se representan, según se utiliza el lenguaje inclusivo o no, cómo se ven representadas y representados, qué es lo que dibujan, si dibujan solo hombres o dibujan solo niños o dibujan solo niñas, y se ha mostrado que eso tiene una incidencia. La idea de la falta de visibilidad implica una falta de referentes directamente y tiene un efecto cognitivo en relación con las creencias limitantes, es decir, en la relación con si no hay referentes, si no hay referentas, significa que yo ahí no estaré y yo ahí no estoy. Por lo tanto, las palabras hacen cosas a un nivel cognitivo y a un nivel de representación de la realidad. El lenguaje inclusivo ni es feo ni redundante, todas sabemos los ataques furibundos, ¿no?, hacia el lenguaje inclusivo. La idea no solo de la RAE, por supuesto, que obviamente es otra institución que viene, dijéramos, del poder dominante. Sabemos que traductoras y traductores deben escribir con corrección lingüística, pero también sabemos que hay muchos neologismos o que hay muchas palabras que se inventan si vemos que la sociedad las necesita, ¿no? Esto es necesario. El lenguaje inclusivo es necesario. No es feo, no es redundante. Cuando hay críticas sobre que sea redundante es porque se fijan en textos que están mal redactados. Aquellos textos en los que hay desdoblamientos continuos y están mal redactados precisamente porque al lenguaje inclusivo no se le da importancia. Y como no se le da importancia y simplemente es ley, ponen a cualquier persona a escribir. Es lo que diríamos cualquier traductora o cualquier traductor, que es un texto mal escrito. Por lo tanto, hay que incidir en esta idea de que el lenguaje inclusivo, hay que aprender a redactar el lenguaje inclusivo, porque es una manera de nombrar la realidad y es una manera de cambiar dicha realidad. La traducción feminista no es elitista ni problemática. María Reimóndez lo señala, lo dice muy bien, y señala que por una cierta distorsión académica, la práctica feminista de la traducción e interpretación haya sido conceptualizada con demasiada frecuencia a través del conflicto y lo excepcional, en vez de a través de un enfoque diario desde lo positivo. Obviamente, al explicarse en las clases de traducción el enfoque feminista y situarlo, sobre todo, en las canadienses, Olga Castro también señala este aspecto, se está obviando toda, dijéramos, la línea de actuación y de prácticas traductoras feministas que se está dando a lo largo de la historia hasta nuestros días, y que no es un componente solo de traducción literaria, no es un componente solo de una traducción elitista que tiene que ver con el conocimiento del texto, con un aparato de notas, etcétera, con las prácticas traductoras que hicieron, dijéramos, nuestras predecesoras, pero que tienen un mayor recorrido. Y sobre todo no es problemática, es decir, es algo que el alumnado tiene que poder incorporar de manera natural como una práctica importante, una práctica necesaria y una práctica fácil si se es entrenado o entrenada en ello. La idea de que la traducción feminista puede aplicarse a la mayoría de los textos. ¿Por qué? Porque en la mayoría de los textos, a excepción de aquellos textos que son marcadamente ideológicos o expresiones de una ideología concreta, pues textos que son expresiones, pues eso, ¿no?, de una extrema derecha, o textos que tienen que ver con ideologías religiosas, ¿no? A excepción de estos textos, la mayoría de los textos son patriarcales, simplemente. Es decir, no visibilizan a la mujer o escriben o se refleja alguna representación ausente de la mujer o a veces estereotipada porque no se dan cuenta al escribir. No se dan cuenta porque no son conscientes de que están en un patriarcado. Son esas mismas personas que pueden decir que son feministas. Son esas mismas personas que, por supuesto, abogan por la igualdad, pero no se han parado a pensar en cómo hablan. O a lo mejor frivolizan, ¿no?, sobre ello. Dicen, no, esto no es importante, o esto es una broma, o esto es una manera de decir, o esto no es machista. Por lo tanto, sí que se pueden aplicar criterios feministas en la mayoría de los textos, porque la finalidad de los mismos no cambia al aplicar este enfoque feminista. ¿Por qué no cambia? Porque no cambia la ideología de la persona que escribe. La persona que da una noticia, hay casos en los que obviamente sí que se ve un sesgo de género que responde a una ideología de extrema derecha o muy machista, pero a veces es simplemente un corrector que no sabe escribir, que no es consciente de cómo está escribiendo, que no es consciente de que está escribiendo con sesgo de género. En ese caso, de la misma manera que nosotras al traducir corregimos faltas de ortografía, faltas de estilo directamente y no nos supone ningún problema, también en estos casos no nos tiene que suponer ningún problema poder corregir estas alteraciones debidas a la influencia del patriarcado. Otro punto importante es que la traducción feminista es una realidad en el ámbito profesional. Esto tiene que ver también con la idea de las equivalencias, ¿no?, el concepto de equivalencia, el concepto de reescritura, ¿no?, y con la idea anterior, ¿no?, el concepto de equivalencia, el concepto de reescritura, que las agencias de traducciones, la mayoría, tanto en diferentes tipos de traducción, no solo la literaria, pero también la comercial e incluso la interpretación, ofrecen estos servicios de traducción con lenguaje inclusivo. Por lo tanto, no dar estos contenidos o no ofrecer esta formación en las universidades es un graso error, porque en realidad les lleva a ser menos competitivas en el mundo profesional. La necesidad de un enfoque interseccional, obligatorio. Obligatorio, no solo porque traducimos traducimos identidades y traducimos maneras de hablar que tienen que ver con la expresión de identidades subjetivas y con la expresión de identidades disidentes, no solo marcadas, por la orientación y la identidad sexual, sino también marcadas por el racismo, como es en el caso de Claudia Capenciani en Amnesia Colectiva, que utiliza el women y el woman con la X para borrar para poder borrar men y man de la palabra, woman y women, que ella expresa, esta persona queer expresa se refleja en el habla no solo la disidencia sexual, sino también la rebelión ante el colonialismo, y esto se tiene que reflejar en la traducción necesariamente. Otro de los ejemplos, podría hablar de muchos, pero hablo de algunos, más que nada para poder ejemplificar de qué manera hay que tener en cuenta estas diferentes variables que interseccionan no solo con la de género, ¿no?, sino otras variables de opresión o de discriminación que tienen su reflejo en la lengua y que no son cuestiones baladí, cuestiones que tener en cuenta, cuestiones a reflexionar cuando tenemos que traducir, y al alumnado así lo deberíamos transmitir. Mi experiencia lesbiana con la soledad, un manga japonés traducido por Luis Alice, que él mismo explica muy bien cuál ha sido su experiencia, el hombre blanco heterosexual, cómo iba a traducir mi experiencia lesbiana con la soledad, una experiencia lesbiana de una mujer. Por lo tanto, él mismo pidió a la editorial poder traducir este manga, pero con la ayuda y la revisión, no de un revisor o una revisora de estilo, sino una revisora de contenidos LGTBIQ+. Por lo tanto, trabajaron a la limón en esta traducción, y en otras me consta que él ha traducido hacia la limón con otras personas, para tratar, dijéramos, de resolver en la reexpresión del texto aquellos temas a través de enunciados que realmente reflejaran cuáles son las opresiones específicas que les atraviesan. Otro caso más reciente y también motivo de polémica ha sido la traducción de La colina que ascendemos, me parece que ha sido traducido en castellano, que es el discurso de Amanda Gorman, ¿no?, cuando ha existido la polémica tanto en los Países Bajos, también en la versión catalana, sobre la traducción por negarse la editorial norteamericana a que no la tradujera una persona que no fuera una mujer afrodescendiente. En fin, todos estos casos y estos aspectos son necesarios para poder implementar la perspectiva de género de manera poliédrica, ¿no?, atendiendo a todos aquellos aspectos que consideramos son importantes a la hora de poder traducir. Obviamente, la necesidad de un posicionamiento ético, ¿no?, ante los textos que vamos a traducir. Preguntarnos, interrogarnos acerca de ¿usa lenguaje inclusivo? ¿Usa formas discursivas o un trato diferenciado según el género? ¿Sí o no? ¿Es ideológico patriarcal, ¿no?, es decir, responde a la expresión de una ideología determinada y por lo tanto tenemos que reflejar aquello? ¿O bien es patriarcal y aquellos elementos que se le cuelan son prescindibles perfectamente? ¿Qué tipo o qué género textual es? También va a condicionar mucho las soluciones traductoras. Si cambia la finalidad de la traducción, o bien repercute en la audiencia, ¿no?, en aquellas personas que van a recibir la traducción, si va a cambiar la finalidad, o la aceptación, ¿no?, las soluciones traductoras que demos. Y si vemos que no podemos traducirlo, también hay que planteárselo. ¿Quiero traducirlo o no quiero traducirlo? Puede ser que no queramos traducir según qué textos y no pasa nada. ¿O puedo negociar el encargo? En la mayoría de los casos se puede negociar el encargo. En la mayoría de los casos la clientela puede estar incluso agradecida de que señales a lo mejor que vas a escribir con lenguaje inclusivo porque has visto sesgos de género y crees que sería conveniente. Puede ser incluso que te encarguen hasta la revisión de otros textos que hayan traducido esa misma agencia sin lenguaje inclusivo y te pidan la revisión de los mismos. Es decir, es la idea de poder traducir interrogándose con el texto acerca de los posibles sesgos de género que puede presentar. Voy rápido a las conclusiones, no sé si me queda mucho, supongo que, ya estoy fuera de tiempo. Vale, voy a las conclusiones. Los resultados de aprendizaje específicos para la traducción e interpretación, avances y retos en el alumnado, avances y retos en el profesorado. Bueno, a partir de esta experiencia de estos 4 años, he propuesto 12 resultados de aprendizaje específicos para traducción e interpretación que están basados prácticamente en los objetivos conocidísimos de Bloom, que es conocer, identificar, aplicar, reflexionar. Es decir, objetivos que tienen que ver con lo cognitivo, aprender, pero también con lo afectivo, con lo actitudinal, con la apertura, con la idea de pensar, esto que no tengo que reflexionar, tengo que analizar, tengo que reconocer, tengo que valorar, ¿no? Esta idea de tener esta actitud para poder luego conocer, para poder luego identificar. Por lo tanto, estos resultados de aprendizaje intentan recoger estos aspectos, ¿no? Identificar las formas lingüísticas, los discursos e imágenes que mantienen la visión sexista estigmatizada, el conocer estas alternativas lingüísticas, precisamente para aplicarlas después en la redacción, en la traducción o en la interpretación. Evaluar la idoneidad de las soluciones lingüísticas, identificar, y aquí estamos con la interseccionalidad, formas lingüísticas y discursivas del género en su intersección con otros ejes de desigualdad, analizar críticamente cómo se representan socialmente los roles y estereotipos asociados a la masculinidad y feminidad, reconocer y justificar éticamente la categoría de género, ¿no? Entre otras categorías, ¿no? Solo la categoría textual o la categoría finalidad, sino la categoría de género para la comprensión y expresión de los géneros, utilizar eficazmente los recursos de documentación, la idea de que muchos de ellos contienen sesgos de género, la idea de la inteligencia artificial que también presenta el sesgo de género, obviamente conocer las aportaciones de traductoras, identificar, problematizar los sesgos en la traductología y en el ejercicio de la profesión, las aportaciones del enfoque feminista y saber desarrollar una investigación con perspectiva de género, es decir, atender a aquellas variables diferenciadas que dan luz, ¿no? Acerca pues, de datos que tienen que ver con hombres y mujeres. A partir de, de este listado de resultados de aprendizaje, he mantenido reuniones durante este curso académico con las coordinadoras de estos másteres. Hemos trabajado mucho sobre qué resultados vinculados a contenidos específicos, ¿no? Y que pudieran encajar en las asignaturas de los diferentes módulos de los másteres con la evaluación correspondiente, y a partir del 2022-23, oficialmente la memoria será el año siguiente, pero ya en clase se introducirán en estos 4 másteres que comentaba anteriormente. En el caso de la competencia de género en las titulaciones, aquí no es de máster, de grado, en la laurea triennale. Estamos working in progress, primero porque el grado es mucho más amplio y además tenemos 9 lenguas extranjeras, con lo cual 9 combinaciones, con lo cual es un poco más lento, y además ahora hay un real decreto del Ministerio en relación con los cambios de las titulaciones, por lo que tenemos que ir un poco más despacio, pero estamos en ello. En relación con el alumnado, los resultados positivos ha sido que hay una gran evolución realmente. En los cuestionarios del alumnado lo dicen explícitamente, de empezar las asignaturas sin tener ni idea. Al finalizar las asignaturas hay otros cuestionarios en los que se muestran críticos o críticas, en las que una vez que implementas una unidad didáctica o 2 unidades didácticas en una asignatura, esta idea del analizar críticamente ya va sola, no hace falta pedirlo, ya es algo que integran. Por lo tanto, estamos bastante satisfechas de los resultados, sobre todo la identificación y la aplicación del lenguaje inclusivo y no sexista, el avance, la sensibilización, el desarrollo del análisis crítico, la reflexión sobre la responsabilidad de traductoras y traductores, ¿no? Que somos personas que trabajamos con la lengua, por lo tanto trabajamos con la representación de la realidad, ahí es nada. Y una de las cosas también importantes es que no se observan diferencias en los resultados según sexo, chicos y chicas, alumnos y alumnas, presentan, dijéramos, la misma evolución, sin ninguna diferencia significativa. Las resistencias y dificultades en aprendizaje son, por supuesto, identificar el androcentrismo. A veces se achaca que, no, es que esta persona no ha pensado que no ha nombrado a las mujeres o las ha invisibilizado, pero porque está mal redactado un texto, o cuando en textos en los que se naturaliza se naturaliza la violencia o se expresa de manera estereotipada, a veces se considera que, bueno, es un texto mal escrito, la persona no sabía escribir, no se achaca, dijéramos, al patriarcado. Y luego también las dificultades son reflejar los debates actuales del feminismo, qué hacer ante según qué soluciones traductoras, ¿no? Sex workers son profesionales del sexo, son trabajadoras sexuales, son putas, son prostitutas. En fin, se establecen debates interesantes, pero son cosas en las que tenemos que ir trabajando para no extrainterpretar. En cuanto al profesorado, si bien el profesorado en los programas de las asignaturas ha aceptado bien la idea del lenguaje inclusivo, es verdad que la idea de después introducirlo y llevarlo al aula requiere de una formación, como he dicho anteriormente, y de un tiempo en el que a veces no se dispone, ¿no? A pesar de que hemos realizado actividades de formación, ahora mismo en julio tenemos prevista otra actividad de formación para el profesorado, precisamente de cara a la introducción en los másteres el año próximo. Es verdad que no se tienen por una parte hay personas que no creen en el lenguaje inclusivo de entrada, ¿no? Aunque sepan que es ley, aunque no estén en contra, no están especialmente interesadas. De hecho, aquí os pongo una captura de pantalla, una anulación de la acción formativa, el pensamiento crítico, el compromiso ético como competencias transversales del alumnado universitario. Esta es una formación para el profesorado que propició la misma universidad y a la que me inscribí, y la anularon por falta de inscripciones para poder realizarla. Cuando digo falta de inscripciones me refiero que hacen falta, me parece que 5 a 10 personas, no más, 10 personas en toda la universidad. No les interesó esto. Es verdad también que la profesión de la docente y de la investigadora se ha burocratizado. Las cargas de gestión son impresionantes, las cargas burocráticas, y por lo tanto hay que priorizar. También es cierto que la exigencia en la investigación no da demasiado tiempo entre la investigación, la docencia habitual y la gestión, pues alguien prioriza. Y se suele priorizar casi siempre en lo que cuenta más, lógicamente. Y la perspectiva de género, aunque sea algo que sea bien auspiciado y apoyado por las instituciones universitarias, no es algo que sea explícitamente valorado en las acreditaciones o en las valoraciones del profesorado. O solo la pequeña cosita que quería hacer hincapié es en otras cosas que tenemos pendientes, es cambiar la terminología de nuestra área de conocimiento de nuestra profesión. Basta decir el traductor cuando la mayoría somos traductoras. Basta decir el cliente cuando tenemos una palabra que se llama clientela, que aunque no tenga esta acepción ahora o sea connotada con otra acepción, podemos empezar a utilizar. Basta de hablar del destinatario cuando podemos decir la audiencia o el público, etc. Por último, y para finalizar, no quisiera dejar de mencionar una red de perspectiva de género en la docencia en traducción e interpretación a la que pertenezco y que fundamos en el 2018 cuando empezamos con toda esta idea de introducir la perspectiva en la formación. Es una red formada por 14 universidades, por 21 investigadoras, y tenemos la idea de el interés por introducir la docencia con perspectiva de género en nuestras asignaturas. Por lo tanto, compartimos materiales, información, compartimos espacios, ¿no? Compartimos experiencias también didácticas. Lo que hace más, dijéramos, esta red tan necesaria, puesto que la perspectiva de género, la introducción de la perspectiva de género no es una competencia transversal como otra, sino que representa un cambio de paradigma completamente, y como todos los cambios de paradigma, se necesitan actividades y acciones muy parecidas a las que se realiza el activismo, solo que en este caso es activismo académico, y como tal también funcionamos. No somos una red de apoyo completamente horizontal. De hecho, no tenemos ningún proyecto internacional, ningún proyecto europeo, ningún proyecto nacional, ningún proyecto autonómico. Simplemente estamos unidas por este interés, nos mantenemos en comunicación vía WhatsApp y por lo tanto no tenemos que rendir cuentas, dijéramos, a ningún proyecto, sino a nosotras mismas y a nuestra docencia. En fin, concluyo aquí, me he súper pasado de tiempo, y bueno, dejo esta imagen del pájaro en su jaula, porque obviamente en la jaula cuesta un poco salir, pero una vez sales ya estás fuera. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Lupe. Y bueno, ahora dejo la palabra también a los que quieran decir algo, intervenir. Pero bueno, en primer lugar, me parece fundamental, ¿no?, la reflexión sobre la enseñanza, la docencia y la idea de introducir la perspectiva de género en realidad todos los ámbitos, ¿no?, de enseñanza, no solo en ámbito traductivo, no solo en una carrera específica, sino empezar a repensar, ¿no?, en nuestra manera también de dar clase, y también la necesidad de una formación del cuerpo docente, porque evidentemente no se puede, no sé, inventar, ¿no?, una manera de hacer eso sin una formación previa. Me interesaba los resultados, ¿no?, y por así decir, la respuesta de las estudiantes y de los estudiantes, o sea, de las chicas y de los chicos, porque efectivamente también aquí en nuestras clases, ¿no?, se empieza a hablar de eso y a veces todavía hay resistencias, ¿no?, también por parte de chicas y chicos muy jóvenes, porque el problema, ¿no?, es eso, uno se imagina, ¿no?, un tipo de pensamiento de tipo patriarcal, pero en generaciones anteriores, así que generalmente, ¿no?, un chico, una chica de 20 años, de 2022, que está haciendo la universidad, así que también con una perspectiva, ¿no?, amplia, o sea, la idea de abrirse un poquito al mundo, resulta a veces un poco raro, ¿no?, encontrar resistencias, ¿no?, en ese tipo, pero evidentemente, como decías, no, hay pensamientos que de forma tampoco, o sea, no consciente en realidad, ¿no?, entra en nuestra manera de ver las cosas. Y por último, y se relaciona un poco con eso, los libros. Yo doy clase de español y veo que los manuales todavía presentan, y son manuales de la universidad, todavía presentan una visión patriarcal de todo. Así que me pasó hace unas semanas, ¿no?, un ejercicio donde se hablaba de la rutina de las tareas domésticas, ¿no?, o sea, un primer año de universidad, y ¿no?, mi madre limpió, mi padre salió con sus amigos, algo así. Y yo digo, bueno, no. Y era un libro nuevo de hace unos años, de 2020, estamos hablando, ¿no?, de un libro relativamente nuevo, y digo, bien, eso no está bien. Así que ahí efectivamente, ¿no?, mis estudiantes empezaron a hablar de eso, y dicen, no, pero es verdad, o sea, una reflexión poco a poco, ¿no?, entra también en clases que tienen que ver con otro tema, repito, la rutina y la limpieza y algo, pero por lo menos también ahí se produce, ¿no?, un pequeño debate, ¿no?, también. Así que muy, muy, muy interesante y muchísimas gracias. Preguntas, domande, ¿no? Porque la otra lengua es el italiano ahora, ¿verdad? No el inglés, creo.
Sí.
Sì. Eleonora, usi questo?
Aspetta, qua così mi vede. Ciao Lupe.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Dimmi.
chiedo in italiano.
Dai.
Volevo chiederti la fattibilità concreta di lavorare in questo modo nell'istituzione, cioè anche magari qualche consiglio di come tu hai operato e hai fatto per, come dire, cambiare veramente, insomma, introdurre in modo istituzionale, ecco, queste tematiche. Perché immagino che inizialmente appunto l'introduzione sempre nei nostri corsi, offrendo anche queste metodologie, ecco, queste teorie, ma dipende anche dal contesto, no? Quanto spazio viene dato. Quindi ero interessata a capire, perché so che tu stai lavorando molto anche proprio dal punto di vista istituzionale per appunto dare spazio al discorso degli studi di genere nei vari corsi di studio. Ecco, quindi ti volevo chiedere questo, a prescindere ovviamente dal nostro approccio, ecco, nella classe.
Bueno, lo cierto es que el apoyo institucional es fundamental. No es suficiente, pero es fundamental. La idea de que, bueno, desde la Universidad Autónoma sí que desde el Observatorio de la Igualdad, que es el ente, dijéramos, que imparte los contenidos, los cursos, las acciones de sensibilización. Además, es el instituto que promueve la creación de proyectos para que se pueda introducir en las diferentes facultades, dijéramos que da el apoyo. ¿Qué ocurre luego cuando llegas a los centros? En los centros, en las facultades, dijéramos que están los decanos y las decanas, ¿no? El presidente. Pues nosotros hemos contado, la verdad es que con la complicidad de nuestro decano de la universidad, de la facultad, que ha apoyado desde el primer momento la celebración de actividades. No solo la idea, no solo apoyar en la idea de cedernos el espacio, sino también de dotarnos económicamente, ¿no? De si se necesitaba una formación y no llegábamos con el dinero de nuestro proyecto pequeño, pues entonces se ponía por parte de la facultad. Y luego la idea de que desde Cataluña es obligatorio introducir la competencia de género. O sea, es que si no introduces la competencia de género, puede ser que no puedas impartir más esa titulación. O sea, es así, no pasas los procesos de acreditación que se llaman, ¿no? Entonces tienes un tiempo que puedes hacerle mejoras, ¿no? La cosa es, ¿cómo se hace esto? Porque introducir la perspectiva de género puede ser simplemente una cosita que introduzcas en la memoria de la titulación, tipo, pues en todos los documentos de la titulación utilizamos lenguaje inclusivo, pues hemos hecho una asignatura en esto y ya está, ¿no? Sea algo más, una introducción más cosmética o estética que real, y otra cosa es hacerla de manera real, ¿no? Y aquí sí que tienen que ver las personas, obviamente, ¿no? La voluntad de hacerlo. Pero sí, sin duda, el apoyo institucional es muy importante, sí, fundamental.
Sí, claro.
Y lo que comentabas antes con la resistencia del alumnado, ¿no? Que hay gente joven, sí. Sí, claro que sí, claro que hay. Vivimos en un patriarcado. ¿Cómo de repente no van a rebelarse ante algo que han creído y algo que consideran normal, ¿no? Cuando llamas la atención, independientemente de que seas mujer o de que seas hombre, no,
Claro, sí.
no importa. Ha habido reacciones de todo tipo. Yo he tenido estudiantes que se han levantado de clase y se han ido. Luego han vuelto. y luego han vuelto y hemos hecho muchas tutorías y he dado más bibliografía específica. En fin, es una carrera de fondo. Es una carrera de fondo. Pero hay que entender que, bueno, somos docentes al final, ¿no? La idea es que somos docentes, ¿no?
Otras cosas, comentarios, domande. Questioni. Che fa riflettere molto su tutto il percorso, anche su quello che hanno insegnato a noi, su come, no, hanno insegnato a noi le cose e su come dovremmo invece, no, cambiare la nostra maniera. È già cambiata, sta già cambiando, forse non è mai stata uguale a quella vecchia, no? Però fa riflettere molto. E anche il fatto che appunto ci sia una norma da loro, cioè, nel senso ci sia a livello di governo ci sia un obbligo per le università di dotarsi, da noi no, e quindi da noi sono esperienze indipendenti, no? Che partono appunto dalla volontà, dalla buona volontà, perché appunto come si diceva anche i fondi mancano e quindi insomma diventa poi più difficile promuovere anche cose di questo tipo, cioè già ci sono tanti altri problemi, cioè gli atenei hanno talmente tanti problemi che ritengono magari meno importante, ecco, questo. È vero che Ferrara, insomma, negli ultimi anni no, sta lavorando molto bene, poi Eleonora insomma, può parlare di questo.
Luego el trabajo en red es muy importante también, ¿eh? Las acciones de sensibilización, por ejemplo, he encontrado aliadas, dijéramos, en la Facultad de Educación, ¿no? Que hay otro grupo que está haciendo también sobre género, sexualidades queer y educación. Y entonces hemos podido traer, confinanciando los dos grupos, hemos podido traer a ponentes, por ejemplo, a Melibea Obono, que es una activista, escritora de Guinea Ecuatorial, que escribe en español y que ha sido traducida también por Lorenz Schimmel en su libro La Bastarda. La pudimos traer también gracias a estas colaboraciones puntuales, una manera de hacer red y de entender que gracias a estas colaboraciones tenemos puntos en común e intereses en común de manera más horizontal. Así que también es importante el crear estos pequeños redes, estos pequeños circuitos, ¿no? De interés.
Sí, hablamos de eso ayer, que también en Ferrara, no sé, los de derecho se ocupan evidentemente de eso, nosotros nos ocupamos de eso, pero no existe, ¿no? Todavía una red, ¿no? La unión de varias personas que se ocupen de la misma cosa y que puedan colaborar y por eso organizar cosas juntas y evidentemente, ¿no? Minimizar también los problemas, gastos, sí.
Claro.
De este tipo,
claro.
sí, el problema no se sabe, más o menos siempre es el mismo,
sì.
así que sì, Eleonora. Sì.
Ecco, non ci sono domande, quindi ritorno io. La domanda è invece quale è la risposta appunto negli studenti, appunto nei tuoi corsi, nell'università, e appunto se questa prospettiva viene introdotta appunto solamente a livello del magistrale, a livello invece magari della laurea triennale, ma soprattutto appunto capire se c'è un interesse, se ci sono appunto delle connessioni con altri corsi, con altri docenti.
Vale, la reacción del alumnado en general puedo decir que es muy positiva. El alumnado, como comentaba antes, son personas que ya en esta generación precisamente están muy al tanto de cuáles son las desigualdades de género, la importancia de poder verse representadas lingüísticamente y la crítica al patriarcado. Como decía la compañera, también es verdad que hay siempre resistencias, ¿no? Pero siempre habrá resistencias, ¿no? Pero suelen ser minoritarias, debo decir la verdad. En los cuestionarios siempre las preguntas es, primero, no sabía que podíamos traducir así, nadie nos lo había dicho. Es como si pensaran que por traducir eso tenían que olvidarlo. Quizás personas que son feministas o activistas en sus tiempos libres, bueno, en sus tiempos libres lo eres las 24 horas, porque ves luego el patriarcado por todos los sitios, pero hacían como una especie de separación entre eso y la práctica profesional, ¿no? Cuando se dan cuenta también de que es una responsabilidad poder incidir, poder y deber incidir, ¿no? Profesionalmente en ello, pues la verdad es que muchas se sienten aliviadas. Por ejemplo, esto lo vemos mucho también nosotros, por ejemplo, el Observatorio de la Igualdad tiene instaurado desde hace ya años los premios al TFG, que sería la tesis de laurea, ¿no? Los premios a las tesis a los TFGs con perspectiva de género para todo el campus. Y entonces cada facultad recibimos los de nuestra propia área de conocimiento, ¿no? Y luego pues el Observatorio de Igualdad los premia, ¿no? Pues elegimos cuál de ellos, ¿no? Pues desde luego los trabajos que tienen que ver con perspectiva de género, con visibilización de las traductoras, no sé, o incluso con, bueno, y con las razones, dijéramos, y con los motivos por supuesto, con las ideas de las identidades, las orientaciones disidentes, ¿no? Sexuales disidentes, ¿no? La idea del camp talk, esto, ¿no? Este tipo de temas ha crecido el interés exponencialmente y se ve en la cantidad de trabajos y de trabajos de final de grado que nos llegan. O sea, cada año son más las peticiones para dirigir, por favor, ningún trabajo más sobre RuPaul Drag Race, porque es como de moda, y hay otras series que de verdad que también se presentan problemas de traducción análogos, pero sí, se ve el interés, y se ve además sobre todo la idea de que ya lo adoptan, o la idea de que proponen soluciones traductoras que a veces incluso ni he podido llegar a imaginar, ¿no? Yo doy las clases en la hora de la trienal, la doy en teoría de la traducción, que es una asignatura troncal obligatoria que pasan todo el alumnado, dijéramos, del centro. Y uno de los trabajos es un encargo, dijéramos, de traducción y con soluciones del enfoque feminista. Y es sorprendente la manera en que en 4 meses han adquirido los conocimientos necesarios y cómo justifican sus soluciones traductoras. Así que yo en el alumnado tengo mucha confianza.
Sì, già. Altre cose, altre domande? No? Ok. Chiudiamo, Eleonora, cosa dici? Va bene. Ok, entonces le damos otra vez las gracias a Lupe y bueno, lástima que bueno, no puedas estar aquí con nosotros, pero muchísimas gracias. Y a ver si en los próximos años, ¿no? Vamos a
Ojalá que sí, claro que sí, claro que sí.
E muchísimas gracias. E noi ci vediamo, anzi andiamo al coffee break, che è dove era ieri, e riprendiamo da orario, vero Eleonora? Alle 11, así que a las 11, 11 o'clock here. Ok, e grazie di nuovo Lupe.
Arrivederci, grazie a voi, arrivederci, ciao ciao.
Grazie. No, perché dovrebbe funzionare, quindi chiedo. Figurati.
anche all'interview, sì, entrambi i passi, sì, sta fare molto di podcast. Secondo me, col microfono è giusto, sai quello quanto posso sceltato? Se già che si può vedere. Esatto, podcast ready. Invece il mio accento non faccio per quelli vedere cose diverse. A me piace non so perché però sono stata in Spagna e in Inghilterra che io e poi in Italia sempre est anche dove vengo perché c'è le mani e poi dove no ma perché è più stretta, cioè se no la commissione che proprio c'è il finale in mezzo e poi cioè non fa non devo studiare sempre l'unica cosa che viene distinguata per me è Milano, cioè come Milano quando devi cambiare prego a Milano stai passato da destra a no anche per andare a Torino ci viene a Verona come bene ma perché indipendentemente pure per esempio adesso c'è ma è tutto non c'è stato ormai cioè le due maggiori città della Spagna meridionale continentale non c'è bisogna andare a Foggia e poi oppure bisogna andare da Silvano e
It would be much better in about an hour.
Sai se posso comprare la chiavetta per mettere su qualcosa mi cavo. Ah,
Si está enchufado, ¿no? Sí. Ok. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Lei, ma forse da un altro lato?
Bien, José Sant'Emilia.
Soy José Sant'Emilia, io, sì.
Devo fare io, cioè, giusto?
No!
Elena,
Ho fatto degli accidenti.
io ormai
Lei,
faccio, mi
do
chiedo,
piacere,
mi chiedo.
insomma.
Ok, allora ho sbagliato.
Siamo organizzati.
Fate bene, non c'è l'oddio, non c'è niente.
No. Thank you. Okay. Beautiful. Yes.
Be British.
I'll go through it, but yeah, but like I don't want to interrupt any organizational discussions. They may be happening, but okay. Okay, are we ready to start then? We should, yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Something going on. Something going on?
Yeah, I think no, probably just a signature or something like that.
Okay.
I hope.
Let's start. Okay, I'm sorry for Elena. Just okay. Okay. So welcome back everyone to this full session. Welcome back everyone to session 4A. And our first speaker is Claudia Capenciani. Yes. Claudia Capenciani is reader in English literature at Bishop Rochester University, Lincoln, where she leads the English department and the Research and Knowledge Exchange Unit, voicing the past, culture, legacy, and narrative. She specializes in Victorian and contemporary British literature, multi-generational intellectual legacy, life, travel, and women's writing, gender, transnational, and translation studies. Her most recent publications include articles and chapters on Janet Ross, Lucy Duff Gordon, Sarah Austin, Michelle Robert, women's suffrage and provincial newspapers in Lincolnshire, Alfred Tennyson, and Margaret Galetti de Cadillac. She has also published On the Gothic and Danny Boyle's National Theatre production of Nick Dare's Frankenstein, detective fiction, Joyce Lusso, and Anglo-Italian literary and cultural connections. Today, she will be presenting a paper entitled Sarah Austin's Legacy as a Transnational Advocate of Women's Education in the 19th Century. So, Claudia, whenever you like, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Elena. So my paper, as Elena said, examines translation activism through the endeavors of Sarah Austin, a British woman writer who in the 19th century achieved European and transatlantic recognition as an outstanding English translator whose work was both well received and popular. She translated into English influential current academic and political thinking developed in France, Germany, and Italy, some of which impacted directly on social reform in Victorian Britain, and I should say the United States of America, as I will show slightly. Translation afforded Sarah Austin, and that's how she looks like in quite a young portrait made by a friend of hers, Miss Amelia Opie. Translation afforded Sarah Austin authority, authorship, and financial independence Furthermore, as I will argue today, it was a viable, empowering means to be an agent of change. I studied Jane Austen's agency as a pioneer who trusted the power of translation as, and I adapt here Louise von Floto's words, an intentional, socially activist activity, and asserts women's intellectual and political agency. Jane Martin and Joyce Goodman claimed Austen's place in the British history of education. I assert her gendering translation agency as a transnational advocate for national education who mediated work accomplished in France and Germany particularly, both on the science of education and on the implementation of national education. Rebecca Ruth Gould and Kayan Kahamesebian reflect on, I quote, the politics of language, labor, end of quote. In our present time, Austen demonstrates, I argue, the value of translational activism to create new knowledge and new political possibilities in the 19th century. So I'll go a bit farther back. Since Judith Johnson's work, Sarah Austen is recognized as a key contributor to the introduction of German intellectual thought into England, a reputation mostly due to her acclaimed landmark text on Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Characteristics of Goethe, as translated into English, that she published in 1833, reviewed as a translation, but it isn't just a translation. But this is not what I want to talk about. I'm using just bits of, oh, sorry, I've moved. There it is, sorry. Characteristics of Goethe and some of her prefaces to explain her views on what the duty, as she calls it, of a translation is. She had visibility and agency, therefore, as a European cultural mediator when she established her role as an advocate of national education. After introducing you to her reputation as, and I quote here from a review, Victorian Review, the best living translator, this is how they referred to her in the 19th century, I will examine 3 texts that are key in understanding her, her involvement in promoting national education. These are actually the covers from my archival research at the British Library, physically there, which is why I wanted to put the photograph there. So the texts report on the state of public instruction in Prussia, on national education, and 2 letters on girls' school and the training of working women. A correspondent too sheds light on her lobbying politicians, journals editors, and publishers to achieve the results of her comparative analysis of educational systems in Europe. However, we don't have time for that. I just mentioned that her letters to William Gladstone, and this is before he becomes the Prime Minister, that institutes the first act for national education in Britain in 1870s. This is in the 1830s, lobbying politicians, journals editors, and publishers to achieve the results of a comparative analysis.
Sounds like me, but I don't know what's going on.
However, we don't have time for that. I just mentioned that her letters to William Gladstone, and this is before he becomes the Prime Minister, that institutes the first act for national education in Britain in 1870s. This is in the 1830s, lobbying politicians.
No, sono mutate. Adesso sono mutate, è tutto a posto.
Sì.
No, non posso. No, non posso. No, sono...
Giulia, tutto ok?
Sì,
Sentiamo.
probabilmente si sentiva, Sara, un ritorno di qualcuno che aveva la telecamera,
Io ho mutato un microfono di un partecipante.
Ok, perfetto. Ok, allora era tutto sotto controllo. Ok, grazie. Sì, no, era una delle partecipanti che stava seguendo lo streaming su YouTube.
Ok.
È questo, eri tu.
Allora, infatti
sembrava tutto a posto, Sara.
Just a bit delay.
Ok, potete riprendere.
Right. Thank you. Sorry, so I was just mentioning her correspondence with William Gladstone, who then became the Prime Minister that instituted the first Elementary Education Act in 1870. But their correspondence starts at the end of the 1820s. So she shows how much of a cultural mediator through translation she is, even in the correspondence. She's a trusted mediator. Gladstone gives her text to bring to Germany, and she brings text to him from Germany. It's a constant network of exchanging ideas and documents. That's the documentation, like Jose was saying yesterday, that very important documentation. So, who is Sarah Austin? This is her mom, you see on the slide. I don't have many photographs, so I'm using what I have. This is a portrait of her mother. Sarah Austin received an unusually extensive education, which included, I quote, Latin, French, Italian, and German, end of quote, in view of the fact that, in the words of her mother, I quote, a well-educated young woman may always provide for herself, end of quote. Her impressive reading list includes philosophical, historical, and political texts in a variety of languages. Her parents, after all, Susanna and John Taylor, were leading members of the Unitarian congregation at Warwick, and also they used their house as a salon for dissenting debates of intellectual nature. So Sarah was used to debating, but also very radical types of intellectual discourses. After her marriage to, and this is her husband in the bigger photograph, married John Austin, who was a philosopher, a legal philosopher to be precise. She became close friend to Jeremy Bentham and James Mill, who were her husband's mentors, whose so the utilitarian philosophical theories of Bentham and Mill influence her view on national education. When her husband stopped practicing as a solicitor in 1825, 4 years after the birth of their only child, and did not succeed in building an academic career, Sarah made good use of her education and developed a writing career by specializing in translating into English the work of radical intellectuals of the time. And I have a slide here with some of them, so you can see them, particularly French and German intellectuals, whom she often knew personally and with whom she engaged dialectically. And they were all radical intellectuals at the time. Nowadays we study them, but at the time they were intellectual, radical thinkers. So you see the most important examples, whose work she translated. And again, correspondence is very interesting because she exchanges ideas with them. By the second half of the 1830s, reviewers recognized her work as, I quote, the benchmark for literary translation, end of quote. And her name appeared on the title page. So if I go back, you might see. Her informative prefaces state her role as the producer of the book the target language audience is about to read, but only include her initials at the end of the writing, which possibly understating, however, do not diminish her assured professional authorial voice. Austin paratexts are evidence of her authorial identity and acumen in understanding the Victorian publishing market, and demonstrate her skills as an editor, critic, and historian, as well as a translator activist who widened the political debates on national education in Britain. In a letter to the Athenaeum dated 1848, she affirms her, I quote, duty as an interpreter between nations, end of quote, revealing how she conceives the role of the translator as political and akin to that of a diplomat, who deals with the complexities and risks of acting publicly and politically by interpreting not only linguistic, but also social cultural differences. Her paratexts identifies translation as a creative process whose role and results is the product of a dialogic relationship between authors and their texts, and outlines how she produces a new text in English to circulate ideas and materials that she deems relevant and influential in a time in the UK of radical change, thus making her agency apparent. They also show a tension between identifying herself as a mere translator, she still writes that in the prefaces and paratexts, and a public dimension as the interpreter of scholarly texts, satisfying the knowledge gaps of a British contemporaneous readership as a woman. She carefully balances an authorial voice that expresses linguistic and scholarly competence with fulfilling the expectations of Victorian gender norms in terms of both standards of content and the risks in disseminating new and potentially controversial ideas from diverse European countries, such as Cousin's study of education in Prussia, which was seminal to the French 1833 Cousin law establishing national education in France. So an instrumental report that was mentioned in the House of Commons since its French publication in 1833, Austin published Cousin's report on the state of public instruction in Prussia in 1834, so immediately after. She had met the French philosopher in Bonn in the late 1820s when he was busy collecting the material for his report commissioned by the French government. She was there with her husband preparing for her lectureship at UCL. She then understood the importance of Cousin's work and decided then that she had to import his ideas. So she was ready as soon as he was published in French to disseminate the work in the UK. To this purpose, she obtained a contract for an affordable, and this is really important to her, it always has to be an affordable publication in English as soon as the original was published. She reconfigured Cousin's report to discuss only, I quote here already from her preface, the subject of primary instructions, end of quote, to advocate compulsory primary education because she claims, I quote, this is education which is absolutely necessary to moral and intellectual well-being of the mass of the people. The preface clarifies this selective choice and affirms Cousin's approval of it, because they recognize that the debate in the UK is about primary education. And so that's what matters. She points out that it is not an amusing book, but a difficult one that deals with legislation and legislative institutions that build a national system of education. And contrary to Gladstone, at this point, she understands how critical is defined the role religion has in national education. She agrees with Cousin that, I quote, the whole fabric rests on the sacred basis of the Christian love, because it is all embracing Christian teaching that should matter, not the practice of a creed, so that all Christians could be in support of a national compulsory scheme for primary education. In deconstructing preconceptions against primary education as a modern invention of the Prussian government or an outcome of the Reformation, she outlines how it is discussed in other countries and supported by other religions, not just the Protestant creeds. She also explains that compulsory education does not imply the imposition of what type of education establishment parents can choose, and that schools in Prussia are inspected and teachers trained, always very important in the UK market to tell them that there is a choice. In line with utilitarianism, therefore, she claims the duty of, I quote, an enlightened government, end of quote. That duty is to achieve the greater good, to promote, I quote, the moral and intellectual character of future citizens by acting on what is a question of national duty, children's education. So as J.S. Mill later also sustained, Austin believes education is a human right, essential to the development of ethical citizens who understand and protect their freedom by sustaining that of others. She does not only identify education as an absolute necessity, you can see it's a quotation, to supporting progress and the development of modern nation states, but also a means to promote a peaceful society. You need to remember this is quite an unstable time in the UK. And it is this preoccupation that influenced what her biographer seems to always define as a later conventional views on social class and gender, maintained in 2 letters on girls' school and on the training of working women. How am I doing? Because with the break, I don't know. Right? So Austin had thoroughly prepared for Kazan's report by collecting comparative material, including official documents that she writes were not likely to fall in the way of many English readers. So in 1839, she manages to publish them in On National Education, a volume that included an article on France's implementation of new education policy she previously published in 1835. In this case, this is a volume with her English translations of 9 French and German documents, and they are the source for quotations and statistical data used as references and evidence within the structure of what is essentially an essay. This form heightens our concern regarding contributing to a public debate that had entered party politics at this point. So in her preface, she balances her awareness of a need to disseminate those materials that are essential to the British legislative political discussion with a decisive denial of an alignment with party politics. And you can see the quotation, it's there, it's on the slide. I must earnestly and sincerely disclaim the smallest wish or intention of the kind. So she doesn't want to be exposed to risks and thus contextualize her purpose within an ethical, political sphere. She's an intellectual, not a politician, that is beyond party politics. So she uses the pronoun we and identifies herself as one, I quote, of the friends of education and therefore of humanity, end of quote. Indeed, she warns against popular national prejudices when what is at stake is the dignity of human life and its protection. She finishes with a quotation by Immanuel Kant, reminded everyone that we must combine our forces, end of quote, to achieve the distinguishing feature of humankind, wisdom. So in the report of the state of public instruction in Prussia and on national education, Austin aligns very clearly with Kazan in sustaining no exception to a compulsory primary education or differences. Primary education is, a quote, equally suitable to boys and girls. I think it's the opposite, isn't it? It's girls and boys, actually in the quotation, sorry. She's right, she goes for girls and boys. There is absolutely nothing to retrench in the course prescribed for the elementary schools and in that of the superior primary schools. It is only necessary to omit the elements of geometry with its practical applications. All the rest ought to be preserved. And you have the whole quotation there. Why geometry? Interesting, isn't it? So she disapproves of gender-specific schools, but states the need for gender-specific training, such as needlework. So she distinguishes between the practical, the training, and the education as the theoretical educational element. However, after a gap of 20 years, in 1857, and this is the final text, we have 2 letters on girls' school and on the training of working women. And here we see the wisdom, possibly she's about 64 by then, but also of a long life as a professional woman, I would argue. Here, she defines this gender-specific need to include household work in the curricula for girls, specifically those from a poor background. This text argues the need for useful, I quote, and suitable instruction, built upon, I quote, the 3 great and powerful instruments of education: reading, writing, and casting accounts. For girls, the social status determines their need to work both within and outside their household. on the basis that they could not act on the education they received. She argues the need for them to receive an education that does not conceive domestic work as inappropriate or diminishing, but, I quote, attainments indispensable, end of quote, to their future life. So you can see here again this utilitarian understanding of education for the well-being of the human being. She's dissatisfied with, you know, we do see, of course, elitist utilitarian views here as well. That's the time we're in. So she understands the need for a different training when it comes to working class women. So women that have to work. So I would say that though I do understand that we have an elitist social perspective here, there's also a much more practical and ethical perspective as a woman. These are gendered opinions that are incapable of envisaging a woman's identity beyond a marital or domestic context. Yet, in reiterating the significance of home as a female space, she does not limit the freedom of working class women to it. What she affirms is the inevitability, that's it, for them to contend with housekeeping and employment. And so many women understand that today too. So, and that's what I think is very interesting. So she claims that the male intellectuals she translated previously have, I quote, failed to understand the needs for girls who are in need to earn a living as well as running a household, end of quote. Because of the privileges of class and gender, they have not conceived what is for women who have a profession still an imperative need to be fulfilled, domestic virtues. And this is, of course, Victorian England. They are domestic virtues. Victorian womanhood was defined by them, as Austen herself knew too well. Two Letters and Girls' School echoes not only her concerns about publishing on education at a time when the government's agenda focuses on this issue, but also about her life as a wife, whose successful literary career overshadowed that of her husband. Austen indeed was the breadwinner in the family. In line with utilitarianism, she argues national education is a means of promoting ethics and well-being of all members of society. Hence, school education should not fail girls by preparing them inadequately for their future. She does not envision women in the public sphere in these letters, disappointingly, but also coherently. She considers only two options for working class women to contribute into society, as wives or domestic servants. It would be a waste and improvidence, I quote. She writes, if the science of education did not reflect those gender and class differences that identify a woman, I quote, as a useful helpmate. And this is the concept that includes herself, I believe, as a useful translator who aptly selects and reconfigures timely scholarly texts for the expanding British readership to promote political and social change in the 19th century. As a 19th century translator, I conclude, Sarah Austen anticipates approaches to agency and visibility the scholars such as Simon Floater and Goddard have identified in feminist translators. To use Goddard's words, as Austen understands translation, I quote, as an interpretative transformation, end of quote, whose ownership she makes visible in her paratexts, as well as her text. Translation is one of the components of her texts and has space to affirm agency and activism. They are therefore key in recovering Austen's viable model for translation as a writing profession for women as agents in interpreting and transforming those debates shaping the modern nation. Through them, she demonstrates that, and I'm using here Patricia Hill Collins' words, quote, Honing skills of translation constitutes both an important intellectual challenge and a political necessity. End of quote. Informed by transnational discourses, her translation aimed to be accessible and engaging for her target language readership. As a translator activist, Austin contributed to the study of education and the establishment of national primary education in England as a translator activist, I would argue. Thank you.
Sorry, the interrupted. Yeah, I forgot to mention. Okay. Thank you very much, Claudia, for that wonderful presentation on a much needed topic, which is intersection between educational concerns and gendered translator agencies. So thank you very much for that. If you don't mind, I think it would be best to leave the questions for the last part of the session, if you agree. So I shall be presenting now our next speaker. Who's ready? Let me know if I'm mispronouncing anything. Oaknin, more or less.
Yeah, Mathal Oaknin.
Mathal, okay, Oaknin. So Dr. Oaknin is associate professor teaching. I guess that's her specialty, teaching at UCL's Department of Spanish, where she's a Spanish language coordinator. Her research focuses on gender and identity in Spanish contemporary literature and teaching Spanish as a foreign language, and seeks to support EDI action in higher education. Mathal is a fellow of the HEA and is the co-director of the Excerpt seminar series in translation and modern language education, UCL and University of Córdoba. Her work has appeared in journals such as Especulo, Fahrenheit 452, Alba Magazine, Translators, Hikma and Argus, and includes the volumes Literatura Política y Política Literaria en España, del desastre del 98 a Felipe VI, Petalán, and Feminism, Writing, Feminism, and Media in Spain, Petalán as well. So, Mathal, whenever you like, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your very kind words of introduction and for having me here. It is a pleasure to be here, and it has been an even greater pleasure to be in Ferrara. I am trying to share my PowerPoint presentation, but I am not very good with Google Meet. So could you please help me? I'm trying to share my entire screen, but it's not working.
Let me, let's see.
I can share your entire screen, a window, or a tab.
This is what you should do because we don't have your presentation here. You could upload it, I guess, and we could present it ourselves. But I think you need to just click this button here. Something.
I can't see, sorry.
Can you see this button with an arrow upwards?
You
see it like that? Yes.
The pin yourself to your main screen. Is that it?
Can you see? Let's see. Okay. Can you see the buttons?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's the fourth button.
Yeah. It's present.
Yeah. Okay. Can you press that?
Yeah, but now I can choose your entire screen, a window, or a tab.
Okay.
Okay.
Entire. Or the last one.
The last one.
A tab.
On top. Yeah.
Select a tab. I can't get anything.
No, maybe he has to click again on the window.
I think you need to click again on the window. Try that.
A tab. Yeah.
Try.
That's scary.
Just Sara, sei lì? Perché ha fatto la condivisione dello schermo.
No, it's not what.
Adesso deve interrompere.
Yeah.
Ok.
I am so sorry. I don't think it's working, or maybe I don't know how to do it. Is it easier if maybe I email it to you?
Can
Sì.
yeah, okay. Just yes, because if she uploads it here, she won't be.
No.
Just send it our way. Just send it to the.
Thank you so much to Translation Fest.
Giulia, eccomi.
No, Sara, non riesco a condividere.
Okay, I can send it to you.
No.
Not yet.
Ha un Mac?
Ha un Mac, non so. You have a PC?
Yes.
Maple.
Do you,
Have a PC or Mac?
or a Mac? What do you have? I think she's. It's not. Okay.
Se ce lo manda soltanto subito come fare ad entrare.
È super necessario per una presentazione.
Ci sente?
The for organizational purposes, how necessary would it be for you to share the presentation for your talk? I mean, could you manage without the presentation? Because
Okay,
gonna be-
I can just describe what the text is about. It's a shame because I wanted everyone to read an excerpt, which is what I use with my students. But if it's not possible, don't worry. I don't want to make the whole conference late because of my PowerPoint.
can you try again to share your screen with us?
Yes, so share your entire screen. Yes.
But why the window?
The problem is like it's not possible to see my PowerPoint presentation.
That's what they told me yesterday. This one.
Oh,
Yeah, this one. They made me do it in the other room.
No. Wait.
oh, I've just seen it. Share.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
Oh, what's
Sure.
happening?
See, now open your PPT, and there you go.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Wow, wonderful. Thank you so much for your help. Okay, so shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for welcoming me here and also for your really kind help. So today I would like to propose that at a time when most universities are committed to thorough EDI agendas, the use of novels that have appealed to the public, such as Girl, Woman, Other by Bernardine Evaristo, constitute a great opportunity for us translation tutors to expose our students to intersectional feminism, that's raising awareness of otherness and Blackness as opposed to normalness and whiteness, and to expose them to more inclusionary feminist politics. And at the same time, it will allow us to fine-tune their translation skills. So first of it all, allow me to provide you with a brief introduction to the novel. Girl, Woman, Other by Bernardine Evaristo was published in 2019. It is the 8th novel by Bernardine Evaristo, and if you haven't read it, you might have seen it in the news because it was the co-winner of the Booker Prize in 2019. Together, she shared the prize with Margaret Atwood, who published The Testaments. And it has also won over 30 Book of the Year honors. It was one of the titles listed by Barack Obama in his 19 books of 2019. And it was also a feminist critic, Roxane Gay's favorite book of 2019. The novel follows the lives and struggles of 12 characters. 11 of these characters identify as women, and one of them identifies as non-binary. They are all Black, and actually we do only find white characters in the periphery of the narration, and they are all British. Some of them were born in the UK, some of them weren't. It is a very polyphonic novel, and actually this polyphony makes for an excellent vehicle to celebrate difference. The action spans different decades and also different contexts. And what all the characters have in common is that they all have great struggles, but in the end, all of them show amazing resilience. I just said that the novel does celebrate difference, and this is very important, but the themes in the novel are also very universal and very timeless. So it's very easy for our students to relate to them. And love and the meaning on love and how one can find healthy love is a very salient theme. There's also the question of having a pure ideology versus having to sell out, especially as we grow older. Also, having a pure ideology versus using this ideology in order to manipulate people, especially vulnerable people. And there's, of course, also the question of privilege and power, different forms of the notion of family, and a wide range of cultural, social, political, economic topics in Great Britain. I first read the novel in summer 2020, and I had recently completed a really enriching workshop delivered by John Gray from the Institute of Education on recognizing LGBTQI+ identities in the modern language classroom. So I thought that this would be a great opportunity to incorporate this kind of characters and topics into my final year advanced translation module. We do translation from English into Spanish. And actually, the novel is really readable. It is 400 pages long, so it's not a short novel, but the structure is really simple. It has 12 main characters, and they are divided equally into 4 chapters. So each chapter describes 3 characters, and all of these characters are interconnected. Sometimes these characters are friends, sometimes they are enemies, sometimes they agree in the politics, sometimes they are political enemies, sometimes they are or were lovers, etc. I thought, and actually this was eventually the case, that the way that characters are presented to us in a very complex and rich way would allow us to have very interesting in-class discussions. And actually, we see from the beginning that the characters are often contradictory, but we do sympathize with them after all. There's, for example, the case of Yas, who is a 19-year-old girl. She's very assertive, very vocal in her feminist politics, and she is really sassy when she speaks to her relatives and to her friends. However, in her personal life, she's really insecure, and she sells herself short in her love relationships. There's also another character who's quite contradictory. Her name is Winsome, and she migrated to the UK from the Caribbean decades ago. She had to face racism. She was trapped in a loveless marriage. She had to raise her kids in a very hostile society. And we do sympathize and admire her. However, then we find out as readers that she is having an affair with her daughter's husband. So you see, the characters are quite complex. as Claire Bucknell has avowed, none of these characters supports all Black womanhood or Black personhood. There are always some identities they will not stand for, or because they are figures in a novel, stand in for. I first say to my students that we're going to work with different fragments of the novel, and our framework, the angle we are going to work with, is informed by this quote by de Lotbinière Harwood. She says, "My translation practice is a political activity aimed at making language speak for women. So my signature on a translation means this translation has used every possible feminist translation strategy to make the feminine visible in language, because making the feminine visible in language means making women seen and heard in the real world, which is what feminism is all about." So I say to my students, okay, we're going to approach the translation of this excerpt, and we want to use it so that all women are seen and heard in the world. And this all women is very important because, as I just said, this novel celebrates difference. And while we are aiming at making sense of this translation, we are also going to discover what intersectionality is and what it has to do with a feminist translation. So intersectionality is the network of connections between social categories such as race, class, and gender, especially when this may result in additional disadvantage or discrimination. The definition that I have just read to you is the definition that in 2015 was included in the Oxford Dictionary. However, this is a term that was first coined by Professor Kimberly Crenshaw from the USA, who identifies as Black, and she coined it for the first time in 1989. When we acknowledge intersectionality, we are acknowledging that everyone has their own unique experiences of discrimination and oppression, and we must consider everything and anything that can marginalize people. Here we have a very good and useful visual reminder, The Wheel of Power and Privilege by Sylvia Duckworth. So these factors include gender, race, class, sexual orientation, physical ability, etc. The main message for our students, and also what becomes very evident when they start to have discussions in order to prepare for the translation of the text, which I will show you next, is that any feminism that purely represents the experiences of white, middle class, able-bodied, heterosexual, etc. women will fail to achieve equality for all. And this is, in most cases, I find the kind of feminism that my students have been exposed to in their gender studies modules, etc. So it opens up their mind, and the exercise helps them discover it by themselves. So as I said, I have attempted to work with different passages of the novel. Now I would like all of you please to take a minute or two to read this first excerpt, which is the beginning of the chapter Dominic, that's the name of this character. And this is what we work with in our first lesson. If you could please take a minute to read it. If that's okay, I hope you've had a quick glance at least, and I'll move on to my next slide, but I will be coming back to this text. Well, here you can see different quotes highlighting the very unconventional style of the novel. And I said that I wanted to use this novel for my translation into Spanish advanced module. So this module is titled SPAN 0034, Translation into Spanish. And I teach it in the final year of the BA Spanish and Latin American Studies. So it is a compulsory module. It seeks to consolidate level C1 of the Common European Framework for Languages and also to explore level C2. The main objectives, as you can read, are the usual suspects: to improve students' linguistic and translation skills, to introduce students to a variety of text types, etc. But I found that this novel, these excerpts, were really useful for helping my students develop this final objective that I have highlighted: to use translation as a valuable communicative skill in order to develop students' interlinguistic and intercultural abilities. So in this sense, translation has a double role, not just learning to translate, and also using translation in a pedagogical way so that they can improve their Spanish, but also it is key in intercultural mediation. And intercultural mediation is something that we can very easily use in my university, because in UCL we have a percentage of 48 international students. So 48% of international students, well, that's what I meant, from more than 150 countries. This means that whenever I attempt these exercises, I divide my students into small groups, maybe 3 or 4 students per group. It depends on the different cohorts that we have each year. And also, honestly, it depends on how many people decided to turn up in class, because after the pandemic, this has been one of our challenges. So in 2018, mediation was first included as a mode of communication in the CEFR companion volume. And since then, in different countries, different institutions have tried to start incorporating mediation in their syllabus, but also in their exams, etc. Trovato understands mediation as a type of interaction that takes place among people that, due to various reasons, are unable to communicate with each other. And I like very much to capitalize on this, because I encourage students to work in small groups where people have different linguistic abilities. They also come from different backgrounds. Sometimes they have different ethnicities. Sometimes they come from different educational experiences, etc., and nationalities. And I find that that is a way to foster diversity and inclusion in the classroom. And normally, what they can learn from each other is very useful. They can fill in each other's knowledge gaps. So in this sense, when they are discussing this text in order to translate it, they are not just working on their traditional language skills, such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking, but also we are fostering more advanced skills, which are also soft skills that once they join the workforce, they will have to put into practice, such as reformulating ideas, condensing information, providing definitions, explaining extralinguistic and cultural references, shifting registers. And not only that, but they are also exploring what intersectional feminism is. The first thing that these groups normally highlight, what really stands out for them, is that, as you can see, the style is very unconventional and very disruptive. So we start by commenting on this fusion fiction. This is how Bernardine Evaristo describes this style. And it is a form of disruption, a form of protest against our patriarchal and racialized society. So instead of having full stops, we find a poetic style of punctuation in which breaks dictate rhythm and beat. She uses line breaks to convey difficult, painful experiences. There are also many instances of direct and indirect speech, random sentences, stream of consciousness, and also from the point of view of improving their linguistic and translation skills. You can see here that there's, for example, the question of Nzinga was profusely grateful when a passing Dominic. Here, the gerundio is used in a way in which it wouldn't be used in Spanish. So this is a very useful grammatical item for them to revise. Also, was, found, were, offered, suspected. All of these past tenses are not so straightforward when they try to translate them into Spanish. So they have to revise the uses of the different past tenses, such as imperfecto, pasado simple. But moving on from these purely linguistic skills, they also have to foster their interlinguistic and intercultural abilities and develop their documentation skills, because some of the terms are very culturally charged. When we speak about commuters, many of them have discussions about how can we explain what a commuter is if many of our readers do not come from big capitals. What about the contents of Nzinga's bag? Passport, AZ, rough guide to London, hand purse, tampons, Zenith camera, etc. That prompts the question, what kind of person do you think Nzinga is? If the action takes place in 2019, why is she traveling with all these things? Why is she not just taking photos with her phone? And why is she not just using Google Maps? So, like, this leads to discussions about what a peculiar person she is. How would you translate AZ, the rough guide to London, if, for example, they decide that they are translating for a Spanish audience or for a Latin American Spanish-speaking audience, etc. What about Palmer's hand cream? Should they transform it and adapt it to, for example, Nivea? But would that be okay? Because we want to capitalize on the question of intersectional feminism, and Nzinga, we later find out, is a Black woman. And Palmer's hand cream was actually voted #1 cocoa lotion for dark skin. So, like, it makes them discuss the question of difference. Not only that, but if they consider the message in the novel, what is happening is that we have the character of Dominique, who is a very positive, assertive woman, very creative, very cheerful. And then she bumps into Nzinga, who is a really peculiar, strikingly beautiful, interesting woman. It starts off as the beginning of a love story. However, in the end, in this part that I have highlighted in pink, we can see that what is happening, there is a very telling repetition. We can see that what is happening is the beginning of a toxic relationship. And that's how the chapter ended up, like really exploring domestic violence. So, Dominique.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm gonna have to ask you to perhaps conclude in 3-4 minutes.
Yes, that's fine.
Sorry, yeah, no IT expert either, but like, sorry, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So here, what we can see is that Dominique is repeating what Nzinga said and feeling very insecure and feeling uncomfortable. So we do speak about that as well. From the point of view of our LGBTQ students, these kind of texts are very important because we are providing them with an opportunity for identification. and recognition. But from the point of view of our students who are not members of the LGBTQ community, we are actually also enlisting their empathy and inviting them to see the world through different eyes. Because this is also something that is really key for me in class. I believe that all of our students need to be mirrored in the public sphere, to take the words from Doreen Kondo. And also, when we are talking about this passage, I like to prompt them to use every single strategy to make translation a performative act, in words of Robinson, because we want their translations to produce an effect on the receivers of the translation, and to describe the fact that this instance of intimate partner violence is experienced differently in the case of these lovers who are Black lesbian women. Here you have some like statistics from the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey. So intimate partner violence doesn't happen equally for all sorts of women. Finally, I would like to conclude with this quote by Gay, which states that as a woman of color, I find that some feminists don't seem terribly concerned with the issues unique to women of color, the ongoing effects of racism, post-colonialism, the status of women in the third world, the fight against the trenchant archetypes Black women are forced into, such willful ignorance, such willful disinterest in incorporating the issues and concerns of Black women into the mainstream feminist project, makes me disinclined to own the feminist label until it embraces people like me. So that's a final message that I have attempted to expose my students to intersectional feminism. It has opened their eyes. They have put into practice all their like language skills, but at the same time, they have come up with some really interesting points, and they have also appreciated the chance either to be recognized or to view things differently. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mafal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Despite all the technical difficulties, we've managed to
yeah, thank you for your help.
Thank you very much for your patience also. So we're going directly to our third and last speaker, Dr. Demidel. Dr. Isis Aki Demidel received her bachelor's and master's degree in translation and interpreting studies from Hacettepe University in 2011, 2014, respectively. She was ranked first in English at the Young Translators contest by the Turkish Secretariat General for EU Affairs in 2010. She earned her PhD in Translation and Cultural Studies in 2020 with her dissertation, A Sociological Approach to Feminist Translation Practices in Turkey, the Case of Feminist Websites. She has been working at Ankara Science University as an assistant professor since 2021. Her main research interests include feminist translation studies, translation sociology, translation agents, descriptive translation studies, and critical discourse analysis. Today, she's going to speak about teaching feminist translation in Turkey. Whenever you like, Dr. Demidel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor. I will try to share my presentation first. And I'm sorry, I will try to handle it. Can you see it?
Yeah, no, share your screen and just open up the PPT. I think it's the easiest way, probably. Just share the screen. You know, the button.
Yes, I know. I will try to handle it. Wait a second, please. I will handle it. And I will try again. But I cannot see my presentation. Is it okay to share my screen, whole screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it?
No, you haven't shared your screen yet.
Can you see it?
No, you haven't shared your screen yet. Just
wait.
see the arrow.
I will try.
Upwards, the
again.
arrow, like the.
Yes, I click it, and then.
And it doesn't work.
Wait again.
Yeah, something's happening now. Yes.
Can you see it?
Just open it and yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, distinguished researchers. First of all, I respectfully greet you all. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to present my research at the 5th European Colloquium on Gender and Translation. I hope my presentation will also contribute to the Colloquium. Before proceeding to my main focus of research, I will give some introductory information on translation's pivotal role in the Turkish feminist movement at the specific context of Turkish language and culture and resulted translation, especially feminist translation conception in Turkey. In this way, I will try to show why courses focusing on feminist translation and/or gender and translation are crucial for us. Let's start. Translation has always played a fundamental role in the Turkish feminist movement throughout history. Translation has enabled Turkish women to access and import different feminist concepts, knowledge, and theories in the world, especially the Western ones, and hence to construct feminist language, discourse, and consciousness in Turkey. Interestingly enough, Turkish women also become aware of their own feminist history through translation. Thanks to the intralingual translation and/or transliterations made from Ottoman into contemporary Turkish feminists have learned about Ottoman feminism and discovered the inspiring feminist struggles of their grandmothers dating back to the middle of the 19th century. Translation still helps Turkish feminists to cross national, cultural, and language borders and hence contribute to forging transnational feminist solidarities and collaborations. Despite the crucial and transformative role translation has played throughout the history of the Turkish feminist movement and recently growing academic interest in feminist translation in Turkey since 2010s, general translation and translator conception in Turkey does not comply with the feminist translation and feminist translator conception of FTS, feminist translation studies, especially the Canadian-based first paradigm of it. In other words, compared to the Canadian, American, or many European countries' context, Turkey's specific context, grammatically genderless structure of Turkish language, resultant lack of feminist linguistic activism, perception of translation as a derivative, secondary action, and uncreative copy, and the overvalued notion of fidelity to be directed towards source text and order does not provide a suitable environment for feminist translation in Turkey. That's why feminist translation as a practice does not have a chance to flourish within this specific context of Turkish language and culture. Accordingly, in Turkey, as in the countries like Italy, the number of translators who actively use mainstream, Canadian feminist translation strategies and clearly identify themselves as feminist translators are almost non-existent. In this regard, Emek Ergün and her translations of Virgin, The Untouched History, and Kindred are the most important exceptions in Turkey. In her translator's prefaces accompanying her translations, she makes her presence as a feminist translator visible. Ergün is the first to openly claim the level of feminist translation and feminist translator. But even Ergün, who explicitly identifies herself as a feminist translator and uses mainstream feminist translation strategies, recognizes that the specific context of Turkey does not provide a suitable ground for feminist translations for the reasons discussed above. On the other hand, even though they do not define themselves as feminist translators, and they do not clearly label their translations as feminist translations, and they do not use Canadian feminist translation strategies. The Turkish translators who translate feminist and or gender conscious text have generally feminist agenda and or gender conscious perspective. However, many of these translators are not sufficiently aware of the feminist politics of translation or do not sufficiently recognize feminist power of translation, because translation is considered secondary and subordinate to the overvalued position of original in the Turkish cultural ethos. As argued analysis of the documentary Isyan and Isvan explicitly show that even the most prominent Turkish feminist translators of the 1980s, whose translations enabled to construct feminist language, discourse, and consciousness in Turkey in those years, do not acknowledge translation's activist power and its pivotal role and collaborative effect on the Turkish feminist movement. On the contrary, as Argan states that they portray translation as some sort of distraction from real feminist politics. Similarly, some interviews that I conducted for my PhD dissertation with the translators translating for feminist websites in Turkey, beş harflerden çatlak zemin, displayed that feminist translators have not problematized translation, especially political, feminist power of translation sufficiently, despite their inspiring translations on the website. I was even surprised when a socialist feminist translator said that translation was secondary to the original and publishing to the feminist street movement. She stated that they had to turn to publishing and therefore to translation because the current political conjuncture in Turkey makes street movement difficult. So it is possible to claim that translation has not received the value it deserves from the feminist circles in Turkey. All these things reveal that the necessity and the importance of the courses that will focus on the interrelation between gender and translation and aim to raise novice translators' critical knowledge and awareness on this close relationship. Within this context, this study argues that teaching feminist translation to novice translators could be considered the first and one of the most crucial steps in transforming the current situation in Turkey. The previous studies, which emphasize the importance and contribution of feminist translation pedagogy and the course focusing on gender and translation and raising critical awareness of students of different disciplines, especially translation studies and gender studies, support this argument. After this long, but I think necessary introduction, we can move on to the main part of the study. Considering the discussion in the introduction part, this study aims to highlight the current situation of teaching feminist translation in Turkey. Due to time constraint, I will focus only on the undergraduate curriculums of translation and interpreting studies departments at Turkish universities. However, in due course, I plan to extend the scope of the study to include the graduate programs in translation studies department and the undergraduate and graduate programs in gender studies departments. To this end, translation and interpreting departments offering undergraduate programs were listed first based on the data of the Council of Higher Education. When the official webpage of Council was scanned by typing the keyword "mütercim tercümanlık," it means translation and interpretation in Turkey, in the search bar, it was seen that there are 53 undergraduate programs in Turkey in total by the year of 2021. By the way, I would like to state that the first translation and interpretation undergraduate program was established in 1982 in Turkey, and there has been a growing interest in these undergraduate programs in recent years. Like the undergraduate programs, the graduate ones have increased in number in the last 10 years. Then, after listing this 53 undergraduate programs, their curriculums were analyzed one by one to find out how many undergraduate programs offer a course focusing on gender and translation and or feminist translation. The analysis revealed that only 8 out of 53 programs offer a course focusing on the interrelation between gender and translation. These 8 undergraduate translation and interpretation programs and the name and the type of the courses they offer are as follows. A more detailed analysis on this list showed that only the first 2 out of these 8 programs are actively running the course. The following 3 programs have recently included the course in their curriculums, and the last 3 programs do not have 3rd or 4th grade students to teach the course as they are newly established. Additionally, it needs to be stated that Hacettepe University Translation and Interpreting English program is the first program actively running the course. In our phone interview, the lecturer of the course stated that their program began to offer the course in 2011. Similarly, the lecturer of the course in Kırıkkale University English Translation and Interpreting program, one of the two programs actively running the course, said that they started offering the course in 2017. Considering the fact that the other 6 programs have recently included the course in their curriculum and or they are newly established, it can be claimed that there has been growing interest in these courses in the last 10 years. The analysis also displayed that all these 8 programs are the programs offered by the state universities, although there are private foundation universities in the list of 53 translation and interpreting programs in Turkey. Similarly, all the list of 53 translation and interpreting programs include the programs which train translators and interpreters in different languages other than English. All 8 programs offering the course are English translation and interpreting programs. The reason for this may be that English translation and interpretation programs in Turkey are more numerous and longer established than the translation and interpretation programs in other languages. The table also revealed that the courses are offered under different names in different programs. The name of the course in 4 out of 8 programs is Gender and Translation. In the other 2 programs, the name of the course is Women's Studies and Translation. The name of the courses offered by Bolu Abant İzzet Baysal University and Kütahya Dumlupınar Universities are Feminist Criticism in Translation and Feminist Translation Studies, respectively. Apart from programs at Barton University, the courses in the other 8 programs are designed for 3rd and 4th grade students. The courses offered by Samsun and Kütahya Dumlupınar Universities are compulsory or compulsory elective, while the other 6 programs are offering the courses as elective. As you can see in the table, unlike the other 7 programs, Kütahya Dumlupınar University Translation and Interpreting programs offer 2 different courses focusing on gender, feminism, and translation, and both of these courses are compulsory. Then I analyzed the course packages and syllabuses of these 8 courses. The analysis of the course packages and syllabuses of these 8 courses revealed that these courses generally aim at encouraging critical thinking of the relationship between language and gender and translation and gender, introducing gender-related concepts and gender-conscious or feminist approach to translation, raising students' awareness of translational matters and gender-related issues, bringing theory and practice together, developing students' feminist, gender-conscious translation practice skills through intensive translation practices in class, teaching students relevant terminologies to ease their translation processes. Considering their aims, despite the obstacles and challenges resulting from Turkey's mentioned context, these courses can be expected to increase feminist, gender-conscious translation practices in Turkey. However, while examining the course packages and syllabuses of these 8 courses, I realized that there is not enough emphasis on the feminist and political transformative power of translation and translator. In my opinion, this crucial emphasis should be included in the syllabuses with examples from Turkey's specific context. Besides the analysis of course packages and syllabuses, I conducted short phone interviews with 5 out of 8 lecturers having designed or given the courses to find out how and when the courses was included in their curriculum and to discuss why the number of programs offering the course is very few in Turkey. In due course, as a second step of this research, I plan to conduct a focus group discussion with this lecturer to examine the effects of their habitus and capital on the courses and to discuss what we need to do to improve courses and current situation on the subject in Turkey. We may continue with the analysis with the results of interview analysis. 3 out of 5 lecturers with whom I conducted phone interviews said that they first suggested including the course in their curriculum, and their colleagues supported their suggestions. The other 2 stated that it was the common decision of the department to offer the course within the scope of program to improve it. But they immediately expressed their willingness and or intention to design, to prepare, and to teach the course. All 5 lecturers emphasized that their willingness and intention to teach this course are mainly because of their special interest and previous research experience in the topics of feminism, gender, women's studies, and gender-sensitive language uses, etc. After talking about how they included the course in the program's curriculums, I asked them why the number of programs offering the course is very few in Turkey. The possible reasons they put forward were as follows. Firstly, translation and interpreting undergraduate programs in Turkey are generally practice-based. These programs focus on translation practice rather than translation theory. Their primary objective is to train professional translators who can translate in the market. That is why gender and translation courses, mostly based on theoretical discussions, may not be so common in these programs. Additionally, although few in number, some translation and interpreting programs in Turkey may be too conservative and traditional to offer such courses, which are activist and challenging in their nature. Secondly, it is not easy to apply feminist translation practices and strategies for different reasons that I explained in the introduction part in Turkey. Translators who dare to apply them may face some obstacles, challenges, and sanctions due to, for example, copyrights and dominant translation conception in Turkey. That is why many translation
I said, please, could you just maybe conclude in around 2 minutes?
Okay, I will conclude. I will conclude in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's why many translation students do not show interest in such courses. They prefer the ones like translation of legal text, translation of business text, etc., that will prepare them for the translation market as professional translators. Thirdly, feminist translation and our gender-conscious approach to translation may be still a new field for the scholars who teach in translation and interpreting programs. Therefore, the number of scholars who intend to teach the course is insufficient. Additionally, translation and interpreting programs in Turkey are relatively long-established programs, but many of the scholars teaching in these programs do not hold PhD in translation studies. They generally earn their PhDs in English language and literature and or English language teaching. That's why for them, gender and translation courses may be relatively new, unpopular, and subordinate to compare to the more fundamental core courses in the program, or these courses for them may be too specific to be a separate course. Within this context, as two interviewee scholars state that the growing number of translation studies doctoral programs and thus scholars with a doctorate in the field in recent years may lead to an increase in the number of gender and translation courses in Turkey. In conclusion, as two scholars teaching the course actively emphasized during their interviews, gender and translation courses, although few in number, continue to increase gender awareness of translation studies in Turkey. In this regard, I may claim that, like feminist translators, the scholars teaching feminist translation and gender-conscious approach to translations are activists because they are training prospective feminist translators who will perform feminist translation practices, question their social positionings, and assume the accountability for their language use and translation. In my opinion, studies emphasizing the importance and necessity of bringing feminist and gender pedagogy to translation and interpreting programs, explaining the contribution of course for novice translators, and raising critical awareness of translation studies scholars on the issue will lead to an increase in the number of courses in Turkey. Despite its limitation, this study, the first study scrutinizing feminist translation pedagogy in Turkey, will hopefully contribute to raising this awareness. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Isa. Indeed, these are all very insightful presentations. They have been quite intense, but I'm going to suggest, unfortunately, that we keep our questions for later, or perhaps that we email the contributors for further clarifications, debate, discussions. I personally have a number of questions, but I'd like to just leave it here by saying thank you for underscoring these important aspects of the intersection between education and gendered translator agencies. Thank you, and thank you for your patience, to the audience and to the speakers as well. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I think it's better to start now, right now, for the last session of the morning. Let's go that way. And this session is on theoretical reflection on gender and translation. And the first speaker is Richard Chapman, who is a researcher in English language in the Department of Human Sciences at the University of Ferrara, and is a member of the doctoral program on sustainability, sustainable environment, and well-being. Publications include numerous course books for language learners and studies reflecting interesting developments in language from a sociolinguistic, textual, and pragmatic point of view. Recent publications include work on computer-assisted language testing, on the pragmatics of language testing, corpus member of the doctoral, and the possible roles of English as a lingua franca and as a language of social division. And today, his speech is on breaking the binary. Some thoughts towards developing translation strategies in a political life. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that very kind introduction. Thank you very much for coming to listen. I've got to start with an apology. I've got lots of things to say and not much time to say them. So I tried to reduce things last night and I totally failed. So I apologize for that. It means I'll skip a few things and I'll go a bit quickly. My aim is really to throw a few ideas out there. Some of the ideas you're very familiar with, some maybe not. But I think it's always useful to rethink what we're doing. I think now, especially with this conference, I feel that's really true. There are lots of fantastic work going on, but it'd be nice to kind of pull them together a bit and think what we're doing from a theoretical point of view. We also have the background of a pretty unpleasant world situation, politically, etc. Of course, with Ukraine at the moment, but also the pandemic, etc. And here I'd just like to underline a kind of gendered suffering that's been going on, especially with migration, which I think is probably the biggest crisis of all at the moment, personally. Migration has a very strong gendered element, which we must never forget. I'll give you a few figures on that, but I won't for now. But I think we all agree it's a really big issue from a gender point of view. Anything that makes you a little bit different is even worse when you're migrating. Let's put it that way in very simple terms. The same thing with COVID, where there was a very distinct gender difference to the experience of COVID, and there still is, etc. So we have these things in the background, which I want to remind ourselves of throughout the time. We talk about some of the principles of translation, but I want to rethink and just talk about. I thought I'd mention a few of the illusions of translation that we live with all the time. Echo says we should accept that translation is possible, and I understand that, but of course, actually, he accepts it's impossible. We mentioned that yesterday with cultural mediation, etc., and how certain things are very difficult to carry over, ideological elements, etc. Echo's book, in fact, is talking about not saying quite the same thing, saying something slightly different, which is an acceptance of the impossibility of translation. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but it means we should do it mindful of the complexities involved. We often talk about good and bad translations, obviously, but actually that's a pretty poor way of thinking about translation. Yesterday, I noticed a colleague hesitating when he was about to say that was a bad translation, and he stopped himself quite rightly, because it's not as simple as that. We're aware of that, of course. I want to talk about binary illusions in a moment. I think there were quite a few binary illusions in translation. We'll talk about them in a moment. But also yesterday, we were asked a question, do you ever look at your old translations? And I answered to myself, no, absolutely not. I translated the book about 2 years ago, and a few weeks ago, I almost opened it. I thought, no, I'll leave it. Of course, that's a completely false endpoint. The dialogue is still going on. Hopefully, people are reading the book, etc. There's a discourse going on, but we have maybe an arbitrary deadline. Maybe we need a deadline, but actually, it is pretty arbitrary. There's not really an endpoint to translation, like to most negotiations. They go on. We like to think there are fixed meanings at the word level or phrase level, or even a discourse level. There aren't fixed meanings. Discourse, by definition, is fluid. And I don't think we should ever hide complexity. That's what we're dealing with. That's the whole point of translation, which means that binary oppositions, I think, are a little pernicious. I thought I'd mention source text and target text, which is a pretty obvious opposition we always talk about. But actually, I think it's a little bit dangerous. Is there really one source text, a definitive source text? Often there isn't. Often our first challenge as a translator is give me the right text to work on. Don't move the goalposts after 3 months' work or whatever. This is a classic problem in audiovisual translation, where very often you get a script which is not actually the script the actors actually use. So your dubbing might change, etc. So this source text, target text binary is already a little bit suspicious because the source text is not a coherent whole in itself. But also the whole point of the process of translation is a kind of symbiosis where the two live together. The source text and the target text we're gradually creating or whatever, the two kind of feed off each other. There's a dialogue going on, discourse going on. If there isn't, it's not going to be a very successful translation, I think. But that means, again, that rather than being two poles, they're somehow kind of mixing, again, mediation, etc. It's also worth remembering that our target text will have an effect in society and will change the perception of the source text in both societies, maybe. Of course, mostly in the target society that's receiving the translation. But once a target text is out there, it transforms the source text as well by definition. The language will be changed. Mein Kampf, a famous translation of a famous book, or perhaps infamous, we'd better to mention. The phrase Mein Kampf is completely familiar to most English speakers. It wasn't before that book. The translation entered into the language with the title, because the title was kept the same, with the choice of the translator, etc. I think there are other binaries we could talk about. We haven't got time now to talk about them, but I think faithful and unfaithful is a very unhelpful binary. Again, it's a natural thing to do when you're speaking quickly. But actually, I think most translators would claim to be being faithful on one level or another. And faithfulness maybe reduces to a simplistic idea of something that's infinitely more complex, etc. Foreignizing and domesticating as well is one that we use a lot in the field. I have real trouble with this because every single translation that I think is domesticating contains significant foreignizing elements and vice versa. It's unlikely you'll find a text that is exclusively one or the other. So again, I think the binary opposition is not particularly helpful. In other words, we're not dealing with that, we're dealing with complexity. That's the whole point. Whenever you translate, you're part of a discourse of translation on all sorts of levels. Maybe there are other versions of the text already available. Of course, intertextuality is really important. I've called translation here hyper-intertextual because you're dealing with two levels of intertextuality, one of the source culture and the other of the target culture. It's really difficult to marry these two different intertextual assumptions. A simple example would be Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, which is Schöne neue Welt in German and is Il Mondo Nuovo in Italian. These, of course, are highly intertextual references. Brave New World, of course, is a quotation from Shakespeare, from The Tempest, which implies lots of things about the book and is highly ironic and gives the book an ironic title that helps us into understanding where Aldous Huxley is coming from, etc., etc. That's really tricky. To really translate it into Italian, do you use the Italian translation of Shakespeare that's well known as your title, or do you simplify it in some way? In fact, the Italian title seems to be an oblique reference to that. They avoid splendido, which is in the original. I think they were right to avoid it personally. But nonetheless, you can see how you're playing with lots of discourses. It's a complex area. There are lots of things to juggle while we're going on. So I think it's very hypertextual translation on many levels. And of course, by definition, negotiation is complicated. We said before, negotiations never really finish. If you don't believe me, think about Brexit. Not very nice to think about Brexit, but they're still negotiating now when the treaty's already been signed and sealed, which is interesting. So negotiation doesn't really finish. Perhaps the greatest complexity of all, obviously, is gender. Linguistically, of course, that's true, and we all struggle with the gender aspect of Italian or English or French or Spanish or whatever language we're familiar with. But on top of that, I think more importantly, besides these rather explicit gender differences, there might be implicit injustice encoded in language, and that's particularly dangerous in my opinion. And we as translators should be the first people to be aware of this. In other words, we want to avoid what I've called inadvertent cruelty, being insensitive to people in a society. And I think translators have a big role to play there. That's really what I'm claiming. This all comes on the back of the fact that we're lucky that we're working in an era when translations change because linguistics has changed. And pure linguistics has been augmented by social linguistics, by pragmatics, and by discourse analysis and critical discourse analysis. We have a whole wealth of other views of how language works, which should inform what we do, obviously. One last thing to mention, names, I think, are one of the most difficult things to translate. I'm sure you agree with me if you translated. Names, of course, formulations or reformulations are always an expression of power to some extent. That can be really important. We don't get islands of repose, even if there were some before, there aren't anymore. Harry Potter was mentioned yesterday as a translating issue. And of course, the translation of the names in Harry Potter is a massive challenge because the names are so meaningful in the original, so suggestive and with connotations and with sound, etc. Even the names were not safe areas to translate, etc. If, of course, we don't take into account this complexity, we risk doing injustice. And that's what we don't want to do with translators. In a simple way, the translator wants to do no harm, you might say. So if we don't accept the infinite complexity of what we're doing, we risk being dishonest, discriminating against people, or perpetuating injustice. Instead, I think most people in this conference have been very aware of trying to do exactly the opposite, and I respect them for it greatly. We're not neutral, and I think it's quite good that we accept we're not neutral. We have an active role in trying to improve the world, even. And we can do this greatly with translation. I think it's a very significant area where we can be active in the world and really make a change. Of course, on a simple level, that happens when you have moments of influence, moments when you as a translator helping your friend translating a letter, or maybe interpreting because two people need to talk to each other. At that moment, you actually have great power in that microcosm, that moment, etc. I think also the translation should be doing something else, which is challenging the monolingual view of the world, which maybe has been the bugbear the past 20 or 30 years and of the neoliberal era, where English has been a very powerful language, but also has imposed certain predominant discourses in how we deal with all sorts of crises, etc. We can challenge that with our translations. Maybe Venuti reminding us we're reading a translation at all times is a very healthy thing to do, because that interrupts the predominant discourses, otherwise we risk falling into. Okay, we've got this complexity. It's a bit frightening, but actually we should embrace it, because that's what makes us translators and not just average people who know a bit of language. That's why we're in conferences trying to get better at what we're doing. We've got lots of things we can do. I think we can challenge monolingual assumptions, gender-exclusive assumptions. Because we're in this liminal area between different cultures, different languages, we actually have a great opportunity to make a contribution. I think that's really important. I think, as I mentioned, we can question predominant discourses, but also, most importantly, actually, the whole point about complexity is that it's probably nearer to the truth. If you want to spot fake news, it's too simple. That's the way you notice it. We as translators, if we can deal with complexity and can communicate it and be what I've called here purveyors of a new understanding, it's a big mantle to take on. But if we can, I think we can make a contribution to this great challenge we have, which is aiding critical thought and protecting society from fake news, etc., which is a really important aspect of what we're doing. Of course, we're also maybe verbalizing suffering. That's a danger, because I think most suffering in the world is now communicated through English channels, maybe more multimodal, but they're very much an Anglo-Saxon multimodality. I think we need to think about that when we translate. It's a complicated area, it's not easy, but we need to think about it very carefully. I've mentioned here that if there's a good phone video of a disaster, it'll be on the TV news. If there's no shaky video, then maybe it won't be on the news, it'll be one of the last items on the news, to indicate how powerful this can be. Of course, we're trying to avoid silencing otherness everywhere we can. Okay, so our task is somehow to be a tool for fighting injustice. As I've said, it's quite grand, really. We can do this in lots of ways, one of which is choosing things we translate. I had a friend who refused to interpret one day. She was Kabyle from Algeria, but spoke French as her kind of mother tongue. She was asked to translate for a member of the Front National who came to visit Ferrara. She refused, even though she was powerless. She was in a private language school and she needed the work. She refused. It was against her principles. Somebody else might have been quite happy to translate it, have a different political opinion, that's fine. But she was true to her beliefs, and I think that choice is one of the ways in which we can exercise power. It's difficult because economically we're not powerful. But nonetheless, I think we can sometimes do it. I think we can also change people's habits of mind and action. In other words, by changing language and linguistic behavior, introducing new concepts or new ways of saying, we can actually affect habits of action. In other words, the habitus, and we can maybe make society slightly different. To some extent, we are the arbiters of linguistic taste. We really can create a felicitous translation occasionally. Again, it's a great, powerful thing to do. But I think we do need a deontology for this. We need to have a series of rules. It was mentioned yesterday briefly, the ethics of translation. Mona Baker, in her book, added a chapter on the ethics of translation. It's a good one, but it's a little bit out of date now. The world's moved on. Some of the questions are maybe different or more complex than they were. So I think we do need to think about this. We need to be aware of our power. We do have some power. We have social resources, meaning the language we know, the cultures we're familiar with. That's a special resource, and we should use it. Maybe we should choose our cause and think what we should do. Okay, I've got a few solutions here, what we should be doing as committed translators. Okay, I think we should use corpora in a theoretical way. I'll mention that in a moment in more detail. I think we should be craftspeople, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think we should be critical. We should support language change where we feel it's valid. People do this a lot intralingually. It's a big area of combat in Britain, for example, with people being too woke or not. I think we can contribute to that debate in a really beneficial way. I think also we need to decolonize translation. Translation has a huge colonial history. It's a big historical baggage to carry on our backs, and we need to think about it. I mentioned intertextuality. We need to mention it again and again. We can introduce some lexical change. We can, to some extent, influence. Maybe controlling the narrative is too strong. It's a cliche I couldn't resist. Maybe influencing the narrative would be better. And I think we can also think of a few practices of what we can do. I'm going to talk about just one or two of these because time is probably a bit short, but I'll mention one or two very briefly. I wanted to mention corpora because, of course, corpora are out there and they're in there. They're doing stuff all the time. There are lots of language apps that basically work through some kind of parallel corpus or whatever. And of course, we have Google Translate, which is actually really powerful out there. We can't pretend it doesn't exist. It's not really a corpus, Google, but it's used as a corpus, which is already very significant. Without real criteria for sampling, it's a huge archive which gets used. That's important. It might influence things. For me, I think if we don't know enough about the corpora we're using, then we risk being opaque in our real translation methods and the choice we're making. Also, I've called Google a dirty corpora, one of the examples of dirty corpora, because it's so inclusive, but so subject to influence. You know, there's stories in the past about, I think it was the iPhone was translated to Samsung Galaxy in Romania, because somebody got online for an evening and had put that in enough times to influence the Google Translate for a moment. In other words, that shows it's not a principled system, and that's important. Not to deny its power and maybe its utility. I think I also want to mention here, corpora are essentially highly conservative linguistically. It's worth mentioning that. If we're dealing with minorities and people who are maybe at the periphery of society, corpora might be quite dangerous. We need to think about that and theorize how they're used. Not just say, okay, it's new, we have to use it, but instead think about how we're going to use it in an effective, non-threatening manner. And that's not that I'm against corpora at all. Corpora is the present and the future of linguistics, no question. But let's theorize it better, how we use it. I think it's really important. It's a powerful tool. In other words, avoid being mindless. Just using it because we're using it. What corpus are we using? When was it created? I say they're conservative because they tend to be out of date by definition. If your corpus was collected, the data was collected in 2019, that sounds recent, but boy, what changes have there been in the world in the past 2 or 3 years, for example? And in many ways also when we translate, although we might have our program which memorizes our X translations and gives us a chance to use again, thank you very much. Although we might have this help to translate next time, it is a help that we should be mindful in using and not abusing. And every time we translate, really it's a haphazard. It's a new example of language, not just something the same as last time. Okay, I want to mention one or two things besides that. I've talked about the craft of translation. I think we're all familiar with this. We quite like the idea of a craftsperson rather than a scientist, shall we say. Crafts mean certain things. They mean that we're humble. They mean that we're very dedicated to our work and that we believe in its value. And we also think that our tools are sacrosanct. And one of our tools is language. That's our biggest tool, which means we need to know about it, know of it, care for it, etc., etc. Of course, we are aware of its complexity yet again. But also, a craftsperson is trying to change the world. In their small way, they're beautifying the world. That's important. That's what translation can do. It can make the world slightly better. Okay, it should be a critical procedure. I'm going to start skipping through my slides. I'm sorry about that, but just so you know they're there. I think translation is one of the best ways of making a critique, because translation, I always say, teaches you linguistics in the best way possible. It's so concrete. The contrastive analysis we do really does show up what we understand about language, what we can observe in language, etc., etc. Okay, also we maybe can support and generate change in what we're doing when we translate, as I mentioned before. And I think we can get away from debates that at the moment are trapped in English. This is true of the climate debate to a large extent, and one or two other debates as well. Ironically, trapped in English at the moment when the Anglo-Saxon world is in absolute crisis. democracy in the Anglo-Saxon world is in absolute crisis. That Trump showed that when he kind of tried a coup d'etat that didn't work, but almost did work. And the Anglo-Saxon world is in deep crisis, and yet still seems to be a leader, theoretically. I think that's quite a complicated issue. But also, we need to decolonize translation. I might be stating the obvious. I'm sure most people will agree with me on this, but we need to underline how big this job is. Translation was one of the great colonial weapons. We appropriated cultures and made them into English, and then pretended that the English version was actually the best version. That's quite a big injustice on all sorts of levels. We need to deal with that baggage, and we need to look at translation as being a way that we can actually help minorities, help the disempowered, give voice to people, etc. But it's a big ask. It's not a small task to do. I say it's difficult because the history is long. There's a lot that's gone on in the past. But I think a piecemeal approach is completely valid. I'm quite a Zen Buddhist in this case. These little differences that the individual can make are very significant contributions. We've seen that so far in the conference today and yesterday. People specializing in a certain area, but really making a genuine difference. We had the Spanish teacher before talking about translation into Spanish from English with a very strong feminist view of what you can do with translation. So you can change the world even if you feel small. It's a broad category though, and I'm not just talking about racism, I'm talking about all sorts of different minorities, etc. I'm going to skip metaphor, but I think metaphor is the essence of translation. I'll just leave that with you. I think it's worth thinking about narrative. Brunner has a very interesting grammar to narrative, which you're probably familiar with. And it's interesting, he talks about what is canonical. What really is canonical, that works in a narrative. You can go against it for a bit, you need to go back into it again. It needs to be recognized as being a legitimate story, if you like. Well, that's where we can really change things as translators. We can change what in our society is viewed as being canonical. We can enrich what is canonical, maybe. And that, of course, easily comes from outside. Okay, so we've got a few things we can, just to wrap up, a few things I suggest in my humble way we might think about doing. Keep aware. Politics is always in the background and is actually in the foreground. Educate. Yeah, educate your audience, educate in university, but also maybe try to educate your client, which is the opposite of Skopos theory in some ways. Okay, we need to keep the translation dialogue open. That means keeping on learning, and it means keeping on looking at those old translations that we never want to look at again. I think it's legitimate. We should be getting better. We'll read the translation as different people, of course, as Bart said. So by definition, we can learn something too. We should be listening in more than one language. And here I've said something a little bit controversial. We normally work with a binary. We work with the two languages we know best, etc. That's fine economically, and I think you can become professionally very good at that, but don't forget other languages. You need to have enrichment from other areas. Otherwise, your monolingual environment has become bilingual, but it's still rather exclusive. We need to inform ourselves in other languages and cultures too, if we can, to enrich our perspective on the two languages we're working with, etc. Okay, a few more suggestions. We, of course, are dealing with narratives and discourses, not words. And it's worth remembering that. That means it's really tough. That's why I claim translation is fundamentally more impossible than possible. We need to talk about migration. We need to improve the lexis of migration, certainly in English, but I guess in most other languages too. English is piteously inadequate in describing migration on the one hand, but also dealing with people who are migrants, actually talking to them, getting their stories. Blomart is very strong on this, by the way, in his books on discourse. They're really quite devastating the way he describes the problems that you have. We also need to, of course, deal with hegemony. And I think also we need to remember we are powerful. We are dealing with a wonderful thing called language. And we need constantly to make sure that language is not the servant of a dreadful system, to quote Klemper. There we are. I respect the time.
And I thank you for such an intriguing speech. Perfect timing. And our next speaker is Giuseppe Soffo, who is not here. Oh God.
Online? Yeah, it's online. Yeah.
I didn't know that Giuseppe Soffo is online. Hello, Giuseppe.
Hi. Hi, can you see me?
Yeah, now I see you. And okay. Giuseppe Soffo is a tenure-track assistant professor of French language and translation at Ca' Foscari University of Venice. He obtained his PhD and Doctor Europeus degrees at Avignon Université et La Sapienza. He had been a fellow of the Université Franco-Italienne and DAAD, and has taught in several universities in Italy, France, and the United States. Yes, published 2 monographs on translation, co-edited a journal issue dedicated to the encounter between translation and gender studies with Anne-Emmanuelle Berger, and co-edited a collection of essays on translation theory with Giuliano Rossi. He has translated from French, English, and German, Margaret Fuller, Thoreau, Aimé Césaire, and so on. And today, he will talk about the gender of translation for a traductologie d'intervention. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Sorry for not being there, but we have exams this morning and this afternoon, so I had to. I couldn't come from Venice. So I'll talk about the work we did with Anne Berger in 2019 for the issue of the journal Degenerate devoted to gender and translation. Let me try to share my screen. Can you see my presentation now?
Not yet. It's coming.
Not yet. Yes, coming. Perfect.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
So what we wanted to do was to examine the role that played by gender issues in translation theory and practice, analyzing on the one hand concrete examples of translations that focus on the issue of gender and its representation in language, and the long theoretical reflection on the role of translation and languages in the development of gender studies. So the aim was to deepen the understanding of the genre and form of translation as well itself, starting from an analysis of the history of translation practice and the discipline of translation studies in order to understand the transformations they have undergone or produced over time, as well as their possible evolutions. So we invited researchers from different disciplines to participate in this joint reflection on gender and translation, particularly in relation to their encounter. And the interdisciplinary approach seemed unavoidable, not only because it was a question of encouraging exchanges between different fields of research, but because, in fact, we believe that both of these fields were essentially interdisciplinary. On the one hand, gender as well as sexuality studies lead us to a kind of disciplinary and methodological disorientation, as Greco said, and gender studies are somehow a Babylonian field that speaks diverse disciplinary and theoretical languages. And on the other hand, the research field of translation studies has expanded over time to include different disciplines, or rather to bring different disciplines into the dialogue around translation, making somehow manifest the essentially interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary character of this field of research, and opening also to what has been called an undisciplined vision of translation as a practice, as an object of analysis, and as a theoretical tool. In 2009, Pascal Sarden wrote that translation as a cultural transfer constitutes a privileged space for the manifestation of gender. And more than 10 years earlier, Sherry Simon had already written that taken together, translation and gender seem to offer a particularly attractive matrix through which to study issues of identity in language. So much has been done since then, and this conference shows it, but this privileged space still has much to reveal. And what interests us was that reflection on translation and gender was somehow born at the border between disciplines, but also the border between languages, or rather the threshold. So interrogating gender and translation was meant to investigate two fields that were certainly distinct and often sometimes considered distant from each other, but which in fact share a lot, and notably a certain marginal or secondary role that characterizes the object of study of both disciplines. But what's interesting to me is that if gender studies resulted in a much more gave way to a much more complex configuration than simple binarity, translation studies as has been, I think, slower to advance on that side. So for decades, the secondary nature of translation has been taken for granted, and translation studies have not gone beyond, for a long time, the judgment of translation. So very rarely absolving translations from the original sin of not being the original. And to dare to attenuate the essential dichotomies is somehow perceived as a fault that goes against the given word, as well as reassuring pre-established structures, but be they physical, textual, or social. But to investigate both the human body and the textual corpus in their transformations meant for us to discover not the identity of either, but rather the inherent plurality that characterizes both. So to discover not who, but how many we are, or rather, as Cixous suggested in 1994, not who am I, but who are I. The same is true for the text, which through translation reveals its own multiplicity, indicating not the correct way to read it, but rather opening the paths that the text can open in a culture. Nicole Brossard had indicated that the unveiling was the essential characteristic that differentiated translation from any other form of writing, with fundamental consequences for the writing subject's relationship to language. She wrote, "For what we choose to hide in a text, we must now reveal. Where criticism can only presume, dream, or imagine a meaning to what it reads, translation seeks to certify it. It is in this certification that I must confront with what I had consciously and scrupulously evaded. To be translated is to be investigated not only in what one thinks one is, but in one's own way of thinking in a language, as well as in the way we are thought by a language." So discourse on translation is somehow to read the text through its translation is somehow to reveal how we think in a language, how we are thought by the language, and at the same time, what happens in our journey between languages. And we know that the discourse on translation has been long dominated by gender metaphors, and this has led to a view of the relationship between the original and translation that Simon defined as a relationship in which the original is seen as the strong generative male and the translation as the weaker derivative female. This was in 1996. But what is interesting to me is that metaphors have partly cannibalized the concept of translation. They have played a crucial role in shaping translation theories, as Levin-Doss says. And he also tells us that it is not unlikely that a significant number of theories have been better able to assert themselves thanks to these metaphors. So telling the story of translation through new metaphors, moving from the infamous Belle Infidèle to the rebelle and infidèle that Lotbinier Arthwood spoke about, that are not unfaithful to the original, but they are unfaithful to the law of patriarchal language, means somehow intervening in the very history of the concept of translation, and then it means somehow to translate translation, to reinvent translation. And if translation as a voluntary subversion of the text is an undeniable and important reality in literary history, the labels attributed to the processes of translation that want to be something other than simple imitations or copies, from transcreation to rewriting, adaptation, shows that there is a persistence of a certain modesty, I would say, in calling translation what is also or especially invention and creation. However, translation is undoubtedly the form of writing which, more than any other, introduces an otherness, and which is perhaps even structurally obliged to do so. So the original sin of translation, which is its impossibility of being the original, is also its greatest offering, the one that forces us to examine the text more intimately, as Spivak reminds us, and which faces us to a different text, to a new work. So it's not coincidence that I think that the deployment of the discipline of translation studies has also been accompanied by another type of decentering, which is a physical shift of focus from the centrality of European literature in ancient languages and sacred literature to a study of what happened to translation when it was applied in other contexts where the encounter between languages was primarily the result of a conflict. So initially it was the focus of on colonial and imperialist violence that proposed a decentering of the field of translation. And then particularly in Canada, the advent of feminist translation emphasized the patriarchal nature of language and culture, making of translation a veritable political tool. Malena and Tarif wrote that feminist and post-colonial voices adhere to principles that are initially processes of free writing. The female post-colonial subject first becomes aware of the logocentric straitjacket of patriarchy and colonialism, and then develops strategies to liberate and recreate herself to assume her position as a subject of discourse. In this view, translation is seen as a strategy of rewriting itself, the shift for the translated subject from a secondary position to an equal position of authority and creative power. So this reappropriation of the text, which takes place through very different strategies, as a common basis. So the attempt to recover a voice and to use it to propose a recasting of a pre-existing canon, that is common to the evolution of all post-colonial literature, in which, according to Lydia Curti, owes much to the development of feminist criticism. We then move from the post-colonial metaphors of cannibalism to the hijacking, the woman handling, to those rewriting practices that aim to subvert the patriarchal order and make women visible in language and society. And the process of manipulation, appropriation, and deconstruction of text and language from within that was already present in the works of authors such as Sixou, Irigaray, and Kristeva is pushed to the extreme in the translations of their works and in works of other authors. And translation theorists such as Sherry Salmon and Luis von Floto have written extensively about these translations as evidence of an anti-traditional, aggressive, and creative approach to translation. And Delodbinier Hardwood expresses in simple, I think, but eloquent terms the relevance of these practices to the struggle. She says, far from being neutral, the act of translating constitutes a speech full of consequences. In addition to being a way of passing from one language to another, translation is also a place of power. For feminist translators, it represents a space to invest and a power to exercise. So in this sense, translation becomes a practice of resistance to the silent power of language, a space to be conquered in order to open up other spaces in which the translator, instead of hiding, instead of trying to be invisible, openly manifests her presence or his presence by inscribing it in the text. For the Hai who translates, inscribed is her knowledge, is her choices, is her intentions, convictions in the text that is being rewritten. So while these practices of subversive translation have sometimes been dismissed from the outset as purely ideological, it would be wrong, I think, to think that their space of action is limited to the purely political or political-cultural sphere, which will not be little anyway. But I think the motivations and the consequences of these practices are purely linguistic, and as such, they can tell us a great deal, I think, about the history and the future of languages. So dealing with gender issues and with the issue of gender means coming up against problems, facing problems of interlinguistic and intralinguistic translation. Raquel Eraus has amply demonstrated that the translation of the term gender, especially in the context of international organizations and institutions, is a fruitful terrain for terminological and translation analysis, but also for understanding how this concept has traveled from one context to another, and how the different phases of feminist thought and gender studies have influenced the perception of this concept and its translation. In 2006, Karen often pointed out that there was a certain amount of resistance in France to the concept of gender, which was considered as an American invention untranslatable by the French word genre. And Anne Berger opens her book Le Grand Théâtre du Genre with a glossary in which she clarifies, for example, that the use of gender theory and théorie du genre refers to two different systems of thought. This question reminded me of the one that was raised in the field of translation studies, relating to parallel developments in the fields of study in different linguistic or cultural areas. So when we speak of translation studies or traductologie, we do not have exactly the same system in mind. It's not just about the language, but really about the distinct configurations of common but not equivalent discipline. So in one field as in the other, we must question the way in which the transmission of knowledge has taken place. what has facilitated or prevented the transmission of a concept, and what Berger calls the resistance of translation. So she asks what can be transmitted and how, what prevents transmission and what allows it, or perhaps more exactly, what makes it both possible and impossible. The problem of transmission, of the creation of meaning across heterogeneous times, is also to a large extent the problem of translation. That is, of the conditions and modalities by which certain discourses and what used to be called ideas are brought across borders, whether temporal or spatial, internal or external, thereby fostering connections between heterogeneous spaces and times. So translation problems do not only concern the passage of a given concept from one linguistic community to another, but they arise in every interaction between distinct individualities. Within the same language, within the same discipline, the difference becomes even more complex to grasp and also more revealing. For it is precisely where the same language is apparently spoken that the differences are both the least visible and therefore the most surprising. And Berger reveals this conceptual heterogeneity that is, she says, as productive as it is irreducible of the theoretical field of gender studies through a conversation between Gail Rubin and Judy Butler, but their differing and different understandings of the term sexual difference. I was trying to deal with issues of sexual difference and sexual variety, and when I use sexual difference, I realized from reading your paper Against Proper Objects that you are using it in a very different way than I am. I'm using the term to refer to different sexual practices. You seem to be using it to refer to gender. You mean I'm using sexual difference in the way that you were using gender in Trafficking Women? Well, I'm not sure. Tell me how you're using sexual difference, because I'm not clear on it. So we're reading this dialogue. I couldn't avoid thinking of the words by Sixu when she writes about the thought of sexual difference. We agree, but we do not say exactly the same thing. In other words, we always say almost exactly the same thing. We say to each other, we are not exactly saying the same thing. I have to think the not exactly, the almost, the not exactly possible anymore, go along the shores of these unstable entities that we call genre, and that we pronounce evasively without ever knowing where such strong words lead us. So this not exactly, I think, is even more eloquent than Umberto Eco's almost, when he writes that translate is to say almost the same thing. And I think this is the essence of translation. So thinking about translation, maybe like thinking about genre, is somehow very often thinking about the not exactly. And there is I think a wider complexity in the later years. Laura Fontanella highlights the changing landscape of translation in light of queer theories, which do not replace but rather complicate the questions posed in earlier phases of feminist movements. She writes, if the feminist translation of the 1970s aimed to translate experimental texts, but also to intervene in openly sexist texts by modifying them, if its goal was to bring out the feminine through neologisms and new narratives, not only does queer trans-feminist translation want to place femininity on an equal fit with masculinity, but even intends to go beyond both levels, directly dismantling this double opposition, destroying the stereotype inherent in the binary system itself, giving voice to marginal lives, to non-conforming genders, to different sexualities. Through the querying of translation, it's a new overcoming of binarity and a new unmasking of its artificiality, I think, that is solved. And one possible destination of this process is what Amanda Murphy called in the issue we directed, a queering of languages. That is a perception of translation as a tool for reworking the relationships between languages and within them, for discovering the linguistic plurality of each text. So the art of the question is no longer the issue of the passage from one language to another, but the relationship between languages and their co-presence in everyday linguistic acts, the presence of all the languages of the world and to all of the languages of the world, as to put it in Edouard Glissant's words. So if all the practices we analyze that at something in common, it was certainly a vision of translation as a tool for intervention in society. And at the end of his essay, Pour une linguistique d'intervention, Tullio De Mauro writes, it is by describing languages, their norms, and the complex intertwining of their uses within a given society, and by making the same society aware of its linguistic situation, of the cleavages due to the disparity of knowledge of the main languages of the country, or of the norms of use that the establishment favors, as well as of the social and educational problems that can come from the accentuation of discourages, that linguistics intervenes in the life of a society and influences its Sprachkultur. My invitation,
Sorry to interrupt you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Giuseppe, just a couple of minutes.
Yes,
Yeah?
perfect.
Okay.
My invitation to a traductologie d'intervention is an invitation to a discipline that is capable of recognizing its own role in society, and which, in addition to proposing the description that De Mauro considers fundamental for forming an awareness of the relationship between language and society, also claims the intrinsic difference of translation as a practice and as a field of study in order to turn it into an instrument of direct intervention on the text as much as on the word that surrounds it, and not as a simple passive instrument at the service of an original, of a dominant culture, or of pre-existing mechanisms of power. So in short, a discipline that claims the space of intervention that translation grants, and that too often has not been granted to it, and that perhaps even more often it has not granted itself by censoring itself. So it seems to me that a traductologie d'intervention cannot avoid devoting itself to the way in which one translates and is translated at the limit, the margin, at the threshold, understood as a point of action and reaction. And it's therefore not a space of marginalization, but a space that remediates, both because it finds other means of expression and because it heals, or at least tries to soothe the social and individual bounds that risk otherwise tearing the fragile web of identity and language. Thank you.
I want to thank you very much. Well, we talked about very important issues such as complexity, power, injustice, margins, and the power of the margins, which are so interesting to me in particular. But we should come back at 2:30. So I think we don't have a space for questions. Maybe we can interact by mail. I don't know if this is a way, but I want to thank you for your interesting and intriguing speeches. Thank you. So
thanks a lot.
At 2:30 here.
Aula Magna, tutto ok? Siete in pausa?
Yes.
I'll introduce you first, Elena. Currently postdoctoral research fellow both at the Université de Bordeaux, Montaigne, and the Universitat de Valencia. She holds a BA in Translation and Intercultural Mediation, as well as an MA in Creative Translation, both from the University of Valencia, when she obtained in 2016, which she obtained in 2016 and 2017, respectively. She's been awarded a number of research grants. The first from the Spanish Ministry of Culture, obtained at an undergraduate position, 2015, and the second from the University of Valencia for postgraduate research purposes. In 2018, she obtained a 3-year postdoctoral fellowship at the English and German department in Valencia, is it? Yeah. She has acted as secretary of the Valencia-Napoli Colloquium on Gender and Translation and published a number of works in journals such as Meta or with publishers such as Peter Lang, dealing with the intersection between gender and translation from a multiplicity of perspectives. Elena, I'll give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I hope you're hearing me well. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm so excited to be here after so many years of this terrible pandemic. Yeah, I think you can hear me better now, perhaps. I can just, yeah, I think that will be a lot better, indeed. Okay, so yes, indeed, the title of my presentation is Gender, Textual Archaeology and Translation. These are the means through which I intend to do the following, which is tracing back courtesan Léon de Bougie through translator activism. Translator activism is indeed the concept that I would like to discuss here in depth. So the goals for this presentation are, first of all, situating courtesan literature within feminist translation research, which I believe would be a new interest and quite a productive one for our own field. Then I will go on to propose some lines, research lines, in line with the archaeology of knowledge that we all are all familiar with, probably by Foucault, some archaeological lines to recovering Léon de Bougie's legacy as an author and as a literary persona, which implies a feminist take on a concept well known by Lefebvre, which is literary fame. Okay, and then I will conclude with some perspective lines of research. So let's first of all understand what courtesan literature is. Most of you probably are familiar with this kind of literature. It's a literature that explores the experiences of particularly women with immoral sexual behaviors. Women are considered as high profile prostitutes, especially in the French case during the Belle Epoque, which is the time period I'm going to focus on here. There were several attempts to refer to these women, grande horizontale, because of their favorite position, demi-mondaine and cocotte. Obviously, grande horizontale and cocotte are quite gender-marked terms, but demi-mondaine, indeed, has been defined as a woman who looked for aristocratic rich men in order to have a life of luxury. And obviously, this is not exactly accurate in historical terms. Indeed, demi-mondaines were like a group of Second Empire men and women. And according to the social discourses, dominant social discourses of the time, both men and women could be demi-mondaines. And obviously, being a demi-mondaine came at a cost, especially when you don't belong to this high world, high society. Interestingly enough, these demi-mondaines were the main characters of many mainstream novels by renowned French authors such as Dumas, Zola, and the Frères Goncourt. We know examples like La Dame aux Camélias, which is very famous, Nana by Balzac. These female courtesans were portrayed by men in a way to give a moral warning in the precisely in the context of the 19th century, where capitalist corruption led them to think that if we eradicate prostitution, and especially high-standing prostitution, things will get better in social terms, which obviously was not the case. But in this sense, we can think of the courtesan literature that nevertheless was produced by women who actually lived this kind of experiences, who defined themselves as demi-mondaines, who had this kind of lifestyle. This literature is a response, a critical response to this mainstream portrayal of the demi-mondaine. There is also in this kind of literature a meta-discourse on what it means for these women who are not only literary archetypes, but also authors in their own right, to search for literary recognition in a system which doesn't recognize them, just as bad archetypes. This is what takes me to discuss literary fame here, which is not a very developed concept in Lefebvre's theories, according to my own views. I think literary fame is a very useful concept because if we think hard about it, it's bidimensional. It is both active and passive. When we think about literary fame as something sought by authors, we're thinking about what Bloom called the anxiety of influence. But then we can also think about literary fame as something passive, an image created by the literary system of a particular author or literary product. That is not something we can change. So translation, but also other processes such as editing, anthologies, teaching, criticism, and of course, literary creation can have an impact on this literary fame. So when dealing with non-hegemonic authorships, like these women who wrote about their own experiences as demi-mondaines, literary fame is useful to analyze this passive nature of creative authority, because they were not only authors, they were also characters. Literary critics, especially feminist ones, have talked about an anxiety of authorship in contrast with the anxiety of influence that Bloom would speak about, because it is authorship that these women's search for meaningful positions within the system is actually, this is the objective, actually, authorship. So we need to focus on non-hegemonic forms of approval, perhaps, because translation is an hegemonic form of approval in itself. We need to think of how these marginal authorships were projected, through which kind of rewriting they were projected. Most of the time it wasn't through translation, or perhaps not only through translation. We need to think of the intimate networks in which they functioned, because they didn't function in mainstream networks. So this is where I'm going. Translation is a form of rewriting, according to Lefebvre. But besides translation, there are other forms of rewriting. And what kinds of rewritings were devised to create an image of female courtesans, of a female courtesan's literary persona and non-literary persona? What means? Then patronage is also something to think about, because we have a very strict definition of what patrons are. But my question is, can mainstream forms of literary sanctioning and literary support account for the promotion of female courtesan literature? Can a translator actually be a patron for this kind of authors? We'll see. So feminist activism, in my view, means something much broader than just focusing on translation. We need to focus on other forms of rewriting. Let's see what the main research lines are that I would propose in order to recover archaeologically someone like Liane de Pougy and her legacy. Well, Liane de Pougy, first of all, is a very interesting character. She had a very long life, and she did all kinds of things that she herself recognizes. She had lots of different roles in such a life. She created a persona for herself. Her life both started and ended at a convent, curiously enough. But in between, she did all kinds of things. She had both female and male lovers. She was an actress, she was a singer, she was a dancer. She was a princess at some point. She married a prince, which was a great scandal at the time. You can imagine that. I mean, first time they turned up in society like that. I mean, it was, but she managed. Yeah, she was all of these things, but she was also an author. And actually, she started writing lesbian novels, but those lesbian novels were widely read by very mainstream agents at the time, by the way. And she also wrote her memoirs. I'm going to focus in particular here on two books that I think are representative of these two sides to Léon de Bougy. The first one is Idi Safik, which is a lesbian novel where she tells her experience with Natalie Clifford Barney. This was an American expat who had her own literary salon. And then I'm going to focus on her late memoirs. They weren't published while she was alive. They were posthumous. In these memoirs, Mes Cahiers Bleus, My Blue Notebooks, she discusses all kinds of things. She's a very profound writer indeed. And we see her intimate self in that, as well as a very important testimony on the interwar period, because she lived such a long life that she knew all of these. She was very politically active and very attentive to literary novelty. And we see all of these things in her memoirs. So I'm going to propose three aspects. The first one is the most straightforward one from the traditional perspective of translation studies. And I'm going to move smoothly into other forms of rewriting that might also be interesting. So if we think about the translations of Léon de Bougy's works, we need to think about a kind of fame that is only posthumous. That would mean that Léon de Bougy's fame started only when she was dead, because no one translated her, as far as I know, while she was alive. So, but this gives us an insight on translation as afterlife, which is something that Benjamin suggested once. In this case, I'd like to discuss both the translator activism and translation patronage of a woman called Diana Athill, who's quite well known in Britain. She, after Mes Cahiers Bleus, which were just a manuscript, were published in 1977. She died in 1950 by Plon in French. She decided just immediately to translate it under the title My Blue Notebooks. I think both phenomena are part of the same process, which basically is the incorporation of de Bougy's work into hegemonic literary circuits. Because before that, she had published lesbian scandalous books, but she wasn't a part of the system. Now she was. So both publication and translation here fulfill pretty much the same function. Obviously, this was possible because Diana Athill was just not anyone, but a very influential editor and translator. She wrote over 10 autobiographies, 10. So she had certain powers within the editing world in English. Probably in the future, I will deal with the translations, especially the one of My Blue Notebooks. But in this case, what I want to underscore is that there's not only translator activism, but also translator patronage, because before that, the Anglophone world did not know about de Bougy. Translator activism is also present when A Woman's Affair, which is Idi Safik, was rediscovered in 2021. We're talking about a book published in 1901 about this lesbian experience of de Bougy with Natalie Clifford Barney. Interestingly enough, under Graham Anderson's pen, it becomes A Woman's Affair, which doesn't specify with whom or with the gender of the lover in question. So we lose quite a lot of content there. But besides that, we're talking about Graham Anderson, who has a soft spot for authors like George Sand, Louise Colette, who basically were somebody else's lovers. George Sand is better known than Louise Colette, but Louise Colette was Gustave Le Flauvert's lover, as well as de Musset's lover as well. She had a number of lovers. She was better known for that then. So there are also other aspects in which we can, into other directions into which we can go in order to know more about Léon de Pougy's legacy. And certainly we need to research the kind of circuits, literary circuits, and personal circles in which she moved. So we need to research her personal affinities and her creative synergies to see the kind of spaces in which she acted. Interestingly enough, the epistolary exchanges that we have kept to date show that she had a number of very mainstream and very institutionalized friends. For example, Salomon Reiner. Salomon Reiner was a curator at the Louvre. He was a scholar. He wrote essays about ancient Egyptian culture and art. But nevertheless, he was Léon de Pougy's most appreciated advisor in terms of literary creation. I don't know why, because he never published, as far as I know, any fiction or any sort of literary, in the canonical sense, product. But yeah, here we see how she goes back to him on a regular basis in her letters in order to ask him for literary advice, how to write, because she never considered herself a writer, by the way. So he always encouraged her to write, and he kept in his personal archive his Léon de Pougy's letters with Natalie Clifford Barney, which have later been published. But he was a great supporter of Idi Safik and other lesbian novels, which is quite surprising, believe me, considering the kind of very mainstream academic that we're thinking about here. Then there's also something that many feminists have discussed, which is close collaboration in Jill Levin's case. Collaboration has also been discussed by Chamberlain, and they are basically the same kind of collective dynamics that feminists seem to develop more naturally than more hegemonic forms of interaction for literary purposes. There was something called Les Femmes de la Rive Gauche. It has obviously a double meaning. Yes, it was something like a mythic literary society, but indeed there were many mainstream authors such as Paul Valéry who were regular attendees at this kind of sessions and parties that were held in this Temple de l'Amitié. Okay, so that was Natalie Clifford Barney's literary salon. We don't know much about her or about her salon because it's not someone that we've heard about, obviously. But she, interestingly enough, wrote her own version of the affair she had with Léon de Pougy. It was never published. It was published by the same woman who translated her later into English. Here we see a clear example of translator activism, but also of translator patronage, because she herself decided to both edit a manuscript that was lost, it was at some kind of personal archive, and then translate it. Quite recently, by the way, both things, in 2013, the original, and in 2016, the translation. So you see how patronage is perhaps not the kind of powerful stages that we usually think about. Then I'll go to the last part, which is also interesting. Literary famous, but also literary infamous. Why? Because Léon de Pougy was as much a literary creator as a literary creation. She was present, according to what is usually said, in many of Proust's novels within the very well-known saga À la recherche du temps perdu. She was the inspiration for many important female characters. There's something I call the Marcel Proust effect, which happened between 2021 and 2022, so that you can get an idea of how I think these things work within traditional literary systems. The Marcel Proust agenda was something celebrated between those 2 years, because in 2021, we celebrated the 150th anniversary of Proust's birth. And in 2022, the 100th anniversary of his death. Nothing is strictly related to his literary production. But so in 2021, we have suddenly a re-edition of Mes Cahiers Bleus in French, out of the blue. We don't know exactly why. I have an idea. and a first translation of Idi Safik, all in just 1 year. My assumption is that because Léon de Bougie has infamously been connected to some of Proust's most scandalous characters, it was the editors in both cases saw it fit to launch these two products at the same time as many other Proust-related products were being launched like crazy. So Léon de Bougie's fame is really subordinated sometimes to her persona as a demi-mondaine and as an instrumental inspiration to some of Proust's main female characters. That is my bottom line in this case. Marx explains it much better than I do when she says that there is behind this whole inspiration of Léon de Bougie and also other demi-mondaines a network of anecdotes, formalized gossip that gives pleasure. Most women writers, she says, and infamous women, sometimes both, in history have become fictional characters because of their double heritage they play in their reader's imagination. They were a real character, a real person, but at the same time, they have this fictional attraction to themselves. So we have several Proustian projections of Léon de Bougie, allegedly by some authors. Odette de Crécy, which is Charles Swann's lover and later on wife, this is interesting, escalates social positions quite surprisingly, because she was a cocotte, a demi-mondaine, someone without the economic means to live the kind of life that she wanted to lead. So she had lots of lovers, one of them Charles Swann, and she ends up marrying him, which is what Léon de Bougie did with Prince Gick. She became a princess. And also, Odette de Crécy was known to have had lesbian experiences in the past. So there are a number of hints there. By the way, Proust was the lover of Reynaldo Hahn, who was very good friends with Léon de Bougie, and they had met on a number of occasions. So it's possible that her anecdotes, he got hold of her anecdotes in order to inspire these characters. There's also Albertine, which is one of the young Proust's love interest. She also had lesbian experiences. This is something that is said in the novel. She also is called the Fugitive, which is one of the names of one of the volumes in the saga. And Léon de Bougie was, by the way, a fugitive because she married at 16. She had a child at 16 as well because she got pregnant. And she abandoned both husband and child because she didn't want to have the kind of life that other married women had. And she left for Paris. Finally, very well-known episode, lesbian episode of two women kissing, Mademoiselle de Venteuil. Apparently, this is something that the young Proust recollects that he has seen in the past in Balbec, Cambrai, his village. And this is a moment when these two women are actually criticizing, well, their keys. The people in their life are actually preventing them from seeing each other, from having the kind of relationship that they truly want to have. And this is something that apparently Léon de Bougie actually did. She was never shy about her anecdote. She told them herself, but looks like when Proust did, it got a lot more repercussion. So, concluding remarks and perspectives for future research in this sense, I would like to conclude with some aspects of Léon de Bougie's Cahiers Bleus, which are the most intimate and sincere account of her experiences in her whole literary life. I wouldn't consider her first early lesbian novels as sincere as this piece of intimate diaries. So she, in this diary, discusses a lot the word gloire, which is translated quite accurately by Diana Athill as fame. And there is this duality between literary fame, which is something she doesn't feel she deserves, but she would like to attain, and just fame, plain fame, which is what she attained through the means that we already know. And she's been looking in this diary for a matrilineage, actually women before her who wrote their diaries and and obtained fame through this literary achievement of a diary, which is not the usual product that you think about when you think about a literary achievement. And she says, she compares herself to these other women like Mary Bashkirtseff, and she says, here I am carried away to the point of longing to write my own, which is the starting point of the Cahiers Bleus. My husband is delighted, our friend Salomon Reiner is also urging me on. So she had this masculine patronizing or patronage, depending on how you look at it, support. But my journal could never be like hers. She was an innocent girl, and who am I? Interestingly, in the original, they say une jeune fille, not an innocent girl. But I guess I think the explicitation is legitimate. There are some mature reflections on what fame has meant to the Bougie. When she left for Paris and abandoned her child, she did it for her dream, her fame, and for filth, for my tumultuous destiny. Salomon says, her great inspiration, that there is nothing but death and the smoke left by fame. So she has clearly very different opinions on fame than she had when she was younger, where she didn't care. She vented all of these anecdotes about her love life in these novels. I think she had second thoughts about her pursuit of fame. And she's more into wondering if she can become a writer at that point in her life through a diary. So I think there is a complexity in Leon de Bougie's evolution in terms of her relationship to fame. She, I think, moves from an anxiety of influence, which leads her to just sharing these anecdotes with the world, to an anxiety of authorship, which is what she would like to have as a younger version, as an older version of herself. There is an ineffective recovery, I think, of her legacy from purely translational archaeological evidence, because basically she started to be translated when she was already dead, but she was crazy famous when she was alive. So that doesn't explain how she became famous. Other forms of rewriting do. So there are multiple forms of rewriting that project these images on Leon de Bougie and other women like her. And there must be attention to these private intellectual and literary circuits as forms of collaboration between hegemonic and non-hegemonic agencies, and this is important. We need to demystify also these differences between moral and immoral literary products, because actually for mainstream agents like Salomon Reiner and other men, these literary products were actually very appreciated. Yes, I'm done. Actually, that was all from me. Yeah, I didn't see the last slide, but okay. Thank you very much for your attention, for being here. And well, I look forward to your comments and questions. Is it open? Yeah. Anita, close. Yeah. I'll introduce you, Anita, assistant professor at the university, at the Department of Modern Languages of the Marie Curie in Lublin, where she teaches Italian literature and translation studies. Her research interests include history of translation in the Polish-Italian context, indirect translation, and Italian women's writing. She's the author of the books On the Polish Reception of Giuseppe Ungaretti and Sibilla Aleramo, and the editor of La Casa delle Donne, Aleramo's compilative indirect translation of, you might want to read this one, Dom Kobiet. Thank you. Authored by a Polish modernist writer, Zofia Naukowska. Anita is also a member of the International Indirect Trans Research Network. I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for having me here. I know And I will start right now with my presentation, which will be focused on translation as a tool of feminist engagement and network building in historical perspective. I will be reading because it will be quicker. Okay, and my paper explores the multi-stage circulation of the Polish theater pieces of the early 1930s, Dom Kobiet by Zofia Lankowska, and Sprawa Moniki, A Case of Monica by Maria Morozowicz-Szczepkowska. Both plays were written, directed, and performed exclusively by women and aroused an immediate international interest as theater works that did not include men in the cast. Both pieces tackled important feminist issues. Dom Kobiet, which depicts unmarried women, discussed female social exclusion outside the patriarchal framework. The Case of Monica was a strong voice in the local debate on female emancipation, underground abortion movement, and the professional activity of women, and also on the class-based sexual violence. They reached the Italian context as the result of indirect translation and were never put on stage. The unpublished texts have been found in the archives of Fondazione Gramsci in Rome and Archivio Centrale dello Stato di Roma, respectively. Whilst the reasons why La Casa delle Donne, translated by the famous writer Sibilla Leramo, was not staged in Italy remain unclear, Il Dramma di Monica, prepared for the stage by Maria Bazzi, was banned from public performance by fascist censors. Apart from the latter, almost all agents involved in transnational circulation of both works were women, and therefore it is appropriate to investigate the role of the alleged feminist activism. The women translators' contribution to cultural and political debates, which results in creating new lines of transmission, has been largely discussed in translation studies since the pivotal book by Sherry Simon. In recent developments of transnational feminist translation studies, there is an emphasis on shared and collaborative communication across and despite borders and languages to promote mutual interests, and also on revealing the roles that translation has historically played in the making of the feminist transnational. Indirect translations are epitomes of cross-border and multilateral transfer, which generates complex transnational networks engaging multiple actors. Therefore, it seems a kind of privileged space to study gender politics or bias in force in different countries, the power of which affected the decisions of translators. On the other hand, Cecilia Schwarz argues that the gender dimension has been actually neglected in studies on world literature with regard both to the authors who obtain access to the international market and to the mediators who are involved in transnational processes. The scholar highlights the relationship between gender and cultural prestige, evidencing a tendency of male translators to select consecrated authors. Drawing on my own research on the Polish-Italian literary exchange in the early 20th century, I can assure you that translation of women authors' work created by male translators are extremely rare, unless they are famous, like Grazia Deledda, but only after receiving the Nobel Prize. And as far as openly feminist or gendered transgressive texts are concerned, they were translated only by women. These exclusively female networks of mediators and translators of women literature might be interpreted as a demonstration of its low historical status. But on the contrary, they evince alliances of female intellectuals and their eagerness to transnationally share women's writings and agenda. Among the agents of two networks analyzed, they were the declared feminists, of course, Leramo, Szczepkowska, Alla Nazimova, and it is possible to attribute feminist views to the other women intellectuals involved with relative certainty. However, since the main intention of the examining theatre plays was to bring visibility to once controversial female-related issues, such as divorce, abortion, sexual violence, all mediators were obliged to take a stance on the relationship of feminism to their work. And the very last theoretical remark. Introducing the optics of performative and post-traumatic theatre studies into translation studies, Cristina Marinetti denominated theatre a translation zone. As she argues, translation in the theatre occurs not only discursively through subsequent rewritings of foreign text, but also performatively. In consequence, all theatre practitioners are involved in the rewriting of a text for a particular production in a collaborative effort. And all means also the actors. The Italian version of Zofia Naukowska, Dom Kobiet by Sibilla Leramo brings together the names of the authors who became symbols of modernist modern writing in their respective countries. Naukowska was the only woman accepted into the Polish Academy of Literature. Leramo achieved international recognition thanks to her autobiographical first novel, Una Donna, and in her long career, she was constantly seeking new forms of expression independent from male role models. House of Women, a play without a man in the cast and full of autobiographical references, as Naukowska was freshly separated from her second husband, was first staged in 1930 in the Teatr Polski in Warsaw. The author portrayed a three-generation family of unmarried women living in an eponymous house owned by the grandmother, or were widowed or divorced, and they were considered old and useless by the society of the time. However, living at society's margins, they were able to create a sort of matriarchal community of support. The plot of the play centers around the youngest widow, Joanna, who was in grief after the death of her husband. And when his extramarital daughter appears, unexpectedly revealing to Joanna that her late spouse had had a lover and 3 children, from the early days of their marriage, the widow is induced to confront herself with her past. Surprisingly, in Poland, this clearly feminist play evoked negative reaction both from male critics and feminists. The first were literally spooked and disgusted by the presence of the old actresses on the stage. And the latter felt outraged by the weakness and passivity of Naukowska's female characters, contrasting with the image of the empowered modern women propagated by themselves. Nevertheless, the concept of the theatrical piece with only female characters was intriguing for audiences of the time, resulting in the interest expressed by numerous foreign theatre impresarios. Leramo knew about the play from her Polish friend, the Warsaw-based cultural journalist and translator, Emilia Szępicowa, who was also the owner of a villa in Positano, where Leramo was happy to spend her holidays until the outbreak of the war. The Italian writer decided to translate Naukowska's work into Italian stage, despite having only a general idea of the piece. She planned to collaborate with the actor Lamberto Picasso, member of Pirandello's company and independent Capocomico. In her choices of works to be translated, Leramo was always careful to be in tune with the ideological and aesthetic principles of the translated authors, underlining the pivotal importance of solidarity and spiritual affinity between author and translator. In Naukowska's concept, she must have recognized the feminist sensibility similar to her own. She was also convinced about the transgressive power of the words generated by a female author and pronounced publicly from the stage by actresses alone. She hoped also that the curiosity of the play, where all characters are women, would enable a production of the piece relatively soon on a difficult theatre market in Italy, which was touched by a profound crisis due to the outflow of theatre audiences to less ambitious mass entertainment. It appeared, however, that the play had been already translated into Italian by, well, unknown Maria Poznańska, and the writer was actually contracted to conduct the proofreading of her version and to stage it in Italy. Aleramo demanded a version of the play in French, the only foreign language she knew. The French translation of Dom Kobiet, La Maison des Femmes, was made earlier by Thérèse Kerner, a translator of Polish contemporary literature into French, in the vision of a performance in Paris that was planned but never took place. However, the Mediatore translation into French, purified of most cultural elements that might be potentially troublesome in the target context, became main source of reference for Aleramo translations. Like Kerner, Sibilla, a convinced atheist, eliminates all references to the Catholic religion. The most important modifications to note from a gender perspective, however, are those related to nuances of some character's image. For instance, Aleramo recreates in her translation the character of grandmother. The ultimate source text, and in the mediating version, the old woman is completely infirm. Her physical weakness is opposed to her spiritual strength and the wisdom of the old prophetess. By eliminating some stage directions, the translator makes her seem physically stronger and more self-reliant. Finding a performer for the play turned out to be impossible. Another obstacle might have been the patriarchal socio-political climate of fascist Italy. In 1930, Corporazione dello Spettacolo, a theater syndicate, was founded, and in 1921, a new censorship law was promulgated. It attributed the exclusive power in respect to censorship to the central administration of the state and effectively to the vice prefect Leonardo Zurlo. In the inventory of theatrical scripts for which the authorization of Ufficio Censura Teatrale was requested, one cannot find La Casa delle Donne. It remained in the author's archive for over 80 years and was published only recently. In Ufficio Censura Teatrale, I found instead the typed script of Il Dramma di Monica. Its author, Maria Morozowicz-Szczepkowska, actress and playwright, recently rediscovered as a pioneer of feminist theater in Poland, was one of the women intellectuals who reacted with indignation to Naukowska's piece. I quote, "How is that this gallery of moaning, infirm females, undisputedly subjected to the male supremacy, should represent the word of women so genetically strong?" The author creatively transformed this content into a play, Sprawa Moniki, which became the first feminist manifesto on the Polish stage. Women were exclusively involved in the production of the play. Morozowicz-Szczepkowska decided to collaborate with her friend and actress Sofia Modrzewska, who directed the performance. Modrzewska was convinced that institutional theaters would smash its feminist message, so she suggested to stage it in Instytut Reduty, an experimental theater laboratory renowned for collective work on performances. Modrzewska led rehearsals for nearly a year in her own apartment in the atmosphere of sisterhood. As it is known, Morozowicz-Szczepkowska used theater as laboratory of social diagnosis, addressing the ongoing debate about the hypocrisy regarding the flourishing underground abortion movement, used predominantly by the poorest women, usually servants, who have been exposed to sexual assault by their employers. The play's main character, Dr. Monika, unsuccessfully tries to get pregnant with her husband, Jerzy. Her best friend, Anna, is focused on her professional career as an architect, and after a painful heartbreak, rejects any possibility of starting a family. Antosia, a maid, is carrying an unwanted pregnancy from a married man. Monika convinces Antosia to keep the pregnancy. However, it turns out that both the father of Antosia's baby and Anna's unfaithful lover is Monika's husband. Antosia undergoes an illegal abortion. Monika decides to leave Jerzy and to devote herself entirely to medicine and social activism. A woman's story in a man's word, as the play was advertised in New York, had a distinctive international resonance. It is known that it was translated into many languages, such as Yiddish and German, and staged in the Playhouse Theatre on Broadway on November 6, 1933. The play was adapted from the Polish by Laura Walker-Meyer, a film and theatre actress and playwright. And since biographical information on her is rather scarce, it is impossible to establish whether she knew Polish or rewrote a previously translated version of Szepowska's play. Rehearsals for the production, titled Monica, started, and then Dr. Monica, started in September 1933, involving the actress Alla Nazimova in the role of Monica. She was a Russian Jewish emigre and a Hollywood star of silent cinema, as well as a film producer, art director, and screenwriter, but also theater performer, known for her interpretations of early modernist European repertoire, mainly Ibsen's work. With her film roles, Nazimova earned the reputation of a feminist, taking effort to create female movie modernism. She was also the founding mother of Safik Hollywood, not afraid of taking risks to embody a gay sensibility on the screen. Undoubtedly, Nazimova brought her subversive celebrity onto the stage. Her emotional performance in Dr. Monica was the only artistic value discerned by the reviewers in the staging, which was otherwise considered a dated argument in the discussion on women's independence. Despite the critics' dismissal of the piece, Maria Bazzi, an Italian-British-American performer, playwright, and producer, purchased the rights to stage it in Italy. Before passing to Bazzi's play, Il Dramma di Monica, it is important to mention briefly that Walker-Meyer's adaptation generated another intersemiotic translational chain when used it as the basis for the screenplay of a Hollywood film, Dr. Monica. Bazzi, born in London, studying at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, and in 1920s she moved to the US, where she acted predominantly in Italian theaters. But she would return to Europe for tours, starting the companies independently in Italy and Ticino Canton. In New York, she performed D'Annunzio work. In Italy, she was the first capocomica to stage pieces by Eugene O'Neill. During 1930s, Bazzi sent various typescripts of the pieces she intended to stage in Italy to the Ufficio Censura Teatrale to obtain the nulla osta. However, her artistic tastes clearly contrasted with the conservative views on morality and decorum of Leonardo Zurlo. As the actress ironized, she broke the record for the highest number of puns. The plays she put forward were prohibited for a variety of reasons, such as provocative presence of Jewish characters. However, there is no written explanation regarding the definite ban for Il Dramma di Monica. Zurlo's decision was sustained by Mussolini himself when Bazzi had asked him for help. And then you can see the letter of Zurlo, it's a telegram of Bazzi to Mussolini. I will read it. I'm ruined financially and morally. In occasion of my return on the Italian stage, I purchased in America the rights for the work, certain of its success, because of the spiritual and human beauty of the piece. My tour is based exclusively on this work performed by 3 women. For my artistic past and for my high engagement in the fascist propaganda, both in America and in Ticino Canton, I ask you, Duce, for your support, so that my tour could be realized, since nowadays I'm forced to work to earn a living for myself and my son. Having analyzed Bazzi's translation, one might get the impression that she adopted a different solution to minimize the risk of the play's rejection. For instance, she incorporated various glorification of Mussolini Italy, such as the fragment of Anna's slides cited below, which Tulla marked with the red pencil. Both analyzed cases, it's my conclusion, highlight that women were not only culturally visible in the theater of these years, but they also played an active role in providing the theater repertoire and had a crucial intellectual influence on its forms and feminist contests. Theater performance is always a public and collaborative endeavor. Therefore, promoting progressive, transgressive agenda requires inevitably courage and engagement. Whilst the contribution to the process of actresses, producers, and pioneers of theater direction has been previously acknowledged, the pivotal role of women translators in the theater of this period requires further thorough inquiry. My paper confirms also the importance of archival research in the history of translation. Archives presumably still hide numerous unpublished translations authored by women. So, well, I would like to briefly discuss the interplay between the feminist scholarship on translation, archives, and activism. As many archival scholars assure us, the supposed neutrality of the archives and archivists is a fake. Andrew Flynn and Ben Alexander distinguish and theorize 4 different types of practices related to the concepts active, archive, and activism. As feminist translation scholars, we are familiar with all these approaches. We are active archivists when we participate in the creation or publication of archives, women, minority of archives of translators. Some of us is engaged in archiving transnational activism, and the others are archival activists when finding the way to deploy their archival collections to support activist groups and social justice aims. We all engaged in activist archiving by exposing hitherto invisible women translators' work and generating new knowledge on cultural agency of minority groups in the past. I believe that in this way, we promote those human values of peace, equality, and justice, which our present society often denies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anita, for your presentation. We're going to move on to the last one, if I find it. Am I not? I do? Yes. Yeah. So, Gulit, that's you talking now. I'm going to introduce you first and make sure your presentation is 20 minutes on the dot. Is that right? Okay. Gulis received her BA degree in English translation and interpreting at the Hacettepe University in Turkey. She's currently doing her PhD at Dokuz Eylül University and working as a research assistant at Abant University. Her research interests are feminist translation studies, translation history, translation sociology, import of epistemologies across borders through translations. I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can see it. Thank you.
You can see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my presentation is an analysis of the contesting voices that aim to reframe gender equality narratives in Turkey. These contesting narratives were fueled by the epistemes transferred through quotations that were translated from foreign sources. And I will consider these practices as activism through citationality. And this is a small fraction of my ongoing PhD thesis under the supervision of Associate Professor Dr. Miguel Koçak. The idea came when I first read Emek Erdoğan's article, Translational Beginnings and Originizing Stories, rewriting the history of the contemporary feminist movement in Turkey, where she discusses the ambivalent relationship of Turkish feminists with the praxis of translation. She argues that Turkish feminists were reluctant to give full credit to translations for their power to transfer epistemological and political repositories across borders and induce a feminist discourse that is both local and global at the same time. Erdoğan shows that Turkish feminists in the 1980s reenacted the century-old assumption that translations were just second-hand copies of original works, and they felt the urgent need of creating their own original feminist discourse in Turkey. To create this original Turkish feminism, they stopped translating and started writing indigenous articles for political magazines at the time about women's empowerment and feminist struggle. And my study has so far revealed that indigenous articles were overflowing with quotations, which were translations in their own rights, translated from a different context, and enveloped by local elements specific to Turkish context within the article. So these feminists supposedly favored originality over translations, yet they continue to translate by making quotations, citations, I use them synonymously, from foreign sources and carried feminist epistemes across borders. And what are these concepts? I will delve into. I take Maria Timochko's conceptualization of translational activism as a baseline for this study. Accordingly, translational activism contributes to shifts in cultural values involving both indigenous values and foreign importations. According to Timochko, mobilized translators often become founders of discursivity, not merely by importing new cultural discourses in their translations, but also by initiating discourses through the representations in their translations. And I use Mona Baker's narrative framework, and more specifically, her concept of framing, reframing, and selective appropriation as a method of reframing. Reframing can be a way of activism because it's an active process of signification that produces structures of anticipation that guide others' interpretation of events, usually as a direct challenge to dominant interpretations of the same events in a given society. And narratives can be framed or reframed through selective appropriation of textual material, which is the patterns of omission and addition designed to suppress, accentuate, or elaborate particular aspects of a narrative encoded in the source text or utterance, or aspects of the larger narratives in which it is embedded. Selective appropriative strategies are shaped by the thematic objectives a translator or activist might intend to achieve. Also, location of the narrative in time and space, as well as their exposure to a particular set of narratives, also condition the framing of narratives. And all these factors are determined by the values translators, activists subscribe to as individuals, which enable them to emphasize or de-emphasize certain elements while weaving their narratives. And lastly, I use Gérard Genet's definition of quoting, which is simply citations made with quotation marks. In this kind of citation, the name of the text and the author is mentioned most of the time. So when I closely examined the quotations I could locate in indigenous texts, there came up two paths of reframing. One was radical feminist reframing, and the other was Islamist reframing. And the selective appropriation strategies of both sides were determined by their values and positionality in view of gender equality and feminist struggle. I will first focus on the radical feminist one and then move on with the Islamist one, because Islamists try to reframe radical feminists too. But before moving on, I must give a brief description of gender equality before 1980 in Turkey. Thanks to the rights given to them by the Republican regime in the 1920s and 30s, women were seen as equal to men in the public zone, and they could receive education, right to work, right to vote, inherit, and regarded as equals in marriage. But the problem was that gendered division of labor still prevailed in the society. Women would work mostly as teachers or nurses, which was coherent with their domestic maternal roles. And they were also still being held responsible for domestic work, for raising and educating children, and being a good wife. They became at some point the educators of the nation, the mother of the nation. And they had to be asexualized so that they could participate in the public zone with men. They were simply comrades to men in the public zone. So before 1980, women were emancipated from being subordinate to men, but they were not really liberated from essentialism and discrimination in Turkey. The radical feminist reframing that I'm focusing on is from a 1985 article called Beyond Equality. Here, a radical feminist, Fatma Gül Berktay, cites from another radical feminist, Margaret Walter's article, The Rights and Wrongs of Women from 1976. It is argued here that the notion of equality is too superficial for a deeper and more radical understanding of being a woman. In the target text column, you see the citation made in a Turkish article, and in the source text column, you see Walter's original excerpt. Judging from the back translation, I can say that the excerpt was translated literally. Only there is an explication in parentheses, I marked it with italics, by openly mentioning the name of three feminists, further foregrounding them in the translated quotation: Mary Wollstonecraft, Simone de Beauvoir, and Harriet Martineau. And the phrase, the poverty of equality, it is marked in bold, is the motto of the indigenous article, which is that equality is not enough. This is a feminist episteme in its own right. And the message of the article was marked by this episteme, which was brought in by means of a translated quotation. And this episteme was further extended on in the next example. Here, it is argued in the source text that femininity is imposed on us by men, signaling that femininity is a construct, so it can be and must be subverted. Women lost all the possibility for individuality, meaning that women became subordinate to men. Other than minor changes in word preferences, it is clear that the translated quotation matches the tone of the source text and discussions it opens up. The translated quotation emphasizes the importance of rewriting femininity and masculinity. This has also become the motto of the second wave feminist movement in the 1980s in Turkey. So this article is important for being a policy-defining hallmark in Turkish radical feminism. Okay, the Islamist reframing. This example is from a 1995 article by Şule Yüksel Şenler. She quotes from Patricia de Jou's article titled Women in Religion, published in The Times in 1967. In an attempt to reframe what radical feminists were busy doing in the 1980s, redefining equality in Turkey, Islamist women began to make translated quotations in their indigenous articles from foreign sources in the 1990s, a decade later, approximately. Islamist women argued for the vanity of radical feminist causes because they argued that Islam was fair enough and it had already given equal rights to women and men, which was unprecedented in any other religion or political movement. One of the most vigorous advocates of this perspective was Şule Yüksel Şenler. She strongly disapproved feminism and called it as a Western threat to a Muslim culture. She called feminists at the time as unchaste, virtueless, and corrupt, whereas she saw Muslim women as devout, virtuous, and modest. By launching a smear campaign on Western feminism, she also tried to defame Turkish feminism that was constantly at the time quoting and translating from the Western one. According to her, Western women were quite aware of it, but Turkish feminists still didn't understand the virtues of Islam and how it treated women with respect. To prove her arguments, Şenler sets out to make quotations from Patricia de Jou's article. I couldn't find any information about de Jou other than a few newspaper articles on miscellaneous topics. Let's move on to the example. Here, the sentence that you see in the source text column that discloses de Jou's positionality is omitted in the target text. You can see that she draws the frame. The Jew draws the frame by saying, against the background of the miserable life led by women. So there's a comparison between pre-Islam culture and post-Islam situation. But Chapman manipulates it. Chapman clearly states that she quotes from the Jew because the Jew knew that Islam was better than Western feminism in its perception of women and the rights it gave to women. Yet the Jew's article is not an ode to Islam, as Chapman was trying to portray. It is just a brief description of women's status in a number of different religions across the world. Although it makes comparisons between women's rights and status in different cultures, it doesn't favor one over the other. Islam is not portrayed as better than any other religion or political culture. It's an objective depiction of pre-Islamic Arabia and the treatment of women there. So Chapman's translational strategy of omission serves to manipulate readers into believing that the Jew, an English woman, favors Islam over English common law. In the next example, we see the Jew compares English common law and Islamic practice of divorce and custody. Here, the use of the word mistress is problematic. It's clear that the Jew refers to the second definition of the word, which is the female teacher or governess. That was a common practice in England up until the 20th century. The Turkish counterpart of it is mürebbiye. Chapman uses mürebbiye in reference to female governess, but she also adds her own interpretation in parentheses by using the word maîtresse, which is the Turkish counterpart of the first definition of mistress. There was no indication in the Jew's article that she intended to imply the first definition of the word, but given the general context of Şule Yüksel Şener's ideas about feminism and women's rights, Chapman foregrounds the second definition by putting it into parentheses in her translated quotation because it denigrates English common law as indecent and immoral. She even accentuates the emphasis on morality by adding even in a manner of saying, give the child even to a mistress. Can you imagine that? Okay, as for conclusions, I can say that translated quotations help bring in foreign feminist epistemes in the Turkish feminist field. As far as my examples are concerned, the epistemes transferred through quotations for the use of radical feminism are gender equality under the law is not sufficient to instigate a feminist critique of the hidden inequalities among sexes. And the second, femininity and masculinity are constructs. They need to be deconstructed in order to be rewritten again. The quotations Fatma Gülbertay made were designed to make a shift in the axis of feminism, Turkish feminism, from equality between sexes under the law to the famous slogan, personal is political, indicating that we must move beyond equality and see real inequalities lying in the relationship between men and women. On the other hand, epistemes translated for the use of Islamist propaganda are, Islam is better than feminism in providing rights to women. And second, Western cultures are immoral, so is feminism, so women must adopt Islamist ways to live a decent life. These epistemes all entered into circulation among their respective recipient communities, and some of them are still in circulation. And finally, through translated quotations that were strategically selected to serve a political cause, women obtained authorization to contest the opposing narratives and consolidate their respective audience by means of these translated quotations. They also formed solidarities with other women who thought and acted in similar ways across borders. Through these quotations, they did activism. So, thank you for your time and attention.
Gulis, thank you so much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions. I've been told that we are running a little bit late and we need to go back to schedule because today is our last day and yeah, time is not on our side, unfortunately. But thank you so much for the presenters in our panel. So Elena, Anita, and Gulis, thank you so much. Thank you. We'll move on to our next session shortly. Let's open.
brava.
Streaming preso solo questa
Sì.
ma in aula chiaramente vedranno.
Certo.
Dopodiché
Esatto.
c'è qualcun altro? Si continua
Sì,
la pausa.
sì, sì, brava.
Allora
esatto.
dopo dico a Leo di venire,
Esatto.
venire a rimettere la condivisione schermo.
Ok, va bene.
Ok.
Allora ci sto qua. No, niente.
Allora basta.
Aspetta un secondo che io provo ad attivare. Esatto, così. E eccola. Buono.
Sei efficiente?
Ah, buono,
Una
basta.
shortcut.
Perfetto. Grazie.
Grazie, Sara.
Devo mettere un cacchio di
Sì, tanto che presente. Okay, so I'm going to introduce Dr. Eliana Maestri, who is Senior Lecturer in Translation Studies, and she's the Director of the Center for Translating Culture at the University of Exeter. We know her now, but I'm going to introduce her anyway. Her research focuses on the interplay between translation, gender, mobility, and visual culture. She was the recipient of a British Academy Rising Star Engagement Award to co-organize the 2019 Exeter Translation Festival and of a 2019 Europe Network Grant with QA Leuven in Belgium. To work with colleagues from Leuven and Venice, she's one of the main coordinator of the Venice International University Summer School in Linguistic Landscape using sign and symbol to translate cities. So we can see from other things that you do that you really like to cooperate and collaborate with other people. She is co-editing special issues in Romance Studies on female filiation for Coming, and her monograph that she talked about yesterday, Translating the Female Self Across Cultures, appeared in 2018 with John Benjamin Translation Library. Now, this is the formal presentation. The informal one is that I'm really, really happy to have Eliana here. And I must say, because she became my friend in quite a recent time, and this is something that does not happen very often. And when it does happen, it's a gift. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Eleonora, for your introduction. And I actually felt like saying, I feel like being with colleagues and friends, and it is a privilege. So that's, thank you so much for being here. Right, okay, so let's go. Let's start. In 1996, so I'll remind you of the title of my presentation first, Translation as an Act of Gendered Resistance, Mediation and Artistic Creativity and Activism. And I'll give you examples from Australia and the arts and the visual and performing arts. Right, so in 1996, translation studies scholar Theo Hermans published a seminal article on the voice of the translator. Apart from identifying scenarios where that voice can be heard, Hermans demonstrated how unique the translator's voice can be. A limitation of Hermans' study is the focus on the written text, which effectively rules out another equally important field of research, the oral, aural, and visual in the sense of artistic nature of texts. Until quite recently, there has been little investigation of the translation processes occurring within and around music and the visual arts. So, in an effort to fill this gap, this talk provides a number of case studies that illustrate how music, and in particular folk music and the visual arts, aided by acts of translation by feminist translators, can foster our understanding of gendered activists as voice givers in migratory settings, and especially Australia. So let's start answering a question first. Why Australia? So I'll give you a context first, and then I'll move on to the examples. Now, due to its ethnic diversity, which, as Helen Lee states, and I'm quoting, due to its ethnic diversity, which led to the development of a policy of multiculturalism in the 1970s, Australia has offered a range of opportunities as well as challenges to its composite population, including Italian-Australian women. And as sociologist Ellie Vasta maintains, Italian women arriving in Australia before or after the Second World War have experienced severe discrimination in the workplace, in the community, and through the racist practices embedded in Australian policies and institutions. Now, Vasta also explains that despite the implementation of more ethnic-oriented social policies since the 70s, second generation born in Australia of Italian migrants have had to make sense of clashing ideologies, including the one of multiculturalism, whose convenient interpretations have ignored gender issues. Now, the situation has been even more challenging for women artists who have lived amidst tensions within the domestic space, wanting them to be part exclusively of that space, and have had to devise strategies to bring about change. Now, in the majority of the cases, the Italian families who moved to Australia before the war or soon after it did not approve of their daughter's career in the arts sector, just because they don't bring money usually. However, because of their attachment to their Italian heritage, first-generation Italians in Australia resisted assimilation into a predominantly Anglo-centric environment and encouraged their children to follow suit. This is a key point. So fight the Anglo-Saxon dominant ideology, stand up for their cultural heritage, and devise strategies also through the arts to give voice to those whose voice was being marginalized, encouraging more inclusive social practices. So it is within this context, so from the 90s, that we see acts of gendered activism. And I'm quoting, forms of opposition and resistance to power, as Paul Bandià would say, forms of opposition who helped Australia change mainstream discourses around feminism, minorities, and cultural heritages. So let's bring translation and music into the mix. So I'll talk about music first, and then I'll move on to the visual arts. And I begin by asking, so I'm going back to the concept of voice. What kind of voice can we hear when a translator activist is a singing translator and a voice giver? So let's remember what Gould and Thomas Bryan say in the Routledge Handbook of Translation and Activism. The translator activist, as a voice giver, puts into words the perspectives and experiences of oppressed and silenced peoples. Refugees and migrants feature frequently among those whose voice has been suppressed and whom the activist translator helped to make audible. So, what is the translational role of an artist, activist, who performs music, and in this case folk music, by giving voice to Italian minorities? Now, I'll answer this question by referring to rehearsal and concepts I attended when I lived in Australia and interviews I conducted in Melbourne during my Australian fellowship funded by the European and EU Centre at Monash University, Melbourne. So interviews with folk musicians, performers, activists like Kavisha Mazzella and Elvira Andreoli about the music directorship of two choirs, Italian-Australian choirs, one Le Gioie delle Donne and the other one La Voce della Luna. Here are some pictures for you to get into the atmosphere. Now, despite their remarkable contribution to the Italian-Australian folk repertoire, and Mazzella especially own international success as an award-winning folk performer and songwriter, the story of these women's choirs remain unknown outside Australia. So my role as an educator committed to gendered activism is to contribute to the dissemination of information and knowledge production around these choirs. And I would like to invite researchers to investigate a little bit more on the role of women choirs internationally. Now, I give you a little bit of background. Mazzella, born to an Italian father and Anglo-Burmese mother, was one of the female artists who succeeded in escaping family chains, pursuing an artistic career, and standing up for Italian women's rights of expression, directing Le Gioie delle Donne in Fremantle, as they say, in 1990s, and La Voce della Luna in Melbourne up until 2013. And Andreoli, also of Italian descent, took over after that and was the music director of La Voce della Luna until 2020, basically when COVID hit Australia. Currently, the choir is looking for a new director, but they are performing. Their Facebook page states, we are a sassy group of women who sing the Italian popular and folk tradition from a vocal repertoire that transverses the length and breadth of Italy, goes from the 21st century back to the 1500s. Our performance brings together the harmonies from a group of Italian migrant women who have made Australia their home. End of quote. Now, the choir features Italian-Australian women's determination to keep Italian folk legacies alive, and this determination is revealed in their post-colonial activism through reinterpretations and retranslations of the Italian tradition of canto popolare and oral storytelling in Australia. Now, Italian canto popolare represent a treasured depository for the cultural heritage of their homeland, and they share the transnational values, a sense of Italianness and womanhood. The CD booklet accompanying the 1997 album La Voce della Luna Stepping Out stresses the gendered nature of the group on so many levels, and I'll read it for you. La Voce della Luna, meaning the voice of the moon, is the voice of the eternal feminine, soft, stormy, sweet, raw, wild, pagan, earthy, and strong. We celebrate the singing of the mother to the sleeping child, the singing of the factory workers, the farm hands rustabouts, harvesting grain, church singings, and the songs of fest, funeral, wedding, and dance. These songs are of many journeys from Italy to Australia, and from the memories of friends and relatives scattered around this vast country, who kindly gave them to us on bits of paper. They were collected with joy, and now find themselves being sung by a mob of wild Italian women in Melbourne. The group, wild. The group has traveled to Australia to play at many music festivals, such as Woman Adelaide. They were also part of historic events that marked the centenary of women's suffrage in 2008. And thanks to Mazzella's activist ethos, the choir has been increasingly involved with human rights, joining in fundraising events such as a benefit performance supported East Timor, the Big Sing. The Big Sing is another community choir. Now, to explore the translational and activist nature of their performances, I'm coming to the analysis now. It is useful to turn to the work done by Barbara Goddard and Sandra Berman on the converging paradigms of translation and performance. Goddard and Berman claim that both translation and performance rely on mutually shared traits: iterable, different, metonymic, and transformative. And these traits, which I will explain as I go along in my presentation now, help us to appreciate the translational aspect of the Italian-Australian choirs, their approach to collective activism, and the reason why they're still considered to date a very special group, like a cult. Say, for example, Australian writer Marisa Fazio, or an iconic institution in Melbourne, or more generally, Andreoli says, a national heritage or a treasure across Australia. Okay, let's think about translation for 1 second. Now, by performing the drama of iterability, translation repeats its source into a new context. And in so doing, it is not, Goddard says, a copy governed by rules of correspondence in a restricted economy of loss, but an original and creative act, a proper symbolic event within a general economy of differentiated proliferation. So this is a key word, the differentiated proliferation. Now, Le Gioia delle Donne's folk interpretations proliferated indeed across the Australian continent, giving rise to endless reproductions, replications, and differentiations of stories and heritages. Now, while describing the birth of the first women's choir, Le Gioia delle Donne, Mazzella explains, and it's quite obvious here, the first part of the project was to sing songs that the women remembered. So we reconstructed the memories. They taught me the songs, and I basically taught them how to sing them as a group. So there was this circular relationship. And so the verses were not necessarily completely right, but it didn't matter because I was embracing the whole folk process. The folk process of memories, songs and memories, you change it a bit, and then you pass it on. Now, Albert Lord, who influenced the work of contemporary translation studies scholars such as Maria Timochko, and who sang the praises of oral epic poets, including ballads and folk singers. Now, Lord says, the picture that emerges is not really one of conflict between preserver of tradition and creative artist. It is rather one of the preservation of tradition by the constant recreation of it. The ideal is a true story, well and truly retold. Now, the retelling or rewriting, Timochko would say, of the choir's performances is and was both intralingual and interlingual. Andreoli, one of the directors, for example, interspersed La Voce della Luna's performances with cross-cultural stories. And she says in my interview, I always, in the middle of the song or at the beginning of the song, tell the story in English of the song. I've always done that, even as a solo performer. Now, the historically loaded stories disclose an almost mythical past, accessed by the Australian audience only if introduced and translated into English. And this situates Andreoli's translational acts within the realm of translational activism, expanding the visibility and accessibility of minor languages, such as Italian in Australia, and to borrow Gauld and Tamesbayan's words, rendering the so-called, and I'm quoting, minor tongues and of literary and non-literary vernaculars into metropolitan languages. Now, the songs that Mazzella and Andreoli accepted to perform were not an ideal copy of the original, but metonymically linked to it, just like what translation is. Timochko draws on John Foley by claiming that for a traditional audience, each tally evokes metonymically all previous tellings of the tale that the audience has participated in. And further, the telling instantiates and reifies metonymically the entire tradition that the audience and the teller share. In other words, the metonymic refractions triggered by the differentiated proliferations of reinterpretations and retranslations echo similar instances of telling of tales and a sort of original tale, that is to say, the choir's migrant past. What marked their being a minority as migrants and as women. And Andreoli says, a song that gives me great emotions is a trallallero. You know, it's a Sicilian song. I'm not Sicilian, but I know many of the Sicilian women in that choir would have left their friends and their parents, and they would have worked so hard in Italy. The song says, my hands have been scraped almost to the bones from rubbing and scratching the wood to make the vineyards so that we can have the vendemmia this year. And then when it's time to collect the grapes, I'm washing my hands. There's nothing. That's it. I cannot do it anymore. I feel how hard it would have been for people. And it's also like praising women's contribution to the advancement of Australian society. Not only does the logic of differentiated proliferation, to go back to this keyword, govern oral folk traditions, but it also lies at the heart of translational activism, as Gould and Thomas Byan claim. And these scholars state, in contrast to existing models, we hold that translational activism should be evaluated and appreciated in terms different from accuracy or fidelity to the original. The goal of provoking the reader may stand in tension with and even contradict a literal rendering of words on the page, and in this case, on the stage. Now here, both choirs benefited from the guidance provided by Mazzella's activism, in that she never accepted to perform folk songs displaying gender stereotypes. And they've also interpreted the songs, and this is also a key thing, in a lively manner, changing the tone of the songs and celebrating their corporeal and embodied performances in an exaggerated, almost theatrical manner, similar to a drag performance. And I'm thinking here of what Sandra Berman says about translation. Translation can exaggerate, highlight, displace, and queer normative expectations across genders and cultures, as well as languages. And that's also what I experienced when I attended their concerts and rehearsals. So when I was admitted to attend La Voce della Luna's rehearsals for the 2014 Melbourne Festival, I noticed a flamboyant impersonation on stage of Italian stereotypes, gestures, and body language, which did not necessarily reflect the nuanced Italianness of these women. And this is in line with Marvin Carson's explanations of post-colonial performances, often based not on imitation, but on mimicry and counter-mimicry. And he says, performance of this kind slips back and forth between a form of declaration of identity and a parody of the social cliches that haunt their identity. End of quote. Now, flaunting Italian cliches on stage was a destabilizing carnival of these choirs, as amusing as it was subversive. Their mimicry subverted the operations of colonialism from within, since it imitated, ironically, in a parodic manner, the Italian colonial subject, Italians to Australia, who is also the colonized in Australia, or also another parody. Now, in terms of performances, the relational nature of their audiences was crucial, and Mazzella and Andreoli stressed in my interviews with them, the Australian audience's responses to the choir's performances in terms of effect. and you can read it here. They say Ozzy had not seen anything like this before. What was exciting was that the audience fell in love with them, just as I had fallen in love with them. This amazing love affair started with the community, with these Italian women who had been basically, you know, in the house, at church, and in the community. And that's it. All of a sudden, there was this bridge, this amazing thing where they got connected with the Australian community, which of course they were all already part of, but there was not a way in. Now, I'll have to stop here. I would like to talk a little bit more about these women, but I have no time. And I wanted to give you a positive example here of activism, eventually well received by Australians. Their power was and still is variation in repetition or differentiated proliferations of their translations and their performances, which allow them to keep ongoing while altering the narrative of what they perform to promote ethnic difference. Now, I'm now going to move on to the visual arts produced by Australian visual artists of Italian descent and talk about other instances of differentiated proliferations. And the images I'm going to show you, I just have to say, because this is what the artist asked me to say every time. So they're protected by copyright. So they asked me to ask you to do not take pictures. So I'm sorry, but that's what I've got to say. And that's the reason why the images are not shown online. And yeah, and the work with these artists are basically also the content of my book. So I've been given the images, you know, by them to be included in my work. Now, what I want to discuss some of these artists, really a couple of them, but I would, if I had the opportunity, I would like to talk more about quite a few of them I've been working with. So artists who I want to talk about them to explore how they make use of translation to raise the profile of artists in Australia, but also apply feminist approaches to visual translation, displaying the migrants' contribution to the advancement of Australian society, especially their resistance to hegemonic plans of social assimilation at the expense of minorities, and more generally create a visual language to translate their legacy of migration. Now, the artists I will discuss here see themselves, especially in light of the many conversations that I had with me, as agents of translation, also because of the intersemiotic and intermedial work they do, but they might not see themselves as activists. And this is probably because even if they share an anti-colonial and post-colonial agenda, they do not operate as a collective. And there is a reason for it, and we can discuss it later. However, their translational work could be considered as activism. And here I follow again Galden Tamesbayan's line of argument, according to which, and I'm quoting, we consider a translation to be activist whenever and however it stirs readers and audiences to action, end of quote. And I want to argue that these works really arouse a multisensory and sympathetic response, urging viewers to action. Let's start with John Catepen. So we've got John Catepen and Filomena Coppola. They're both a second-generation Italian-Australian artists whose Italian parents migrated to Melbourne and Mildura, respectively, after the Second World War. They have bachelors of fine arts from Australian institutions. They are award-winning artists too. Now, although their artworks are informed by very different ways of doing art, and you'll see that, they share mutual grounds. They all turn language into an optical experience. Now, Philomena's work, we'll start with her, originates from the urge to elevate language and especially speaking, so the human voice, to go back to this concept, and celebrate its dominant position in the artistic constellation of Australian productions. One of her most acclaimed installations is Mother Tongue, exhibited in Mildura in 2013. Now, in a nutshell, I'll describe what it is. This is a multimedia installation which connects to the moment of migration, leaving Italy, the journey, the arrival. It shows 20 drawings of flowers, and the artist says, remapping creatively the administrative regions of Italy. Now, the video, you can see it down there, captures the faces and evolving dialects of Italian migrants, and the sound component records the voice of people reciting alphabets. Now, if we look at her work as a series of acts of translation as voice giving, we can discover a little bit more, and let's see why. Now, the flowers, I'll give you another image, are native Australian orchids, intentionally taken out of context, the artist says, enlarged and drawn so that the texture of the petals resembles animal fur. Orchids have a clear and symbolic metamorphic charge. They embody acts of suffered violence, uprooting, replantation, relocation, and the basic principle of linguistic communication. Now, their architecture resembles oral cavity, tongues. Yeah, this is what, the artist says every time she talks about her work, and mouths which open and close in an attempt to speak, to articulate sounds, to pronounce letters, to give voice to the migrants, and to compose and recompose alphabets. That is the beginning of human communication. And the artist claims, I've always been interested in language and communication and the slippage in communication. To me, the drawings are the visual language that I use to communicate these feelings, thoughts, and literal concerns. Now, the artist expresses her literal concerns through attempted acts of literal translation of the orchids and the alphabet. Now, let's remember first what literal translation is. Now, in Beyond the Mother Tongue, Jasmine Gildes states that the term literal translation describes a mode of translation that stays too close to the wording of the original, privileging individual words over other aspects of the text, such as overall meaning, function, and rhythm. Now, so in order to translate literally her concerns, the artist remains close to the original, translates out of context, and privileges individual alphabetical letters and their primary meaning, that is to say, denotative instead of connotative, over their context. The Australian orchids are also decontextualized and displayed out of context within different environments or art exhibitions, and we understand why she wants to go back to the origins, to the act of creation, a little bit like the folk choirs. But let's see what happens to the alphabet and what people actually hear. So they watch the installation. It's a video, and they watch people reciting alphabets. Basically, it's a very powerful. You think like what, but it's really powerful when you actually experience the whole thing. Now, in order to produce the alphabet, the artist asked initially Italian migrants who agreed to be recorded to go through their alphabet as close as possible to the original sound of the Italian alphabet, another kind of literal translation, yeah? She wanted to display acts of literal translation to the letter of the letter. She wanted to display acts of literal translation, so words reduced in length and size, squeezed almost and compressed into letters. And these letters were not just noise, but meaningful sounds, the sound of the primary communicative apparatus one uses to convey meaning. let's remember 1 second Foucault, what he says in The Order of Things. Letters represent the signifier, A for Adam, etc. Now, these strategies of literal translation provided her with a way to go back to the origins, an urge which she shares with La Voce della Luna, for example, to go back to primordial sounds, to the act of language learning, to La lingua della nutrice, to use the title of a seminal work by Elisabetta Rasi, namely the mother tongue. But going back to the mother tongue implied actually going beyond the mother tongue. That is to say, creating a confluence of sounds and voices, and therefore languages or polylanguages or translanguages, something like Italian and English at the same time, or Britallian, some people would say. This is what the migrants ended up doing when they recited the alphabet. And this became for her a way to grasp the hybridization of urban inflected signs and languages spoken by different generations of migrants, to translate into art the effort made by migrants to learn a new language and to relive later in life intimate moments of language learning from a mother figure. Now, quite a few pieces of artwork celebrate the contribution of Italian women to Australia. Now, very quickly, I want to show you before I move on to another artist. This is a 2020 COVID hands piece of artwork produced during the first lockdown in Mildura. COVID hands is a celebration of Italian bonds. The installation shows the words stitched with the needle, so a female form of art, of craft, to use a term used by Chapman in his presentation, into the photographs of the women's hands that speak, that verbalizing the work they do. These hands, the artist says, create, support, nurture. Some words are in English and some others are in Italian. Now, the polyphonic and translational aspect you can see here of the work rendered in a non-hierarchical and non-binary, to go back to a concept discussed by Richard Chapman today, is visible when we look at the entire installation, for example. It's a little bit small, but you might be able to see it. So you look at the installation and you see the celebration of Italian women's contribution to society, but also this translational and polyphonic nature of it as well. On the hands, if you look closely, you see words in English and in Italian. Now let's move on to the final artist, John Catapan. Right, so venturing into John's work entails setting out on an imaginary journey across time and space, and especially back to Italy, back to Europe, and to this piece of work is called Carrying, Remembering, retracing the route made by migrants to Australia by other continents. So Europe, but also the US, because this is what happened to migrants going to Australia. They traveled to the US first and then to Australia. Now, like Virgil, a little bit like the artist plays a twofold role, that of the visual traveler and that of the interpreter, again, as a voice giver. As Michael Cronin states, the interpreters are often recruited as guides so that the act of traveling is explicitly bound with the act of translation. And also, although the interpreters spend part of their time translating what is being said, a considerable amount of time is devoted to interpreting cultural context, generally implicit in the source language, but which must be rendered explicit in the target language. So John's work guides Australian through the exploration and interpretation of cities, sometimes individual cities, some other times hybrid cities. So 2 or 3 cities are displayed in the artwork at the same time, introduced to him by personal travels, artistic residencies, etc. Now, forms of hybridisms are found in the women's choirs. We've seen that in Philomena's work, as well as in John's work. This is an early piece of work. It's called the documentary Melbourne as Rome. Yeah, it's a pity you can't see really the vibrant colors, but yeah, that's what projectors do. This painting is really a turning point. It's the outcome of a metaphorical superimposition of two cities, Melbourne and Rome, namely not just Melbourne in isolation, but a surreal and metaphorical evocation of Rome. And as Henri Lefebvre claims, metaphors reveal both fascination, I'm quoting, with a natural space that has been lost or recovered, and displacement, and hence also transposition and transfer. Now, the entire painting is imbued with nostalgia and layered acts of displacement and transfer, which are also attributes of the translation process. Let's remember what Loredana Polezzi says. She reminds us that the connection between translation and mobility is often traced back to the etymological roots, the Latin word translatio indicating the movement and or transfer of objects and people across space, end of quote. Now, the movement here is produced by the evocation of multiple cities at once, creating visually the same, somehow polyphonic effect as the one generated by Philomena. And also in Cronin and Simon's words, one could maintain that documentary Melbourne as Rome, this one, also, and I'm quoting, reveals the passages created among communities, framing diasporic roots and language encounters with the other, end of quote. Now, Rome is not the only Italian attraction. During the 2014 interview, Catepan states that visiting the Veneto region elicited in him a pronounced response to Italian art, located specifically in Venice. Now, this complex layering of dots that you can see, further studied at the Scuola Internazionale di Grafica in Venice, marks a shift in the artist's visual rhetoric over time. In his initial paintings, I'll give you one here, dots reflected particles emanated out of office windows by computers, mobile phones, and other forms of digital communication. In the artist's later works, the dots lose the electric brightness, as you can see, typical of computer screens, and turn into unsophisticated symbols. Now, Gunter Kress and Theo van Leuven explain the simplicity attributed to elementary geometrical characters, such as circles, by the sciences, and they say, circles have been regarded as pure, quasi-scientific atoms of the visible world, a pure manifestation of the elements, end quote. Now, not accidentally, Catepan defines his dots or circles as pulses, namely heartbeats, throbs, rhythms, vibrations, and palpitation inducing human contact and visually translating basic or pure forms of signification, speaking, and communication. This is what fascinates me, how artists reflect on language and communication and interaction and translation visually. Now, how would viewers know that these dots, you might think, represent forms of interaction and translation? Now, those familiar with the artwork would know that the dots epitomize Catepan's signature trait and his visual conceptualization of languages. This is something that has, in a way, accompanied Catepan throughout his career. Now, his view of languages is not univocal, and this is what challenges his viewers. Verbal languages, especially the ones that are not mastered completely or practiced daily, or they're a little bit disembodied, they're not really part of us, are like grids that prevents the viewer from seeing things and entering his depicted spaces. Sensorial languages, to go back to the dots, are triggered by the body. They are ways to free the body from a linguistic and cultural constraints, connect with others and the environment, feel at home in a country, become part of the morphology of the local, squares, festivals, piazzas, campos. Now, they also tell stories of the local environment. Now, during my 2014 interview, he says all the dots are deeply embedded here. They also tell stories of local environments. If I had time, I would unpack this a little bit more, really the connection between languages and the body and the environment, but I'm giving you a hint here. So all these multisensorial languages make this work into a political message, urging viewers to practice linguistic encounters and therefore translation as hospitality in physical proximity with the other. Let's not forget that his displayed subjects are inundated by dots, like here. And in a way, words, they embrace language, they become one with them. John's body becomes one with them too. He said to me many times, the dot is my signature. Now, signing the canvas through mark making is a calligraphic gesture, right? Visualized in the artist's painterly handwriting, a gesture which, and I'm borrowing Clive Scott's words, invests the signifier with the body so that it can no longer mean without that body. Now, mark making and dotting the canvas is also, Catapan says himself, a translational gesture. He uses these words. The rendition, for example, of the visual image back into painting. And the way he describes his translational gestures reminds me of thick translation gestures, which feminist translation scholars such as Michaela Wolf endorse and practice in order to unveil the thick, multi-layered fabric of the city, or linguistic fabrication of the city text through glosses, manual annotations, such as these ones, and subjective interpretation. Now, why is it important to know Catapan's application of feminist strategies of translation? Now, these strategies personalize the artwork, producing differentiated proliferations, to go back to this concept, marking its similarity and distinctiveness, just like a signature. They mark the original contribution of the artist as a second-generation migrant to the depicted landscape, and at the same time, their linguistic specificity. And they also give voice to the Australian second generation's inherited trauma caused by the white Australian assimilation policies, but at the same time, resistance to it. Second generation migrants fear sameness in situ. They dread, they've told me this many times, they dread losing their ethnic traits and being absorbed into a undistinguishable and anonymous blotch. So in a way, this is another expression of it. To conclude, that's another picture of it. This talk wanted to achieve a few goals. I wanted to offer you a few scenarios of translational activism, especially as resistance to Anglocentric hegemonies and voice giving to minorities, migrants, as well as women. Australian and the arts seemed to me the most suitable context to discuss, especially in light of its transition to multicultural political practices. So Australia really seemed to me the most suitable context to discuss with you. Despite its attention to ethnic diversity as a value, Australian multiculturalism has not by default structurally encouraged translation between cultural and linguistically diverse groups, and therefore communication, interaction, and cross-cultural encounters. And that's where we practically see a difference between multiculturalism and translation. Simon Sherry also discusses the difference between these two concepts. The former being an assemblage of separated islands, and the latter being a mixture of cross-cultural expressions, a constant movement to the other, an act of solidarity, hospitality, and transformative intimacy. And for this reason, the translational activities and activism practiced at different levels and with different modes of public engagement in the visual and performing arts need, in my opinion, to be voiced, studied, and perhaps aspired to. In turns, looking at the visual and performing arts helps us explore translation from so many new angles, which can only enrich our understanding of the practice and the discipline of translation, and perhaps decolonize the forms of translation, as well as their ongoing affair, to use an expression by Louise Wonflotho, with gender, feminism, as well as activism. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Eliana. Thank you, because it's been quite a thought-provoking and very interesting, well, more than interesting, very new also way of approaching translation and gender and activism. So I'm just offer a few comments on your words, and then I'll open the floor. Now, the first is that, well, your keynote speech was quite, I don't want to say divided, it was connected, but we had kind of two sources. One was music, and the other one was the visual arts that already are, kind of difficult way of talking about translation, because when we talk about musical translation, we know we have a lot of things to take into account. It's not only words, its rhythm is much more. But I was thinking, okay, for whom were these songs translated first? And second, I mean, is there a visibility of these choirs? Do they sing to a wider audience, or do they remain quite enclosed in their own community? Because this makes I'll give you all the comments, and then so this is the first thing, because this is very important, because yes, the actor resistance is very clear, but it must always be kind like in the mainstream to really be visible and do something. So this was my idea, because going to Australia, I went also. I didn't stay long, but I had the impression that you have kind of different, like in other places anyway, the different communities that don't talk too much to each other. So this is one. The second is, I was interested in how they transform and hybridize these texts. Now, the second comment is about images. Now, again, we go to semiotics here and more. I mean, intersemiotics translation and much more. But I was thinking mainly about self-translation. Nobody talk about self-translation through the visual, and I think this seems quite an example. And now I couldn't see very well because I was here. But even visually, it's something different. I mean, you were talking about the alphabet, but it was kind of more visage speaking, probably like a video or photograph.
And also like headphones.
Okay, so you also have the sound.
Yeah, you've got the sound.
Okay, I didn't get this. So you also have the sound. I mean, so it's easier to talk about, translation from image and word if you see the sign, no? But in this case, I think, no, there is...
it was an installation.
Okay, it was an installation. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, of course.
But so this was the other comment. And again here, I would be interested to know again, where these works were exhibited, if they were in museum, if they were, I don't know, something about just Italian, Australian, or in a kind of a wider, because this
very important.
Otherwise, is something different. So I don't know if you want to comment on that. It's more comment than question.
But yeah, thank you, Eleonora. That are very good questions indeed. So in terms of visibility, to talk about the choir, I didn't have time to talk about the fact that their work was then became a film, and a theatrical performance as well, and they were actually asked to play roles both in the film Emma Celebrazione, I think it's called, and the theatrical performance. And that's for me interesting, of course, in terms of visibility, but also in terms of the many ways that they kind of triggered the translations and intersemiotic translations from music into films, into theater, etc. So, and they can't, and I'm saying up until COVID, they traveled around Australia a lot. We're talking about some of the women are 80 years old. You know, that's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, and yes. So, you know, like a really exciting. How they hybridize the text. Thank you again. So they mix different, so it's not just canto popolare pure. I should have said this, but they kind of like borrow, not really songs, but there's a musical term for it, like from Africa, from, you know, other countries. So they mix tunes. So that's something else that it's still quite alien, you know, in Australia, because whatever is not Anglo is the other, and it's still the other. But that's, you know, what they do, and that this is what they used to do, because especially the first, because of the work of the first director, Mazzella, that is really a songwriter, not just a performer. So thank you. Forms of self-translations, yes. Absolutely. I kind of debated between presenting the work of these artists or another one that others I'm working with and on. One is in particular that represents really letters, because this is a little bit cryptic. The dots, you know, you need to read the significance behind it, etc. But others, they display letters in a you know, in a very kind of like crazy way, but you know, it's kind of like a form of writing made into art and into an optical experience. And here you can see even more acts of self-translation. They write themselves into the work. So yes, I should, and I am actually trying to explore other venues such as self-translation as a framework to read some of their work. So fantastic comments, Eleonora, thank you. Yeah, I've got one from Michela, and then we're going to have a drink, I guess. Calm down. I don't want to sound British, but
yeah, no. 5 minutes. So Michela, and another question. Then we go. Like, you know, there is the aperitivo now.
Yes, the aperitivo.
Now she's too much British now.
Thank you, Eliana. That was a fascinating talk. So also reminds me of similar scenarios in Canada. I've been studying the Italian-Canadian diaspora. I wanted to ask a question about the Voce della Luna and the musical group. So following on from the question asked by Eleonora. So I was wondering about the use of languages within this group, because you mentioned in a slide a woman saying, I'm not from Sicily, but then I joined the group. And so I wanted to know if there's something similar going on in Canada, for example, with the fact that a lot of dialects from all over Italy, in particular from the southern Italy, came together, and there was a sort of koine of dialects formed in the group. So there was not anymore a dialect, a specific dialect, but dialect kind of hybridized each other. So there was a formal translation there. And with that also the Italiese, which was a mixture of Italian and English. So I wanted to ask, what type of languages do you see in this group? Is there something similar going on? Because there is a translation from a dialect to another, not just from English into Italian. And also the use of Italiese has been used for parody in Canada, for parody. So you mentioned the mimicry, the fact that this song pay homage to Italy, but at the same time also they made a parody themselves, at the same time parodying the stereotypical image of the Italian against you know so if you against the you know the Anglo-centric story. So if you want to just comment also on that.
Yeah, in terms of languages, it's really, you see, I mean, it's not just singing. I mean, it's canto popolare, so it's folk tradition, and by definition, folk music is passed on orally. And we cannot really go back to the origin. So it is, again, by definition, a form of translation. This is the epitome of translation, isn't it? Which also allows them to be free to apply modifications and translations and recreations, also from a linguistic point of view. Yes, so I don't know if I've answered your question, but you know that they're not kind of like, oh, this is Sicilian, this we should sing like Sicilians. Absolutely not. And and they do invent. That for me, it's the beauty of it as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Now we want to listen to it. Now we are gonna Google it, and
yes,
of course.
I know. Yes. There are quite a few performances, especially one introduced, if you want to Google it, by Elvira, who actually does what she says in my interview. She introduces the song first in English. That is already a form of translation. And then she has the choir behind her that starts singing in Italian. So also like the polyphony of voices is what excited me, when I was there. Yeah.
Okay, one last question. They all want to go to drink.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think so I think you can ask anything while you are drinking something. Okay, so thank you very much again.
Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Tempestoso. I knew Carla Tempestoso when she was a student at the University of Calabria. So I'm really proud and glad that she's here as a speaker. I was your professor, yes. So now she is a research fellow in English literature. She's working on the Italian translation of the Blue Stocking Circle writers by adopting a literary and digital perspective. She is editor-in-chief of Margins, a multilingual WordPress open access journal promoted by the Department of Humanities and directed by Bruna. Came to my mind, I didn't say what I was supposed to, but anyway, her interdisciplinary research interests exactly include Caribbean studies, migration studies, digital humanities, and she's the author of a number of journal papers. Well, today, Carla is presenting on The Bastille Wife, Metaphor of Resistance in Mary Wollstonecraft, The Wrongs of Woman or Maria. And it's Italian translation. I didn't know, yeah. Well, L'oppressione della donna, well, 1978. Well, that's interesting. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and let me thank you, Professor Federici, for this inspiring conference. As you can see from the title, I will talk about Mary Wollstonecraft, The Wrongs of Woman, is the last unfinished novel by Mary Wollstonecraft, and its Italian translation entitled L'oppressione della donna by Mariangela Celati. She had been in revolt all her life, asserted Virginia Woolf in The Common Reader, against tyranny, against law, against convention. The life of such a woman was bound to be tempestuous. With these words, Virginia Woolf recalls Mary Wollstonecraft, a non-conformist intellectual ahead of her time, an unwavering advocate of women's rights, and an enemy of every kind of unfair despotism and oppression. If this widely circulated work, A Vindication of the Rights of Man, in conflict with the conservative Edmund Burke and his reflections on the revolution in France, was attacked, and she was labeled as hyena in petticoat, an epithet created by Horace Walpole. Moreover, she was socially discredited to the extent that the Anti-Jacobin Review indexed her name under the entry Prostitution, see Mary Wollstonecraft. Indeed, poor women, Mary Wollstonecraft wrote to William Godwin in 1797, and I quote, "How they are beset with plagues within and without," end of quote. Plagued women are the heroines of her last unfinished novel, The Wrongs of Woman or Maria, published by Godwin in the Memoirs just 1 year after her death. The Wrongs of Woman is Wollstonecraft's attempt to transform her own history, personality, and intellectual gifts as they related to the position of women in her time and place into the story of every woman. Always the Anti-Jacobin Review kept in its publication of a scurrilous poem, The Vision of Liberty, that the Memoirs was Godwin's attempt to have his wife's brothel fits of wantonness set down, since her whoredoms were not known enough. Just to introduce briefly this lesser-known novel, The Wrongs of Woman is set in 18th century England, at a time when women were just mere assets to men. Having woken up in the wrong marriage, Maria tries to escape her husband, but instead she's imprisoned in an asylum. There she meets Jemima, a woman abused as a child, and fellow inmate Harry Danford. And Maria ends up actually falling in love with Henry, preparing us for an open ending with many twists and turns. It was considered as her most radical work, representing the most progressive stage in her revolutionary feminism. Indeed, The Wrongs of Woman or Maria is Wollstonecraft's Gothic novelistic sequel to A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. However, I want to underline that I'm talking here about feminism in its infancy, or to be more precise, according to many scholars, it is better to talk of Mary Wollstonecraft, among others, of course, as a proto-feminist writer or early feminist writer. The discussion thus revolves around what Elizabeth Gibbels argues when talking about Wollstonecraft's feminism in an essay published in the Routledge Handbook of Translation, Feminism and Gender. It follows Karen Offen's definition of feminism as, firstly, recognizing women's lived lives as valid for interpreting their experience and needs. Secondly, raising consciousness of institutionalized injustice. And last but not least, advocating the elimination of that injustice by challenging coercive power and authority. Both, we can say that both rights of woman and wrongs of woman meet this definition of feminism. The examples I will analyze are part of the Italian translation of The Wrongs of Woman by Mariangela Ceriati, entitled L'oppressione della donna, the only Italian translation of this of Mary Wollstonecraft text, and published by L'Estuaire, an Italian publisher, in 1978. Thus, the analysis aims to investigate if the translator's interpretation was distant or close to the original text, and what the linguistic realizations implied in the reading process. In order to carry out the analysis, I will present the original sentence followed by its translation. And my intention is not to evaluate the quality of the translation, but the mechanisms per se. As regards the English title, in this case, it is associated with the novel's content and thus it becomes part of the text. In other words, Wrongs of Woman is a content-oriented title that describes theme and refers to a specific character. Broadly speaking, even the Italian translation L'oppressione della donna is a content-oriented title. And in particular, it is an internally translated-oriented title that, apart from engaging the reader's awareness, can encapsulate the text theme, or it can act as an extension or an explanation of the theme. The translating strategies used by Ceriati are a semantic substitution and a quantitative impoverishment that produce a loss, actually, since the translation contains fewer signifiers than the original. However, while the source title refers both to a common and a proper name, Woman and Maria, the translated one, which loses the original reference to the protagonist, refers only to the common name, which means that there is, according to Mona Baker, a shift from the biographical claim to the thematic approach. And this is confirmed actually by author's preface, in which Mary Wollstonecraft expresses the desire, and I quote, the desire of exhibiting the misery and oppression peculiar to women, end quote. What is intriguing about L'oppressione della donna is that it may allow target readers to conceptualize basically a foregrounding process whereby some textual aspect is focused on. The beginning of the novel addresses the emotions of the reader by describing the situation of Maria's suffering in the madhouse in which she is imprisoned. Maria's emotions are central to this passage and its translation. They indeed set the scene by creating an understanding and subsequent empathy for Maria's situation and feelings. However, languages that do not mark gender in predicate constructions must naturally resort to other methods to supply the reader with the necessary information, in this case, about the sex of the protagonist in the novel. While the English original text focuses on the possessive adjectives, have faculties, and threatened to fire her brain and make her a fit companion for the terrific inhabitants, Ceriati's translation compensates and clarifies by focuses on the pronouns and marking the Italian gender inflection, le sue facoltà fino a che ella, and incendiarle e fare di lei una compagna adatta ai terribili inquilini. In this way, this translation procedure not only adds the necessary information, but at the same time focuses on the fact that the referent is a female. So it becomes clear that she is the victim. As a middle-class married woman, Maria has many other struggles, for example, about law and marriage, here united in marriage laws. Maria's tragedy is that though she realizes that she must live venomous her husband, she is legally powerless to do so. Indeed, Venables has the legal authority to incarcerate Maria. So let's focus on Maria's observation in the first example. Marriage had bastilled me for life. By adding the verbal inflectional ending ed to the term Bastille, that indicates the military building in Paris that was used as a prison in the 17th and 18th centuries, Wollstonecraft changes the noun form into verb form in order to derive a unique meaning to this crucial political term. Unfortunately, even if the translation perfectly works, the uniqueness of the strong image created by Bastille is lost in the Italian text because it is translated into Il matrimonio mi aveva imprigionato per la vita. However, this leads to the perception that married women were enslaved and they were also transformed from humans into male objects, as shown in example number 2. In the last scene of the novel, there is Danforth's trial and Maria undertakes his defense. The attention here is focused on the legal aspect that enslaves women. Indeed, upon her marriage, a woman's autonomous identity is removed and she is classed as one with her husband. This consolidation means that she is automatically classed as her husband's property. And the notion is evident in these two passages where the husband, in example 2, is a tyrant, and the defense of the separation from him becomes the very first defense for providing for a woman's right to divorce. However, I would like to focus your attention on example number 2 in this slide. The Italian translation loses with a quantitative impoverishment this sense of property because she cannot drive an unfaithful husband from his house becomes in Italian ella non può cacciare di casa il marito infedele. But actually it is his house, if you can notice, his children, his own fate. The overuse of the masculine singular possessive adjectives in this case marks the possessive relation from a social, legal, and cultural point of view. Without claiming to be exhaustive, because time is running out, the analysis has investigated phenomena in the appropriation and transfer of Wollstonecraft's feminism through translation. Even though Wollstonecraft designed Rights of Woman and Wrongs of Woman as Volume 1 and Volume 2, only Rights of Woman became one of the founding texts of international feminism, while Wrongs of Woman was largely ignored. However, like in the example shown before, language and translation inevitably are tools for legitimizing the status quo or for subverting it. We can say that they can be tools for gender oppression or liberation. Yet, despite all these commonalities, in today's globalized world, it is still relevant to ask whether a dialogue between academics walking the field of gender and language and in that of gender and translation has yet taken place. And if so, how fertile these interdisciplinary debates have been. Indeed, not all scholarly work done in this field stems from a feminist perspective, but in the many cases when it does, the relationship between linguistics and translation within feminist studies should also be scrutinized. So, my questions are, to what extent has feminist linguistics reflected upon all the possibilities opened up when gendered conceptualizations travel across languages and cultures? And similarly, to what degree has it considered the particularities of gender representation in translated texts as opposed to or in relation to source text? Indeed, translating texts like Wrongs of Woman means to widen the feminist scope of rights of women and investigate different classes of women. In Wrongs of Woman and in L'oppressione della donna, respectively, Wollstonecraft and Ceriati attack patriarchal marriage and drastically exposes physical and emotional abuse of women, but also address issues of legal and political equality, economic independence, sexual self-determination, and custody of children. The very choice of text to work with, then, poses a dilemma for the feminist translator and for translators in general, choosing to subvert the text, to play infidelity against fidelity, and to follow out the text's parodic logic. In this regard, Carol Mayer argues that the translator's quest is not to silence, but to give voice, to make available texts that raise difficult questions and open perspectives. It is essential that, as translators, women get under the skin of both antagonistic and sympathetic works. They must become independent, resisting interpreters who not only let antagonistic works speak, but also speak with them and place them in a larger context by discussing them in the process of their translation. This approach meets perfectly the most recent ones. Indeed, according to Sant'Emilia and Federici, in times of global dynamics in the social sciences and the humanities, scholars should include both a European tradition of feminist translation in the wider panorama on transnational feminism and its key features. And we can say, to conclude, that Ceriati's translation already in the 70s demonstrated to embrace these perspectives by widening the debate on the intersection between gender and translation and offering a discussion of the translation feminist interface, because her translation offers a complementary perspective on the relevance of both feminist for translation studies and translation for feminist studies. This was my bibliography, and I thank you all of you for listening.
Well, thank you, Carla. Well, it's quite a change. I really enjoyed. I can't stop. I have a few questions. First of all, because Mary Wollstonecraft is one of my kind of love, and I have many questions. I didn't know about this translation, but I have to go to the second speaker because otherwise we run out of time. But we will have time for question at the end of the threes, yeah, and also later if you want. Allora, Michela. You're the second speaker. I saw you. While you're coming down, I'm presenting Michela Sopranzi. La chiavetta lì, bisogna togliere quella però. L'ha lasciata Carla forse, è la tua? No? Ah, è la sua. Ah, scusa, è perché sto andando in ordine. Mi sono sbagliata? No, no, sto andando in ordine giusto. Sì, appoggiagliela qua così non la perdiamo. Molto bene. Allora, intanto introduco Michela Sopranzi. She obtained a PhD in English at University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. She also graduated previously in the United States in foreign languages and cultures with a PhD in Latin American literature at the University of Vienna. She's interested in minorities, especially Latin Americans living in the US, and linguistic, social, and psychological consequences of the cultural mix with the Anglo-Saxon world. So we go back also to what the keynote was talking about, well, in another context, but yes. She's currently teaching at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, I know, English language, and today she's talking about when roots grow despite migrating through self-translation and acceptance.
I tried to...
Can you share your screen?
Do I have to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Scusa, non avevo capito che andava, cioè, condiviso ogni volta.
I'm sorry, I'm hopeless. It's been a time with this pandemic.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I tried to make this as quick as possible. Okay. So My presentation is about the Puerto Rican American author Esmeralda Santiago, who is not very well known here in Italy, but somebody knows her. She's the author of several books, among which 2 autobiographies. The first one referring to the period she spent in Puerto Rico from her birth in 1948 to her 13th birthday, and the second one referring to her teenage years spent in New York. There actually exists a third autobiographical book by Santiago, but it is not as representative of the concepts I will talk about because it doesn't focus on roots and the migration experience, but on her long relationship with the Turkish men. So I will mainly focus on 3 aspects: the autobiographical literary production of Santiago, the therapeutic power of translation and narration, and the exceptional truth, from my point of view, discovered by Roberta Marchiori and expressed by Santiago in her works, that the concept of roots and a person's origins is not fixed but flexible, as an individual's roots actually do grow in space and time, and their flexibility considerably enriches a person's identity, personality, and knowledge. Therefore, as highlighted by Marchiori and expressed by Santiago, a person is the result not only of his or her experiences in different contexts, of his her genetic makeup, but also of his roots, which keep growing and which Santiago clearly considers as movable from one country to the other. So this is from the introduction to the Spanish edition of When I Was a Puerto Rican by Esmeralda Santiago. She first wrote her 2 books in English and then self-translated them into Spanish. It's a very particular type of self-translation because she was helped by an official translator, but she didn't want the translator to correct her mistakes. Entonces, la vida relatada en este libro fue vivida en español, pero fue inicialmente escrita en inglés. Muchas veces, al escribir, me sorprendí al oírme hablar en español mientras mis dedos tecleaban la misma frase en inglés. Entonces se me trababa la lengua y perdía el sentido de lo que estaba diciendo, escribiendo, como si el observar que estaba traduciendo de un idioma a otro me hiciera perder los dos, which in English would be something like, well, this is my translation. The life recounted in this book was lived in Spanish, but was initially written in English. Many times when I wrote, I surprised myself listening to myself speaking, sorry for the mistake, in Spanish while my fingers were typing the same sentence in English. So my tongue locked and I lost the meaning of what I was saying and writing as if I was observing that I was translating from a language into another, would make me lose both. Sorry for the couple mistakes. Anyway, okay. So I think this introduction is very powerful in the sense that the author demonstrates that she pertains to both cultures, not only because she grew up there, but because she considers both cultures as her roots. And for example, there are several examples, but yeah. from the first chapter, Jibara, of the English version of When I Was a Puerto Rican. So When I Was a Puerto Rican is the first book she wrote. The first sentence we read in the introduction is, al jíbaro nunca se le quita la mancha del plátano. Jíbaro is something like a rascal in English. And it is translated into English. A jíbaro can never wash away the stain of the plantain. So apparently the author does not translate the word jíbaro because it represents an important aspect of her Puerto Rican roots, something so meaningful and representative of her identity that she cannot change it. However, she does translate the rest of the proverb into English so that the reader can better comprehend a tiny bit of the culture the author originally comes from, and because she symbolically intermingles her roots, which are still alive and kicking. And this is another example from the introduction to the English edition of Almost a Woman, which is the second book about her teenage years. Martes, ni te cases, ni te embarques, ni de tu familia te apartes. There's another mistake here. I don't know why I made this type of mistakes. I'm sorry. Okay. So it is interesting to notice that the introduction to the English, so the original edition of Santiago's second autobiographical book, starts with another Puerto Rican proverb, which means on Tuesdays, do not get married, don't embark, and don't separate yourself from your family, without being translated into English. It seems as though the proverb which Santiago learned in Spanish is part of what will be narrated in the chapter written in English. This is another example of the author's willingness to express the growth, expansion, and close relationship of her Puerto Rican and North American roots. It's interesting that the Spanish self-translation of Santiago's work, originally written in English, presents several mistakes, which again, she didn't want her translator to correct. And I think that the fact that the Spanish self-translation presents several mistakes of different nature suggests that the narration is not only used as a means of communication, but it is a real effort on part of the author to express her multiple roots to the reader, regardless of how grammatically incorrect the ones written in Spanish are. The author's willingness to prove that her personality originates not only in the North American, where she spent most of her school years, but also in the Puerto Rican one, where she spent the first years of her life. So I found this article particularly interesting in relation to Santiago's work, because I think it expresses the same liberating concept that Santiago shows in her works. Anche le radici crescono, legami, appartenenze e movimento nei diversi sistemi familiari. So now, this is an article which appeared on a psychology magazine. But I really liked this concept because this is exactly what we gain from reading Santiago's words. In this article, anche le radici crescono, so roots grow as well. Marchiori states that family ties and the individual's roots are not fixed, but on the contrary, are constantly moving and reshaping themselves according to the several changes that characterize families. Through her powerful narration, Santiago proves that family ties and roots expand not only from a relational point of view, but also from a geographical one. Therefore, the fixed concept of root combines with the flexible concept of growth, and roots do resist and develop in space and time, as proved by this moving paragraph of Almost a Woman, which I wanted to read. So she's already in New York. In the cramped, noisy apartment where my mother struggled to keep us safe, where my grandmother tried to obliterate her pain with alcohol, where my sisters and brothers planned and invented their future, I improvised. When it hurt, I cried silent tears. And when good things came my way, I accepted them gratefully, but quietly, afraid that enjoying them too much would make them vanish like a drop of water into a desert. So this shows how much acceptance she has and how rooted she feels both in her Puerto Rican culture and in the American one, which she made hers. Narration as therapeutic construction of reality. This is another psychological concept. It's not new at all. It was very popular in the 90s, and the authors of narrative means to therapeutic ends are very popular in the Anglo-Saxon world. But I like this concept, and I like what they mean, because narration can actually relieve a person's pain. And this is something that Santiago demonstrates with her works. And while relieving her pain, while narrating what her experiences have been, she also constructs her reality. So to conclude, the paragraph that I am about to read clearly demonstrates that the author's roots are not only intact, but that they have grown, that at the same time they have grown, despite and thanks to the relocation to the new country. In this respect, Santiago's intense and yet simple narration confirms what the psychologists White and Epstein state, which is narrativizing practices have some very obvious advantages. Firstly, a person's family's experience is situated in the flow of time. Unlike scientific accounts, narratives make no attempt to eternalize experience. Rather, they temporalize it. And this is what I wanted to read. These are the first pages of Santiago's second book. In the 21 years I lived with my mother, we moved at least 20 times. We stuffed our belongings into ragged suitcases, boxes with bold advertising on the sides, pillowcases, empty rice sacks, cracker tins that smelled of flour and yeast. Whatever we couldn't carry, we left behind. Dressers were missing drawers, refrigerators, lumpy sofas, the 15 canvases I painted one summer. We learned not to attach value to possessions because they were as temporary as the walls that held us for a few months, as the neighbors who lived down the street, as the sad-eyed boy who loved me when I was 13. We moved from country to country to small town to big city to the biggest city of all. Once in New York, we moved from apartment to apartment in search of heat, of fewer cockroaches, of more rooms, of quieter neighbors, of more privacy, of nearness to the subway or the relatives. We moved in loops around the neighborhoods we wanted to avoid, where there were no Puerto Ricans, where graffiti warned of gang turfs, where people dressed better than we did, where landlords didn't accept welfare or didn't like Puerto Ricans, or looked at our family of 3 adults, 11 children, and shook their heads. We avoided the neighborhoods with too few stores, or too many stores, or the wrong kind of stores, or no stores at all. We circled around our first apartment the way animals circle the place where they will sleep. And after 10 years of circling, Mommy returned to, so her mother, returned to where we began the journey, to Macun, the Puerto Rican barrio, where everyone knew each other and each other's business, where what we left behind was put to good use by people who moved around less. By the time she returned to Macun, I had also moved. 4 days after my 21st birthday, I left Mommy's house. The rhyme I sang as a child forgotten. Martes, ni te cases, ni te embarques, ni de tu familia te apartes. On a misty Tuesday, I didn't marry, but I did travel. I did leave my family. I stuffed in the mailbox a letter addressed to Mommy in which I said goodbye because I didn't have the courage to say goodbye in person. Years later, when I visited Macun, I went to the spot where my childhood began and ended. I stepped on what was left of our blue tiled floor and looked at the wild greenness around me, at what had been a yard for games at the corner where an eggplant bush became a Christmas tree, at the spot where I cut my foot and blood seeped into the dust. It was no longer familiar, nor beautiful, nor did it give a clue of who I'd been there or who I might become wherever I was going next. The morivivi weeds and the culantro choked the dirty yard. Creepers had overgrown the cement floor. Pinacoop climbed over what was left of the walls and turned them into soft green mounds that sheltered draped olive lizards and chameleons, coquille, and hummingbirds. There was no sign we'd ever been there, except for the hillock of blue cement tile on which I stood. It gleamed in the afternoon sun, its colors so intense that I wonder if I had stepped onto the wrong floor because I didn't remember our floor being that blue. And this is exactly what Santiago does. She situates her roots in space and time without eternalizing them, but multiplying their options. So this is what I believe.
Thank you, Michela.
What was that? Has that been time?
We're not ready for your conclusion, sorry.
No.
Just surprised because we were listening to this beautiful text and I was like, well, this is the conclusion. Yes, it is. Yes.
Well, it was 20 minutes, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, sorry, I said 1 minute more because I'm sorry. You know where? When you are at the end is terrible because you can't, take 1 minute more, but thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Actually, personally, I'm really interested in this kind of narration, so I'm going to talk to you later on. I think it's a really interesting research.
Yes, because I think it's a well, not that my research is interesting. It's just that I think it's a more optimistic view of looking at migration. It could actually be helpful to people migrating to other countries. I did it as well. I was
Yes.
an immigrant, so I understand.
Yeah, I know. I guess so. But yes, I have to go on. But I hope we have at least one question for each of you, and you need to pass here. Yes, swapping. Chiavetta. Ok, Carla, scusaci, grazie. Meno male, grazie Carla. So be careful. I know we are tired. We are very tired. Yes. So I'm going to introduce Nancy Tsai, Assistant Professor of the Graduate Institute of Translation and Interpretation at National Taiwan Normal University. She has previously taught at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey and I don't know, Sok Chow University in Taipei. Her interests include integrating power relations, post-colonialism, cultural studies in pedagogy, the application and implication of neural machine translation, discourse and TNI. She holds a PhD from the University of Ottawa and an FFA in literary translation from Iowa. Oh, you travel quite long. Well, that's nice. Wow. Yes. Well, thank you for being here, first of all, because I think you traveled quite much to get here. Okay, now she's talking about training for cultural ergonomics in localization programs to counter heteronormative and Western expectation in user behavior. Okay, so here we switch to another complete methodology. The floor is yours.
Okay, I'm the last one. I promised to wrap it up quick and hopefully we have some time for Q&A in the end. So thank you for coming to my presentation, Training for Cultural Ergonomics and Localization Programs to Counter Heteronormative and Western Expectations in User Behavior. Now, it is often assumed and take it for granted that translation is necessarily going from one language into a different one. From Chinese into English, from English into French, from French into Spanish. In other words, the source and target cannot be the same language. And that is supposedly what we mean when we talk about translation in research and especially in the pedagogical discourse in translation programs. Students in industry practice-oriented programs are taught to recognize, think about, and perform translation only in terms of conversion between two different languages. And translation is increasingly being rebranded by these programs as localization. And why? This is why. And here I quote from a New York Times 2010 article on the gaming industry, which is one of the largest creators and users of localized content. Some Japanese game developers are paying more attention to how games are localized for overseas markets, going beyond facile translations to a more in-depth recasting of games for different markets. Developers are saying, this isn't about translation anymore. They're asking, how can we work together to create something that works globally? We can see from this quote that the localization industry sees translation as synonymous with a literal rendering of a text, one that is too facile and has no depth. This is very much divorced from the research in academia that has been done to show how translated texts have been manipulated, domesticated, and censored quite cleverly and thoroughly to erase any trace of the other that might disrupt the user experience. Now, this is a yawning gap between what post-colonial and cultural studies scholarship has unearthed and what industry perpetuates in regards to the practice and concept of translation. I argue the responsibility of bridging this gap lies in the educational institutions that train students in translation and localization. Because how can programs claim to train students to localize the content to meet the specific needs of the target user in a target culture if culture is often marginalized in the curriculum as a soft skill, rendered invisible and relegated as a theoretical issue, taking place outside of technical courses that disproportionately focus on the technical aspects of industry software platforms. If the above quote from the New York Times is to remain true, then one does not simply localize on the basis of being able to use the latest, most efficient technical platforms. If anything, culture defies the facile use of technology to understand it. So today I'm going to use the example of security questions in drop-down menus to illustrate how translation for the individual and the personal does not necessarily happen between two different languages, but can also happen when the language is the same, but the cultural experience is different. These drop-down menus are ubiquitous to many North American English websites, which is a major source for content localization, because we all know the direction of translation flows often proceed from the more powerful culture or language to the less, which is often English to the rest. So figure one, this is a screenshot from the Canada Revenue Agency, also known as the CRA. The CRA is the equivalent to the American IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, which put less euphemistically is the state tax collector. This webpage was accessed on November 22nd, 2021, so just last year, fairly recent. Now, upon setting up the account, the user is reminded that your security questions and answers should be easy for you to remember. But the system does not allow the user to create their own questions. The user is presented with a drop-down menu of prefabricated ones. Question one. We can see what some of those prefabricated questions look like. The ones in red in particular are the ones I like to draw your attention to. And again, I'd like to remind everyone that these are the questions the content creator believes should be easy for you to remember. And that is going to be me. In my identity is a straight woman, ethnic Chinese who grew up partially in Canada and mostly in Taiwan, whose quote unquote native culture is Chinese and language Mandarin. So the first one, who is the band / star of the first concert you attended? This alludes to that rite of passage familiar to people who watch American sitcoms, shows, and movies, where the impressionable teenager goes to their first Kiss concert in 1974. I, the user, understand this question by way of cultural translation because I watched American sitcoms. I watched that 70s show in English, so I understand. But I, the user, have mainly grown up in a semi-autocratic society in the late 1980s and early 1990s in Taiwan. So I find this question very alien to my experience and therefore not easy to remember. What is your paternal grandfather's name? Again, I, user, Chinese ethnicity within a Chinese family, now a Canadian citizen performing her duty to pay taxes. I'm setting up this account so the government can have my money. I've never uttered the name of my grandfather ever before because you never use the first name of your elders anywhere in speech. It is disrespectful. We see the name on a document when they're dead. That's pretty much it. And because we never use these names, it is very hard to remember them or know them at all. Okay, what was your least favorite food as a child? It sounds like a very innocent question. This is assuming I come from a culture where a child is allowed to speak or think of food in terms of favorite or not. That implies a choice. It implies a kind of choice that seems more afforded to children of certain middle-class ethnic demographics. Most people who immigrate because their home countries do not allow them such choices. So again, this is not an easy question to remember for immigrant children like me. Next one, where was the first vacation outside of your country? This question contains a multitude of assumptions. First, what is your country? For the immigrant, is it Canada? You're probably still waiting for your visa, for example, or legal status, although you're paying taxes. Or is it their home country? For the immigrant, is it their home country? Is this Canada? And what about for the refugee? What country are we talking about? And what do we mean by outside your own country? Then comes the value-loaded vacation. That's a choice of leisure, more afforded to people of a certain middle-class ethnic demographic. And I'm going to repeat, most people who immigrate because their home country does not allow them such choices. Interestingly, my white middle-class American colleague from the Midwest was also offended by this question, by a Canadian question, because most Americans don't really take vacations outside of the US. It also implies that she needs to have enough money to be able to travel outside to a foreign country. So she felt she was being judged, and that this question implied the vacation had to be outside of the country for it to count. Okay, what was your favorite toy? Same thing, same category as favorite foods. Some children do not grow up with toys. Many immigrant families do not have the privilege of offering enough toys for their children so they can compare and recall a favorite one. And then, what was the name of your doll/stuffed animal when you were a child? Same issue as the previous question. The assumption is privilege of toys, but there's a very interesting reading of the slash we can do. Doll/stuffed animal. Is this some sort of gendered selection masked as creating options? Okay, so if you're a boy, we understand. You might not have a doll. We're just gonna slash a stuffed animal in there so you can make a choice. Next, what is your mother's middle name? My mother used a Western name upon her arrival to Canada, and she was called Connie. Her Chinese first name, structurally speaking, became her middle name when it was written in English to conform to Western naming norms. But that's not her middle name. It does not compute. Cognitively speaking, it's not a middle name for us. The Chinese naming system does not have a quote unquote middle name. And the spelling in the early days of conversion from Chinese into English was notoriously unstandardized. So everybody spelled differently. I can't just transliterate my mother's Chinese name from my memory. I have to look up documents, and documents sometimes use a different English transliteration. And Taiwan still to this day does not use the pinyin system that was developed in China for the translation of names. So again, my mother's middle name is extremely difficult for me to remember because it's not Alice or Mary. Okay, last one. What is the first name of the best man at your wedding? This is probably my favorite question because of the richness of its assumptions. I did not have a wedding. So by extension, there's no such thing as a best man. I had a witness and I'm divorced. So I really don't want to remember my wedding every time a security question pops up. I think many people in 2021, when presented with these questions, regardless of West or East or immigration status, are divorced. Or you can be in a committed relationship that was not a result of a wedding and did not need the presence of a best man to bear witness to it. And perhaps if you're not straight and you do not believe in marriage as an institution between a man and a woman, but rather as an oppressive force of submission, you would be offended too. So figure 3, more of the same. I'm supposed to have a, where did your mother and father meet? I'm supposed to have a pet. What is your favorite meal? And this one from United Airlines, fairly recent again, pizza topping. I love pizza, but none of these toppings are my favorite topping. They pre-select your topping for you. They don't even let you fill it in. And By the way, my favorite topping is anchovies, and you will not see this in a North American menu. So you see, there aren't that many questions left for me to easily remember and answer. I'm really making a big deal of this when obviously these questions are meant for the majority of people in Canada. You're just special, Nancy, suck it up, who may not be immigrants from less privileged countries, societies, or cultures. I don't think so, because here is what the Canadian federal government says about immigration. Canada needs immigration to drive our economy, enrich our society, support our aging population. Business, labor market experts, and economists all agree that immigration creates jobs, innovation, helps address labor shortage. They contribute to communities across our country every day, and we will continue welcoming more of them. And here are the stats. 2019 welcomed more than 341,000 permanent residents despite the COVID-19 pandemic, 500 new permanent residents over the course of 2020. Immigration accounts for 100% of Canada's labor force growth. 75% of Canada's population growth also comes from immigration. By 2036, it will represent up to 30% of Canada's population. Immigration addresses labor shortage in key sectors such as healthcare. 37%, 36%, 39%, 23%, 35%. And here the key word is labor. Evidently, they're not capitalists. Jeff Bezos is not going to immigrate to Canada. These people come to Canada to seek better opportunities. Better implies that they may have come from less privileged countries, societies, and cultures. Yet these prefabricated questions often presume the privilege is afforded to a Western white suburban middle class population. And for the multicultural user who may not necessarily live in a foreign country, but are immigrants navigating a society where English is dominant, the drop-down menu is a difficult language product to navigate. It does not translate. Even when I, the user, am extremely fluent in the language of English, these users like me are not the international or global usership that a localization program conventionally and conceptually targets. And arguably, that abstract population that these prefabricated questions seem to be addressing exists in the Romantic past, in the post-World War II economic boom. Because right now, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the evolution of heteronormative expectations in relationships, the changing cultural values on the ideas of toys and food and etc., make these questions extremely inadequate, not just for the growing immigrant population, but for our changing cultural demographics. So if the Canadian government, in the name of inclusion, wanted to offer the CRA site in more languages, aside from the official languages of French and English, the content can only be effectively localized if the translator is culturally literate, can read and interpret the heteronormative power dynamics, the Western-centered power relations in the text we just saw. The translator must be equipped with a theoretical framework and perform critical discourse analysis to proactively address these issues in the language product in the source. But my teaching experiences in well-known translation and localization programs in the US and Taiwan shows that this education is not only missing, it is actually marginalized in the name of quote unquote industry needs. We teach practice, we don't waste time on theory. The students are led to believe that learning real translation can only be achieved by practicing moving one text into another language. But I just used my own experience navigating a website to show that translation can be from the same to same, that it is a real experience of translation. I'm unfamiliar with the programs in Europe. Perhaps it is very different, and I would love to hear more about them, perhaps over dinner. But first, here is a sample of the language regarding the curriculum in a very well-known American institution with a pioneering localization program and degree. You will see at the very opening, text-centered, tech-focused curriculum. Position at the very beginning, the text in red, all you see in red emphasizes technology. tech-focused, hands-on, latest software technology skills, core web abilities, programming languages. The text in blue emphasizes the industry and the market, industry, marketable, industry-focused, professional, worldwide launches, finance, marketing, management, market share. The lone green text is a very taken for granted assumption that cross-cultural understanding can be achieved surrounded by so much tech and money. A closer look at the core courses of this localization program, we can see the marginalized position of culture, international and culture, one course, designing internationalization and culture. The rest, nothing. 2 minutes, okay. Yes, and in figure 8, we can see that you will see the foregrounding of money, 50 billion, prestige, Netflix, and Google, even though the definition of localization is adapting language and culture. So here I like to stress that I'm not criticizing because I want technology suppressed in the curriculum. I'm criticizing because my professional career as a conference interpreter and translator was shaped by this very institution. I know it has tremendous reach and influence in the industry, and they can empower the students to do more. So I would like this concept to be integrated into the curriculum because it is ready-made, it is in the literature, and is a sleight of hand because the establishment is often suspicious of activist words like gendering and heteronormative. So if you use this idea, cultural economics aims to integrate the dimension of culture into systems and products to make them safer, more useful, and more accessible to a wider range of multicultural users, it's less scary for them. So many immigrants understand English because they need it to survive. It is a language of opportunities, empowerment, and privilege. I would not be here if I wasn't able to communicate in English the way I'm now. But that doesn't mean reading all those drop-down questions does not create the effect of putting me, the foreigner, on trial. If localization programs truly want to participate in the larger conversation to make a difference, they must problematize the content they claim to localize to satisfy needs. And cultural ergonomics is an effective way to do this because whose needs are we really satisfying? The dominant power or the subordinate peoples who have little choice but to consume this content created by the first and internalize the dynamics that relegate them as outsiders. And this is, thank you.
Well, thank you, Nancy, because this is a wonderful way of ending the conference. I must say, I mean, I really think that your paper, I mean, gave a lot of insight. There should have been more like that. I really believe that. But this is, yes, I'm really happy we ended with your paper because it's really interesting for us. No, nobody is the other, but it's difficult to get into the other shoes. So this was really, really, thank you very much. I think the other are a bit late. So maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions, and this is good because I think it's fair when we have paper. So any question for any of the speakers from the floor? They're too tired, otherwise I have, but I don't want to. No, you just move. Yes, yes, yes or no? Yes, come on. Here. Okay, question for Michela.
Yeah, about this Latino literature, we can say, which combines both, right? Well, like English, Spanish. As a Spanish speaker and also English speaker, I've always felt very, lucky to be able to read this kind of combination of languages in the same product. But I'm always thinking, what about the translation of these texts? Also, when they, like films, when they translate them for you know, for an American public or for a Spanish public, because sometimes it doesn't come across quite good. I don't know.
Does she need to come down?
Sorry.
Don't be shy.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So my experience taught me that it really depends on the author. I think that Santiago wanted her translation to have some mistakes because she wanted to represent who she became throughout the years. But there are other books, for instance, Going South, Looking North, or Looking South, Going North, or something like that. I mean, it was written originally in Spanish, and the English translation is perfect. And because the intention of the author was different, and it was written by an Argentinian writer, and it's a really good book. Too bad I can't remember the title. But it's either Going South, Looking North, or Looking North, Looking South, Going North, or something like that.
But it is either translated into one language or the other. Like multilingualism is basically lost in some.
Yes.
Like Chicano literature.
Yes.
So yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not part of the Chicano
So
literature.
okay.
No.
Okay.
No, nothing like. It's completely different. Yeah.
Okay.
He wanted to express his experience in the United States, but from a completely different point of view. So, and he doesn't talk about the consequences of this experience on his personality.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you.
It's just an example, but there are many.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. No, I think, yes, I see some sign from the floor. I have to close the session, but well, if you stay in a few minutes, then later, I'm going to ask you some questions. Well, thank you very much. Can we just thank again our speaker? This was the final session. So, and I thank also the people that are still here, actually. Okay, well, actually, we have a problem with door closing and department closing, so we have to rush very much. Yes? C'è l'Anna Rita. Okay. Anna Rita, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Oh, so nice to meet you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. And I apologize for missing the colloquium in person as I scheduled, but a family urgency has kept me here in Bari. I'm really very grateful to the organizers of the colloquium in Ferrara for giving me the opportunity to present the next edition that will be held in Bari in September 2023. And I'm very thrilled with starting this new academic adventure with my teammates, Rosita Maglia from University of Bari, Bruna Mancini, Carla Tempestoso, and Giuseppe Capalbo from University of Calabria. That actually I only met online, but I immediately got that good feeling of empathy and authentic collaboration. And this is the same feeling I actually have been experiencing so far with when working with Eleonora Federici, with whom I have been sharing common research issues related to gender and translation at least for the last 15 years. And I'm going just straight to the call for papers. Can I share a Word file?
Yes, you can share. Well, we didn't say any, well, we do know, but the other do not know. So just to say that Professor Anna Rita Taron and Professor Bruna Mancini will be hosting the next European Colloquium on Gender and Translation. This information was missing, sorry for the rush. So I did introduce you properly. So yes, you can share, of course, the PPT. And Bruna, can you please come here? Okay, please, Anna Rita, share with us.
I don't know. Can you see the screen?
No.
Doesn't hi Bruna. It seems that can anybody enable me with the screen sharing? Because I can do that.
Yeah, you should have an icon, a sort of a square icon at the bottom.
Yeah, I did it. I clicked on it, but
okay, and then you should say condividi schermo.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, and then you should click on the present. You should open it and click on the presentation.
Yeah, I did it, but I can't open the file.
Aspetta, Sara. Non c'è più?
Non
c'è più.
Io.
I'm
Ciao
sorry.
Leonora.
C'è
Leonora, mi
qualcuno?
senti?
C'è qualcuno?
Eccomi.
Help. C'è qualcuno.
Please.
Anarita ha un Mac forse? O...
Yeah, sure. Sì, ho un Mac.
Ok, allora c'è un po' un procedimento da fare perché se non ti dai permessi bisogna andare nelle impostazioni dei sistemi.
Okay.
Abbiamo i tempi?
Worries. No worries.
Okay.
I know that you are you need to go to the conclusions. So if Eleonora, if it is fine to you, I'm just going to introduce some of the title and some of the topics, and just to give you a more concrete idea of what we are going to experience next year here in Bari. So I just want to tell you that we have this nice group from University of Bari and Calabria has selected as the next title for the colloquium, Interpreting Translation and Gender in Conflict Affected Situations. And actually the next colloquium aims to elicit a debate on the relationship between gender translation and conflict that actually reverberates across today's war in Ukraine, as well as in any other countries like Afghanistan, Syria, and Palestine. Just to mention a few, in the way that violence affects men and women in different ways. And we have tried to focus on some specific key concepts, key topics that we are going to launch in our call for papers. And just to mention a few, gender issues, translation, interpreting, and conflict, theoretical gaps, challenges, common grounds, and divergences, the role of translators and interpreters in word zones, gender issues in cases of translator, interpreter, assisted health service provision in word zones, the role of translators and interpreters as facilitators in human rights and gender protection, the role of translation in media coverage of gender inequality in words, ideology and ethics in translating and interpreting in vulnerable contexts, literary representations of gender issues in word zones, representations, underrepresentation and misrepresentation of women who are victims of gender-based violence in conflict zones, translation, feminisms and anti-war movements, translating gender and in war literature, multimodal narratives, namely documentary, short films, online interviews, songs, and other performing acts, activist networks or non-profit organizations, manifestos, online petitions, blog posts on translation and conflict. Of course, details related to practical engagements, key dates, and names of key note speakers will be provided in the call for papers that we are going to make circulate in the next weeks on our institutional list and websites. And that's all. I don't know if Bruna wants to add any further comments, and I just want to tell you that we are looking forward to meeting you, all of you in person here in Bari.
Okay, Nanarita, sorry, I have to stop you because really they kick us out of here.
Yeah,
so, just maybe say that it will be when?
September from September 21 to September 23.
Okay, maybe then we will share the call for paper. So thank you, Anarita. Bruno,
Thank
you want to
you.
say one
No,
thing?
I want to
Okay.
tell you that we wait for you next year.
Okay, I mean, this call for paper will circulate. Maybe
Yeah. As soon as I come back home, and we will talk, and we will send you everything.
Okay.
Thank
So
you
thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank
So,
you.
Narita,
Bye. See you.
I miss you.
See you. Oh, me too.
okay, so sorry, but we have actually really to close. So I personally want to thank all of you for staying until now, and for all the paper that unfortunately I couldn't listen to much. So I'm really sorry for that. But for what I listened to, they were really, really great paper. I mean, it was food for thought. So thank you very much, and thank you for my colleague and Jose and Eliana and everybody.
Eleonora, Federici, and all your colleagues, all
Grazie.
collaborators. Thank you so much.
Allora, il social dinner è alle 20:30, vero Giulia? Al ristorante Este, che è Este Bar, che è praticamente qui vicino, cioè all'uscita andate a sinistra. Allora, you go to the left and then to the right. There is the big library, Biblioteca Riostea. At the corner, you see the restaurant, Bar Este, where the social dinner is at 8:30. Okay, so see you later.